Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, the Ignacy Łukasiewicz Award is granted by the chapter, including all the previous rectors of the Technical University of Rzeszów. The chapter held a discussion, and this year, during the 6th Scientific Conference on Energy Security, it is the decision of the chapter to give this award in the category of energy security for running activities in Polish-American strategic dialogue in energy sector to develop partnership between countries in the energy sector goes to Theodore J. Garish, former Assistant Secretary for the Office of International Affairs at the U.S. Energy Department. Theodore Garish, congratulations. Please join me on stage.
Yes. Congratulations. It's just a statue, but symbolizes your role in developing of cooperation between our countries, Poland and the United States. Thank you very much. Thank you. And short speech, please. Yes, please.
Well, good morning, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. I'm really greatly honored to be able to accept this award today, and my thanks to the Institute and the University, and also my gracious host, Marius Rosal, who has been helpful to me in navigating coming over to Poland. And I'm especially pleased to be here today with my very good friend, Minister Niemski. Together, we were able to establish an intergovernmental agreement.
Potrafiliśmy i udało nam się doprowadzić do zawarcia międzyrządowej umowy pomiędzy Stanami Zjednoczonymi i Polską na 6 elektrowni atomowych. Jest to naprawdę monumentalne zadanie. Znaczenie tych elektrowni jest ogromne dla Polski, podstawowe. Będzie to oznaczało czystą energię, zero węgla, pomoc w realizacji celów energetycznych i niezależność energetyczna, i pomoże to Polsce w drodze do rozwoju gospodarczego, dalszego rozkwitu, i jednocześnie jest to efekt wspaniałej współpracy pomiędzy Polską i Stanami Zjednoczonymi, dwoma amerykańskimi spółkami Westinghouse i Bechtel, i jest to owoc współpracy i przyjaźni naszych krajów i naszych narodów, a w szczególności cieszy mnie to, ponieważ moja rodzina pochodzi z Polski. Mam polskie korzenie i moja rodzina jest również zaszczycona i bardzo dumna. Pragnę szczególnie podziękować Politechnice, a szczególnie panu ministrowi Naimskiemu. Ogromnie państwu dziękuję.
Szanowni Państwo, ale to nie ostatnia nagroda w dniu dzisiejszym. Chciałbym poinformować z wielką przyjemnością, że decyzją kapituły dodatkową nagrodą imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza w kategorii bezpieczeństwo energetyczne za wkład w rozwój energetyki odnawialnej, a także zaangażowanie w implementację rozwiązań opartych o ideę zrównoważonego rozwoju otrzymał pan Dawid Cycoń, prezes zarządu ML System SA. Bardzo serdecznie zapraszam.
Proszę Państwa, jestem bardzo zaskoczony. Jest mi niezmiernie miło, ogromny honor. Dziękuję bardzo kapitule. Bardzo się cieszę, że nasza firma, to co my robimy, to co robi ML System, to co robi dla energetyki, dla energii odnawialnej, technologie, które tworzymy, cała nasza praca została doceniona. Za to bardzo serdecznie dziękuję kapitule. Jest to dla mnie motywacja do tego, żeby jeszcze silniej walczyć o to, żeby nasze pokolenia miały gdzie żyć i mogły korzystać z naszej planety. Dziękuję bardzo.
Raz jeszcze bardzo serdecznie gratulujemy. Szanowni Państwo, przejdziemy teraz do wręczenia nagród. Zapraszam pana rektora Jarosława Sępa, nagród dla najbardziej innowacyjnych jednostek samorządu terytorialnego.
Szanowni Państwo, na otwarcie
Ladies and
konferencji
gentlemen,
usłyszeliśmy wiele słów o wyzwaniach,
during the opening of this conference, we heard a lot about the tasks and projects that we're facing, but when we think about the actual energy transformation, we also need to make sure that all the efforts to serve this goal are common and should become popular. And for the first time during this conference, there have been certain projects or actions delivered and achieved. So there was a competition for the most energy innovative local government, and this is for the first time. Then during this conference, we have this project and we have this excellent concept, and I have the pleasure and the honor to be the chairperson of the chapter of the competition. We wouldn't be here and we wouldn't have this competition if it wasn't for our sponsors, and let me thank them. And among our sponsors, we have ML System and PKN Orlen and the Polish gas company, Polska Spółka Gazownictwa. And the purpose of the competition was to come up with the ranking and the leading group of the local self-governments who are engaged in the energy transformation, thus contributing to delivering on the goals on the climate changing policy, policy preventing the climate change. And there have been certain goals set. These goals were achieved in 2020. They contribute to achieving our climate goals, and in particular, the awards were related, were focused on the investment project of the year for transportation and construction industry. Then we have the next category, which is the social campaign of the year. And here we took into account campaigns, or we considered campaigns that would contribute to increasing knowledge, promoting some energy-related initiatives. Plus, another category is the innovation of the year. The chapter of the competition analyzed materials sent over to us, and we selected 3 laureates for runners, and we had 10 candidates for the
Tych nagród rozpoczniemy od
main award. So let us start with honorable mentions first.
Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej, który był wraz z Politechniką pomysłodawcą tego
I would like to invite here
profesora Mariusza Ruszela.
Professor Mariusz Ruszel from the Technical University of Rzeszów and His Magnificence, Director of this Technical University, to join us, and Dr. Sławomir Stec, who was the coordinator of the competition, heavily involved in
Zagrały, bo przedsięwzięcie naprawdę było
arranging all the necessary technical details and making sure that the competition,
Bardzo dziękuję.
the goals of the competitions were achieved. Thank you so much. Let us start with honorable merits first. Ladies and gentlemen, the Investor of the Year is Potęgowo Municipality from the Pomeranian region. We have the head of Potęgowo Municipality, Mr. Dawid Litwin.
Drodzy Państwo, propagatorem wiedzy o energii
Ladies and gentlemen, the promoter of knowledge
została gmina Lubartów.
about energy, Lubartów Municipality, Mr. Piotr Turowski from Lubartów Municipality. Please come collect your award. Congratulations. We've been in, well, unfortunately, well, we have the information that he couldn't make it. And the city of Rzeszów, the innovator of the year, Konrad Fiołek, the mayor of Rzeszów.
Zapraszamy, panie prezydencie.
And the city of Rzeszów receives an additional award, and that is the bus stop roofing.
Szanowni Państwo, przejdziemy teraz do nominowanych.
Now let us move on to the candidates for the main award.
Od razu tutaj przedstawicieli gmin z miejsca
So,
od 10 do 4.
I would like to invite all the representatives of municipalities ranking from 10 to 4. Wojaszówka Municipality,
Wolszówki zapraszamy na scenę, miejsce
Wojaszówka, then Pabianice Municipality from Łódź region,
miejsce 8. Siemianowice Śląskie, pan Adam
Siemianowice Śląskie, Adam Skowronek from the Silesian region, then 7 Łódzkie region, Łęczyca Municipality, Rzeszów, Mayor Konrad Fiołek from the Subcarpathian region, 5 Lubartów, Lublin region, and 4 the city of Gdynia, the Pomeranian region.
Zapraszamy Państwa. Niektórzy przedstawiciele samorządów są online.
Some representatives of local self-governments are with us online, and those who aren't, we thank you very much for coming and congratulations.
Prosimy jeszcze o zdjęcie.
A family photo?
Raz jeszcze gratulujemy.
Congratulations once again.
Drodzy Państwo, i przejdziemy teraz do nagród głównych.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us move on to the The main awards, Sopot, the city of Sopot from the Pomeranian region came third in our competition. Mr. Skwierawski, Vice President of Sopot, is with us online, and the second award goes to Potęgowo municipality, the Pomeranian region. We have the head of the municipality with us, and here the award is a bench. A bench sponsored by ML System.
Gratulujemy.
Congratulations.
Drodzy Państwo, i ostatnia już nagroda.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Gmina Przywic, województwo pomorskie.
Przywic municipality from Pomeranian region came first in our competition, and the main award is a public transport stop, bus stop. Again, the sponsor is ML System.
Gratulujemy.
Congratulations.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję kapitule. Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję.
I would like to thank the chapter of the competition. I would like to thank the coordinator of the competition, Dr. Sławomir Stec. I would like to thank all the local self-governments who took part in this year's edition. And let me announce that this year's edition open. We need to select the next year's most innovative municipality. Ladies and gentlemen, we're closing this part of our session. We're moving on to the part focused on energy. And I would like to invite Mr. Piotr Naimski to give the keynote speech of the conference.
Dzień dobry.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you for the invitation to the conference. Rector,
Wszyscy Państwo, którzy pełnicie funkcje zarządcze,
the members of the academia,
dowództwa,
representatives of local governments, but also ministers, representatives of companies.
szczególnie gorąco
And
jest
I'd like to say,
mi, kiedy widzę
well,
Eda Garisza.
let me put it like that. I am so glad to see Theodore Garish sitting here with us in the room.
Że pogratuluję Tedowi tej
So congratulations, Theodore, on your awards that you have received today.
Poznaliśmy się w
We met
2016
in
roku,
2016
kiedy to
when
Garish pracował
Ted
z
Garish
sekretarzem
worked
energii
with Mr. Perry at the Department of Energy for the US government, and that's when we started our strategic dialogue between the US and Poland. So first there was a meeting, there was a decision by President Duda and President Trump,
Miarą tego znaczenia,
and
jakie przywiązujemy do
in
tego,
order to show how significant this dialogue is for us,
że
I'd like to say that today this dialogue is continued
i kontynuowany jest
and
z nowym amerykańskim
it is also continued with the new American government. Next
przyjedzie
week,
do Warszawy pani sekretarz
Madam Secretary for Energy of the US government is visiting Warsaw, and there will be a formal session of the Polish-American Strategic Energy Dialogue.
To oznacza,
It
że ta
means
relacja
that
pomiędzy naszymi
our relation, the relation between our
wykracza
countries
poza
exceeds
jeden rząd.
the limits of a single government. It is not about one administration only. It is more than that. And I hope we can be optimistic also on our Polish side. Namely, I hope this initiative will be sustainable and it will be supported regardless who will be in power in 4, 8 or 16 years in Poland.
Mamy mówić dzisiaj o bezpieczeństwie
Today, we are
energetycznym.
supposed to talk about energy security. It is not the first meeting like that. It is not the first conference like that. Energy security, which is security of supplies of energy in the form of heat, in the form of electricity. Well,
Te bezpieczeństwo
as for the security of supplies, the situation has been changing. The security was provided by various media, various ways. We started from wood, then there was coal,
była ropa naftowa,
then there was oil and gas,
energia nuklearna,
nuclear energy,
w końcu
then
wiatr, słońce.
wind and solar energy.
Te zmiany
These changes have been
na
taking
skutek różnych
place
zdarzeń.
due to various events.
Czasem
Sometimes
było to po prostu
it was
odkryciem,
just
że ten czarny kamień można
a
spalić.
realization
Będzie to
that this
dużo
black
lepsze
stone
źródło
can be
ciepła
burned and it is a very
niż
good
spalanie
source of
węgla.
heat,
My spalamy
much better
drewna.
than wood, much more efficient
Czasem
than
było to
wood.
odkrycie.
Sometimes
Dzisiaj
it was a
jesteśmy tu w
discovery
Rzeszowie.
like that. Today we
Wręczane
are
są
meeting in Rzeszów.
nagrody imienia
There has been
Łukasiewicza.
the Łukasiewicz Award
To Łukasiewicz
ceremony, and it was
faktycznie
Ignacy
rzecz biorąc
Łukasiewicz who
Wprowadził do
introduced
użycia ropę naftową
oil
jako źródło energii.
as an energy source. He put it to
Czasem
use.
jest to wojna, która
Sometimes
przyspiesza
there is a
rozwój
war
technologii.
which accelerates development
stało
of
z energią
technologies. That's what
nuklearną.
happened with nuclear energy.
A czasem są to
Sometimes
decyzje
these are
polityczne,
decisions which are political decisions,
regulacyjne, jak czasem
regulatory
mówimy, czy
decisions, or
administracyjne.
administrative decisions.
I z takimi mamy do czynienia w dzisiejszych czasach,
That's what is happening nowadays
Kiedy
when
mówimy o
we talk
transformacji energetycznej w kierunku
about
odnawialnych źródeł
energy
energii.
transition and moving towards renewable energy sources,
Szczególnie
especially
ten etap,
this stage,
kiedy z
the
poziomu
stage when
politycznego,
from the political
z
level,
poziomu
from the
regulacyjnego
regulatory level,
wpływamy na to, w jaki
we can
sposób
make an impact
energia
on
jest
how
produkowana
energy is
i
generated
w jaki sposób jest
and
dostarczana.
how it is supplied.
Wymaga ten proces
This
uwagi,
process requires a
wymaga
lot of attention
odpowiedzialności.
and responsibility.
Wymaga tego,
It
byśmy potrafili
requires
zachować
Our
równowagę
ability to strike a
pomiędzy
balance,
tym,
the
co
balance between
jest zdecydowane na tych
what is
poziomach
decided
politycznych,
at political level
a tym, co
and
jest
what
zwykłą, codzienną
is
koniecznością,
an everyday
a także
necessity,
obowiązkiem.
but also obligation.
Dlatego, że
Because
podejmując decyzję
when
o
we make a decision
transformacji energetycznej w
about
szerokim
energy
sensie
transition
rozumianej,
in a broad sense of the phrase,
zmianach
so
technologicznych,
it
zmianach
entails
surowców,
technological changes, raw
musimy
materials
pamiętać, że
changes.
odpowiedzialnością
And
tych
then we
samych
have to
polityków, tych samych
remember
rządów,
that it is also the
tej samej
responsibility
administracji
of
czy
the
regulatorów
politicians, of the governments, of the
jest
regulators.
zapewnienie
It is their responsibility
bezpiecznych
to
dostaw
provide
prądu elektrycznego i ciepła
secure
dla wszystkich
supplies
odbiorców.
of electrical power and heat for all the recipients.
Rewolucje zarządzane politycznie
The revolutions which are managed by
jest
politicians
niebezpieczna.
are dangerous.
Wymaga pewnej regulacji.
They require
Wymaga
a certain
to
regulation.
Relacji
They require a certain
tymi, którzy
relation
decydują,
as well
a tymi,
between
których
decision
to
makers
dotyczyło,
and
czyli
the
dotyczy.
final users or recipients.
Mówię to,
I'm saying that
dlatego,
because
że szczególnie w naszym kraju, w Polsce,
especially in our country, in
mamy
Poland,
okres bardzo trudny przed
we are
sobą.
now facing a very difficult
Odchodzimy od
period.
węgla.
We are leaving coal
Odchodzimy od
behind.
węgla i to jest
We are
decyzja
leaving coal
polityczna,
behind, and it
administracyjna.
is a political and administrative
Zatem
decision.
musimy
So,
także i na poziomie
we
polityczno-administracyjnym
Also have to
uświadamiać sobie, że
be
ten
aware at a
węgiel,
political
którego się
administrative
pozbywamy,
level that
musi
the
być
coal we
czymś
are getting
zastąpiony.
rid of has to be replaced
On
with
musi
something.
być
The
zastąpiony tym, co
coal
jest dostępne,
has to be
nie tym, co
replaced with
jest
something which is
wyimaginowane.
available, not with
Co jest
something
przyszłością,
imaginary, not
być może
something
bardzo dobrą
which might
przyszłością,
be a great
ale na razie jeszcze
solution
nie ma.
for the future. We need a good
W związku z
solution
tym w
now.
perspektywie
So
tej, o której możemy myśleć, podejmując decyzje,
when we make decisions, we
Będzie
have
to
a
gaz,
certain time perspective,
będzie to
and for this time
energetyka
perspective it will be gas,
Będą to
nuclear
odnawialne źródła, te,
energy,
które
renewable
znamy,
energy sources
czyli
that we
słońce,
know, which is solar energy
wiatr.
and wind energy.
ale równowaga między tymi
But the balance
technologiami
between these technologies
jest równie ważna,
is as
zróżnicowanie
important
między nimi.
as diversity of these technologies.
Różnicowanie technologii
Diversity
tak
of
samo
technologies
ważne
is
jak
as
kierunków
important
dostaw
as
surowców energetycznych.
diversity of directions of supplies of energy raw materials.
Naprawdę trzeba
And
pamiętać.
we need to bear it in mind.
Jesteśmy na etapie,
We are at the stage in Poland
kiedy
when
w przyszłym roku będziemy
next
mogli
year
powiedzieć, że
we'll be able to
strategia
say that the strategy
różnicowania dostaw
of
gazu
differentiating supplies of natural gas for the Polish
zostanie
economy
zrealizowana.
will be implemented.
Oddamy do użytku Baltic Pipe, do gazu
The
ziemnego.
Baltic pipe will be ready, the pipe from Norway. We are developing the gas ports. So I'm not going to give you too many details today, but I can say that by the end of next year, like in 12 or 13 months,
Będziemy mieli sytuację,
we will have a situation when
bezpieczne dostawy gazu do Polski
safe
będą zapewnione i one będą
gas
zapewnione
supplies will be
długo.
provided for Poland in the long run,
Zarówno co do kierunku,
both
jak i ilości.
the directions and amounts. So we are not worried about that.
Jednakże
Yet,
dostawy surowca to jeszcze nie wszystko.
raw material supplies, well, that's just the first step, because we need power plants, the right number to replace the coal-fired plants.
A wszystko to razem jest
And
w kontekście, który chciałbym
there is
Państwu
also the
powiedzieć.
context I need to
Mało
present.
kto wie,
Very few people know
że
in the public
cena
arena
energii
that the wholesale price of energy in Poland is the lowest in Europe for several weeks now.
jest najniższa w
The
Europie
lowest in Europe.
i
And
jest to wynikiem
it
najprawdopodobniej
is caused, I guess, because we've been analyzing that now, because we want to have a precise number. What are the reasons for this phenomenon? But now we can just assume that it is caused by the fluctuation
cenowym
at the price market in the prices of raw materials.
węgiel w
Coal
Amsterdamie
in
jest w tej
Amsterdam
chwili droższy niż
is more expensive there than the coal in Poland. Gas in Europe reached the price, which is 500, 600 dollars for 1,000 cubic meters, which means that
polska energetyka
the Polish energy sector, which is still based on coal in a vast majority, turns out extremely
jest ta cena.
competitive because we have competitive
Ale czym to
prices.
jest wynikiem?
But again,
Przy okazji
why?
naszej
How did it
dyskusji o
happen?
bezpieczeństwie energetycznym,
So when we talk about energy security, I would like to highlight that. Namely,
impulsem prawdopodobnym
I guess the impulse for that are manipulations by the Russian Federation in the European markets. What does it mean for us? It means that political decisions pertaining to more, less gas flowing to Europe, these decisions are made in Moscow, and they can have a significant impact on the economy of Europe simply, which means that supplies of gas may be a political tool, and it is also an element of security. We want to avoid that impact. So it should be our goal to be independent in terms of production of energy. I'm talking about production of energy. As for raw materials, well, as for production of energy, in the Polish strategy we assume that the amount of energy generated in the territory of Poland needs to be tantamount with the demand. It doesn't mean we will not send energy via borders, this way or that way. There is export of energy from Poland recently anyway. But it simply means that we have to keep the balance I've referred to, the balance between technologies and the balance in investments that we are running, that this balance must really be kept. Today and tomorrow, we are going to talk about specific aspects of energy security. I'd like to emphasize 3 of them, because it is good to talk about energy security in a very specific way, as specific as possible. So we are going to talk about costs, we are going to talk about security of the grid, so cybersecurity here, and we also have our partners and colleagues from NATO, so we are going to talk about the strategic aspect, so hard security, so to say. And I'd like to say thank you to the organizers. It is the right place, the Technical University of Rzeszów, to hold conversations about that. Thank you.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy.
Sir, thank you very much. And now is the time for our second keynote speaker, Theodore J. Garish.
Well, thank you again, and thank you for this wonderful honor that you have bestowed upon me today at your conference. Let me say that I believe that Poland is on the right track for energy security, and let me give you some analysis as to what makes, I believe, good energy security, and tell you what I think it takes to do this right. And I think it all begins with leadership and vision. And Poland has it, its people and its ideas. Poland has great leadership and determination, as evidenced by your Secretary of State for Infrastructure, Niemski, and your Minister of Climate, Kritika. They know what is right for energy security and good for Poland, and best of all, they tenaciously stick with their ideas. So, and I appreciate the insights from Minister Niemski in his keynote. So what are the pillars for good energy security? That is really the subject of our discussion today. Obviously, the best solution is to have all homegrown energy, but that may not be possible in all cases, because we can't necessarily have all of our energy in our own country. There are many energy policies that can be taken to improve energy security. Good policy begins with all technologies and all sources. There is strength in diversity, and I believe Minister Niemski mentioned that. That means oil, gas, coal, nuclear, and renewables, which is often referred to as all of the above. Every country needs a diversity of supply of sources and transportation routes to obtain it. And if energy is imported from outside the country, free markets and competition are essential. Diversity is important, but having strong baseload power, I believe, is essential. And for baseload, Poland has had the foresight to see the importance of nuclear as an essential element in its plan for baseload power and meeting its climate goals. Nuclear is the major baseload source besides nuclear, which can be relied on in all temperature scenarios. When it is hot, when the air conditioning is peaking, when the freezing temperatures are straining the electrical grid, and of course, when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow. Renewables are important too for their zero carbon footprint, but their downside is their intermittency. In the United States, nuclear can be relied on for over 90% of the time, which is referred to as our capacity factor, whereas wind is more in the range of 40% and solar between 5 and 10%. Potentially, with energy storage systems, these numbers can be improved, but they still fall short of nuclear as a reliable energy source. This means, as important as renewables are, real security with a zero carbon footprint is the best available with nuclear technology. One aspect of nuclear is confirmed by the statistics of the International Energy Agency in Paris. IEA states unequivocally that the world will not meet its climate goals without nuclear. Nuclear contributes the single most important portion of reliable baseload power to the climate issue. And statistics further show that continuing the lifespan of nuclear plants produces the lowest cost electricity available and contributes to reliability and energy security. Experience in the United States emphasizes how nuclear is the most reliable energy source of power. Let's look at the facts. When the weather becomes brutally cold, other forms of energy have limitations. With natural gas, pipeline capacity becomes limited when demand exceeds transmission capability. With coal piles can be frozen. With renewables, the sun and wind don't always fill the gap. Experience has shown that nuclear remains one of the best choices for reliable baseload energy, and technology is continuing to prove. Having a sufficient portion of your energy sector relying on nuclear will provide Poland with true energy security. But before I conclude, I wanted to take a minute beyond nuclear and discuss one important ingredient for all forms of energy, and that is innovation. Innovation continues to be one of the keys for energy security in the future, and I wanted to mention innovation especially at this university-based conference. I can tell you from experience that innovation has been important in the United States. In the U.S., we were on a long slide to total dependence of our oil supply when our national labs developed the concept of horizontal drilling and natural gas and fracking. Based on that research, an entrepreneur took the idea, invested free market capital, and made the revolution that we have today. In the U.S., in 2020, the U.S. was a net energy exporter. This happened through innovation and free markets. And the lesson is clear. The key to energy security is innovation. And here we are in a university environment, and who better to bring us energy security through innovation? Let me outline some of the places where universities and national labs can contribute to energy security and be a benefit to Poland. Of course, you can develop additional nuclear in Poland through advanced technologies. But beyond nuclear, innovation is essential in carbon capture, utilization, and storage to allow the use of your indigenous coal. Energy storage, including advanced battery technology to reduce intermittency with renewables, is important. Advanced hydrogen production, storage, and usage are also very important areas for innovation. And cyber protection for all infrastructure energy. These are just a few of the ideas where innovation is important. The possibilities for innovation are unlimited, and these are all essential contributions to energy independence. And that, it begins right here at the university and in your laboratories. So as I conclude, let me say that the best energy security is the ingenuity of our people. And Poland is endowed with great ingenuity, and I'm confident it will be safe and secure in its energy future and in all ways going forward. I thank you for the opportunity to present my thoughts today, and I especially appreciate the honor that you have bestowed on me with this award. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best of luck as you continue down your path to energy security. Thank you.
Dziękujemy panie ministrze. Zapraszamy.
Sir, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, so we're opening the first plenary panel, Nuclear Energy as an Element of Energy Transformation. Piotr Naimski, the Government Plenipotentiary for Strategic Energy Infrastructure. Leszek Jasień, PhD, Director of the International Cooperation Department, Polish Power Grid. Artur Kopijkowski, Gorzów, PhD, Director for Energy Analysis, PSE, and Karol Wawrzyniak, the head of Interdisciplinary Team for Energy Analysis of the National Center for Nuclear Research, and Mr. Wojciech Jakubik, the moderator. Mr. Jakubik is the chief editor of businessalert.pl.
Przepraszam bardzo, już jestem z Państwem. Dzień dobry, Wojciech Jakubik. Witam naszych panelistów. Będziemy rozmawiać o energetyce jądrowej przede wszystkim i panel będzie formą wykładu. Powiedzmy bardziej, że będzie to wykład kilku wspaniałych prelegentów, którzy już przedstawieni, ale będę pilnował, żeby wszystko się udało. Żeby panowie też do tego nie mówili, ale z tym problemu nie będzie, bo panowie bardzo konkretnie opowiedzą o modelu finansowania energetyki jądrowej. Bardzo ważny temat, niezbędny z punktu widzenia projektu jądrowego, bo bez finansowania się po prostu nie złoży. Pewien pomysł jest i zostanie on bardzo szczegółowo opowiedziany przez naszych, omówiony przez naszych prelegentów. Zaczęlibyśmy od pana doktora Piotra Naimskiego, pełnomocnika rządu do spraw strategicznej infrastruktury energetycznej. Mam tutaj wskaźnik do prezentacji. Czy pan minister woli sam?
Ten wskaźnik się przyda, ale tak. O,
proszę.
Przekażemy go.
Dziękuję. Tak. Proszę bardzo.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo dziękujemy. Myślę, że zbiorowo dziękujemy za tę możliwość przedstawienia Państwu podczas tej konferencji rzeszowskiej wyniku prac, czy analiz, które były przeprowadzone przez Narodowe Centrum Analiz Energetycznych. To jest platforma, tak to określę, która jest tworzona przez Narodowe Centrum Badań Jądrowych i Polskie Sieci Elektroenergetyczne. Celem tej analizy było sprawdzenie, jakie są rzeczywiste, całkowite koszty produkcji energii elektrycznej w różnych zestawieniach technologicznych. I wynik tej pracy został opublikowany. Idea, sam pomysł zrodził się w głowach dwóch naszych kolegów, Artura Juchniewicza, który wtedy pracował w moim biurze, w kancelarii premiera, a teraz jest w polskich sieciach elektroenergetycznych, i Krzysztofa Rogali, który jest niezależnym, można powiedzieć, ekspertem od strony finansowej. Przede wszystkim. Koledzy z NCBJ-u, ja przypomnę nazwiska autorów, bo to może na początku warto. Są panowie Wojciech Jaworski, Michał Kłos, Krzysztof Królikowski, to są koledzy z NCBJ-u, dwaj wymienieni przeze mnie, i profesor Jesień, który tutaj z nami dzisiaj jest. Ja nie będę wchodził w szczegóły, powiem tylko tyle. Koszt całkowity, koledzy to przedstawią bardziej szczegółowo. Koszt całkowity, to znaczy nie tylko ten koszt, który jest ponoszony przez tego, kto buduje elektrownię, kto buduje farmę wiatrową, a tylko ten koszt, który ponosi cała gospodarka, ponosimy my wszyscy, obywatele, którzy tej energii używamy w różnych formach, na różne sposoby. Taryfy, dopłaty, trzeba zbudować sieci energetyczne, które tę energię wyprowadzą, trzeba zbudować elektrownie, które będą działały wtedy, kiedy nie będzie wiatru i słońca, no i tak dalej, i tak dalej. I ten proces jest skomplikowany, wymaga dużych zdolności, powiem tak już na poziomie technicznym, obliczeniowych, modelu, który pozwala to liczyć. I koledzy razem współpracując, tutaj główną rolę odgrywał NCBJ, potrafili to zrobić. I to jest tyle z mojej strony. Ja oddaję wam głos po kolei, tak jak uważacie, że to jest najlepsze.
A ja spróbuję zasugerować.
A panu redaktorowi, bardzo przepraszamy pana redaktora, dlatego że w tym momencie w zasadzie pan redaktor będzie nas pilnował, żebyśmy za długo nie mówili.
A na koniec coś może jeszcze tak powiem, na pewno trzymam kciuki za sukces projektu jądrowego i też w ten sposób się nieco wtrącę, że zasugeruję, żeby teraz pan profesor Leszek Jesień, dyrektor Departamentu Współpracy
who is the director of the International Cooperation Department of the Polish Power Grid, continue. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll have a couple of slides just to illustrate the case.
Teoretycznie powinniśmy mieć wpływ na prezentację,
Let us hope
ale coś z bezpieczeństwem energetycznym pilota się dzieje.
Za chwilę nam pomogą technicy wspaniali ukryć na zapleczu, pomogli już z mikrofonami.
Działa.
Jest, bardzo dobrze.
We don't have any interruptions here.
Muszę mówić, żeby się przerzucało. Chyba muszę mówić, ale to będziemy mówili, żeby pokazać Państwu nasz sposób myślenia i jego wyniki.
I will be explaining our train of thoughts and our results.
Kilku bardzo prostych konstatacji,
Let us start with
które są niezbędnie potrzebne do tego, żeby pokazać, jak złożona jest to materia. Ona wymaga troszeczkę uwagi.
This is a very complex matter, and as Mr. Naimski was saying in his introductory
Jeśli Państwo popatrzymy wszyscy na mapę, ona jest bardzo znana, to jest mapa sieci przesyłowych w Polsce. Ona już nie jest tak skrzywiona czy zdeformowana, jak miała jeszcze miejsce 5-7 lat temu, ale ma naturalną cechę, którą znamy przez miejsca generacji i miejsca najbardziej intensywnego odbioru w Polsce, na południu.
The south of Poland seems to be the area of the most intensive power generation and
między innymi ze względu na drugą część tego
This,
slajdu,
the grid will be developed. In the second part of this slide, you will see the prospects for the renewable energy sources. So you can see that the northwest of Poland is coming up when it comes to offshore and onshore wind energy generation, and then PV energy sources are growing in importance. So we'll have to collect and capture that energy, so we'll have the cost of transmission of the energy across the country. So let us dwell on this slide a bit. Let us try and think about the grid in the 10, 20, and perhaps 30-year perspective. And let us plan the future energy generation sources and their location.
Pomysłem jest to, żeby wytwarzać dużo energii elektrycznej na Bałtyku.
Well, so I think the most viable and the feasible concept is to generate offshore energy from the Baltic. In the north, we do not have any solid base for receiving the energy coming from the offshore and onshore systems. And when building the nuclear power will most likely start with the north, so that is going to determine the necessary investment that we need to have. Let us move on to the next slide. And if possible, because that is going to show us the next premise that we need to analyze on the next concept. I think we will just try to make his presentation as lively as possible, so we'll be changing roles.
Przez kolejny slajd, który tak naprawdę jest uzasadnieniem tego,
So
co
this
powiedział
slide actually supports what
nie wiem, czy to dobrze widać.
the previous panelists have already said. So we have two graphs on this slide. On the first graph we have the shutdowns in Poland, and then on the right side we have investment into new energy generation units in the next 10 years or so. So for this reason we need to next generation technologies. Moving away from coal is unavoidable.
Nawet na tym slajdzie widać w kontekście odstawień bloków, bloków węglowych, głównie bloków wysłużonych,
shows
daje nam
potential shutdowns of all the energy power generation units, which are old and outdated. We need to look for technologies which on one hand will replace the existing power generation source and capacities. On the other hand,
Przed chwilą, Leszku, powiedziałeś o tym, że mamy
well for what is coming.
Tak naprawdę w ten slajd jest wpleciony pierwszy koszt,
so actually this slide involves the first cost, which is the cost of fixed assets, of the infrastructure. And then there will be other costs. In the next slides we'll be talking about cost and how we calculate the cost of the project.
Punktu optymalizacji przy danych warunkach, które mamy w kraju.
So we have certain
I oczywiście przy tym, co jest z naszej perspektywy, a tak naprawdę z naszych wszystkich perspektyw, kwestia najważniejsza, czyli bezpieczeństwo. I dlaczego
safety and security. So we'll be explaining our approach and our idea for the model.
Zaraz poczekajmy.
Do skutku musimy próbować. W końcu się uda. Tam za kulisami trwa walka ze slajdem.
So we're trying to move on to the next slide.
Na następnym
Well, on the next slide that we
bardzo
cannot
banalny slajd,
have
ale on ma bardzo daleko idącą konsekwencję.
displayed for some reason. Just you need to close your eyes and imagine the next slide.
Rozkładem jest
Oh, here we are.
mocy osiągalnej, którą możemy sobie wyobrazić w polskim systemie. Slajd jest wzięty takich prognoz rozmaite instytuty produkują bardzo wiele. Ten slajd jest zaaprobowany przez nasz rząd, to jest wzięty
because it comes from the strategy from the Polish energy policy 2040.
Porządne instytuty analityczne zakładają, że tak będzie wyglądał nasz miks energetyczny w ciągu najbliższych 10-leci.
They assume that this is going to be our energy mix for the next 2 decades. So coal generation is going down. Then the renewable energy sources, offshore, onshore,
gdzieś w latach 30. zakładamy, że pojawi się energetyka jądrowa.
And then we're looking forward to having nuclear power generation in 2030.
Odwracają się proporcje tego,
But I think that this slide is striking, at least that's how I see it, because we can see the reversal of proportion when it comes
Teraz mamy system bezpieczny w tym sensie, że
our system is secure because this system is operational in the sense that when we need energy, we just start off something and we generate this energy, and we have add-ons to that system, tens and hundreds and thousands of extra megawatts from wind, solar, etc., etc. But this is something that we add on. But if we continue with this graph to 2050, we should have zero emission energy generation. So its key issue is to decide on the base load. So the question is, what is going to be the base load source that is going to will form the foundation of the system? So we're planning for a system that has the minimum layer of the base load, but to have 50 hertz in the grid, and to optimize secure energy transmission, we need to have a certain base load. The more renewable energy sources we have, the more cost we need to the more investment we need to use and transmit the energy. So this concept was contributed by our colleague Artur Juchniewicz. He contributed the concept of a system cost as a segment to calculate the total energy cost at the time. Well, this element is not as necessary as needed right now, because today we're cannibalizing the system, but the more we work on the system and the more we increase the share of renewable energy sources, the higher the system costs are or will be. And finally, nowadays, one of the most unstable energy systems in Europe, or perhaps globally, German system, has the cost of balancing. They have this cost of in excess of 1 billion euro just to balance their energy system with major contribution of renewable energy sources in that energy mix. So we have that demand for energy, but this is not one parameter. There are certain technical parameters which are necessary for secure energy supply. So that is stable voltage, etc. So here we have certain units coming from coal combustion, coming from energy production. So we need to make sure that there are no energy drops, etc. So well, everything will, so when we have the rotational mass will have this slow circulation, a slow rotation, but then we have to introduce artificial inertia to slow down the rotation of the mass. Not to be too abstract and not too academic. In May this year, we suffered a breakdown in the system in Bełchatów power unit. 12% of the system just stopped, and the Polish system did not collapse. On top of that, we didn't report any major interruptions in this connected European system. And that was because our system may be old, but it's based on the large mass of the natural inertia. We'll be losing this inertia naturally, in a natural way. And that means that any other system would suffer greatly in such cases. The entire Indo-European system is a synchronic system. All the units jointly work together to the same society. So it's the countries that are pioneering with the renewable energy sources, they can afford it, because there are other countries that haven't done it yet. So that needs to be solved, because the energy from conventional sources, that share will be going down, and that is going to be important from the point of view of this analysis. So perhaps we could move on to the analysis after this introduction. So let us move on to the next slide.
And I will try to discuss that slide. I guess we can see it now. I guess that's the most important introductory slide showing our assumptions. As my colleagues have said, there are three main assumptions. Safe operations of the system, stable operations of the system, the perspective that we need to look for a new technology, and questions that we have asked to ourselves were as follows. For the next 60 years, we want to have 6 gigabytes of provided electrical energy. Why 6? It is just... I didn't expect such a question. I'm quite surprised. All right. All right, I can answer that. It is 1/4 of a daily demand. Hence, it was such a sample which allowed us to estimate the costs in this study. It is scalable, obviously. If it is 25%, it can be scalable. 6 gigawatts, so it is not out of nowhere, it is not out of the blue, because in parallel in the strategy we have 6 gigawatts of stable sources. I'm not naming them now. I guess gas sources. Well, different ones. For the benefit of this exercise that was conducted, we assumed 7 different strategies, selection of technologies which are available in the market, and our investors and we are thinking about the implementation. There were 3 strategies which were zero emission, 4 low emission strategies. I will tell you more about them in a moment. And let me repeat the main assumption. 100% of energy must be balanced. So if we are talking about energy security of our country, as the minister was saying at the beginning, okay, there is no input and experts. We only focus on our country. It was the assumption. And what are we looking for? We are looking for the lowest costs. So we are looking for the lowest cost, not from the perspective of the investor, not from the perspective of just investment outlays, but the system-wide cost. And we'll discuss it in more detail later. One sentence, if I may cut in. Why did we assume that there will be no experts, no inputs? I know it is an artificial assumption, Because if you want to have 100% of security and something fails, you can always input, or a neighbor can export. If they are in need, it is the foundation of combined energy systems in Europe. We assumed that because we wanted to have 100% of energy security in our country, at least in a small segment of the whole system. This assumption is absolutely necessary in order to make us aware that if there is no wind, there is no wind in a bigger territory than just Poland, so you can't turn to your neighbor. If there is no wind in Poland, there may be no wind in Germany. And this phenomenon is widespread. It is quite important. So we have to imagine that, especially if we are reaching a deep saturation with renewable energy sources, because then the same phenomena happening in the region, well, it may be frequent. What happened in California last year was a perfect example. It was impossible to find power in Oregon or in Nevada. If I may supplement a few words about the assumptions for modeling, because it was my team, my department, so modeling is close to my heart. We were trying to do it as follows. Parameters are an element which is of utmost importance. So, what are your parameters for CO2, for costs? The parameters, we don't want to make them easy to undermine, so we took them from public reports of Nuclear Energy Agency and International Energy Agency, the European Commission, and CO, it is Association of Transmission Grid Operators, which is trying to be as objective as possible, IRENA, or Renewable Energy Agency. So we took parameters from these reports. There are references, sources mentioned in our study, and here the study is for 60 years. Why? Because it is like for a lifetime or longest lifetime of nuclear technology. What about other technologies? They have shorter duration, so efficiency of energy technologies change in time. Photovoltaic, wind, it changes in time, so these technologies have to be studied a few times. If photovoltaics, if 20 years, there will be the next iteration with higher efficiency after that period. If the duration is not full, there is just a fragment of costs which is covered in the last period. So let me add one more thing. It needs to be mentioned in the context of technology and methodology, because you will see in its slides if we discuss the two strategies. I guess these are the most important strategies from your perspective. We assume for every strategy that there is a backup or reserve, however we call it, because, once again, let me say the following. 6 gigawatts must be guaranteed. The technologies and strategies that we have assumed must provide us the 6 gigawatts, whatever happens. So you will see some mix of technologies. Okay, so one more thing about parameters. It is about technologies which are at the pilot stage now. As Minister has said, we need to make decisions here and now. And there are cool technologies. I guess they will be great in the future. They will be an important element of the mix, but now they are at the pilot stage, like hydrogen, CCS technologies, DAC, CO2 direct capture from air, or thermonuclear fusion. We would love the technology, it would be great, but, well, there is a joke among experts that fusion is a prospect of 40 years, and it will be always like that. I don't know whether it is true or just a joke, but, well, we can't use any parameters for future technologies. We have to work with the here and now. All right, the next slide now. The next slide will show you what strategies were researched or what mixes of strategies were studied. As Artur has said, there are 7 combinations that we have. They were selected due to various interdependencies and needs. The main need is lowering greenhouse gases emissions or the elimination to the 0 level. And here you have the top bar, the gray one, combinations where we have the generation source, which is 0 emission source, and with gas, which is emitting CO2, and methane is also a greenhouse gas, but the lower, lighter bar is 0 emission. And we're thinking about combinations where we have wind generation in combination with PV. Wind generation is onshore and offshore. Wind generation supported by gas, which is our safeguard if there is no sun, no wind. All right, the slide will be back in a second, so I hope the slide will be back very soon. And Professor is making a great introduction because we can see that even without the slide, because your explanations are very clear. All right, so that is the combination of wind technologies, photovoltaic technologies with gas, and photovoltaics and wind with batteries instead of gas, and they give us a possibility to store energy in a chemical form, and they are our safeguard if there is no sun, no wind. And there are 2 combinations of nuclear technologies, emission technology, paradoxically, but highly interesting. Every unit, as Mr. Garish was saying, every unit sometimes needs to be shut down, but if we want it to be present for 100% time, for 5 or 10% of their lifetime, they need to be replaced by something. It may be replaced by cheap gas, for example, but then there is emission from that gas, which is a replacement for nuclear units, or it may be replaced by another surplus nuclear unit. This surplus of generation is a cost we have to bear if we want to study costs of such a solution. Such a solution which gives us the guarantee of generating the baseload. There is an additional nuclear unit in the 0 emission version, and this unit operates to cover time when other units do not work. Can I ask, is it about more gigawatts of nuclear energy? No. This band of 6 gigawatts is assumed in the study as the one which operates and provides energy all the time. So starting on the 1st of January, ending on the 31st of December. We have a slide on the strategy with more specific information. Short remarks to the previous slide. I was looking at this graph of the mix and I had a question. There is nuclear energy, but what about alternatives? How expensive are they? Because nuclear energy is to provide us with balance and security, but what about alternatives? How expensive are they? That's what we are trying to answer. There are 6 alternatives, and 2 are based on the nuclear power. One is backed up by the nuclear energy. And Artur Kopikowski will tell you more about that, but in other alternatives, it is gas. And as for methodology of our study, we have one basket. So wind plus gas. Wind is the leading technology, onshore or offshore, and wind needs a backup because we need energy security. So there is gas, which is the backup. And here there is a tool which optimizes the level of power, which needs to be in these technologies with certain assumptions. What are the assumptions? We have certain low periods. So we have wind technology, it will generate energy if there is wind. The same is true for photovoltaics. So in which hours and what is the level of energy which is generated? So the study is divided into hours and ENSO climate years. It is database for previous years to carry out analyses for the future. So sunlight level, windiness level, so optimizer knows, selecting the right levels of power in individual technologies, how the technologies will behave in individual hours, and how much gas we need in a given hour to back it up. There are other technologies, there are other baskets, obviously. Here, just an example of the basket. So look to the right, that's significant for me. Leading technologies at x-axis, so we start from 0, and there is increase plus 1 gigawatt, plus 1 gigawatt, that's the level of the wind, which is growing. So there are growing investment costs, there are growing fixed costs, but what goes down is backup costs. There must be gas, but it will be used more and more rarely, because wind is going to generate more and more energy. So there is one curve, or actually straight line, growing line, increasing line. It is the investment line, and then there is a curve decreasing, going down. It is about changeable costs, which will go down when the leading technology has a growing volume. And the black line shows you a total cost, so it is the sum of lower lines. So we are looking for a minimum. The algorithm is trying to do that. The minimum is the optimum level of the volume of these technologies for this specific basket, which is wind plus gas. And the economically optimal, yes, precisely, from the perspective of costs. And the optimizer is looking for values like more than 10 gigawatts of wind onshore, backed up by two kinds of gas in a simple cycle, and gas vapor technology. Why two kinds? Because gas vapor is more expensive but more efficient. So there are many hours where wind doesn't blow, and then you can cover it with gas in gas and vapor technology. But then there are still hours where it doesn't make sense to build more technology like that. We use then less efficient but cheaper technology, because if we think about costs, they are simply low, and these hours are not such numerous. So we have two gas technologies. If there is wind with various profiles, onshore, offshore, I guess there would be two wind technologies here, and the optimizer will select an onshore technology because it has lower coefficients of efficiency, but it is significantly cheaper. And on the basis of this cost analysis, it pays off. It doesn't mean, however, that for other reasons it is not preferred to use offshore technology. That's possible, because that is not in my backyard effect. People don't want to have windmills onshore, and then there is an alternative which is acceptable. So that's all as for methodology. All right, let us move on to the next item, perhaps next slide as well. Let me just chip in. It is just a sample of certain results of the report. You will see the summary in a moment. For every strategy we are discussing, for the 7 strategies, we have calculations like that. The same optimization was carried out from the cost perspective, and here you had a great question, actually, because here in this slide it is shown very precisely. There are 6 units of nuclear energy. They must be shut down. When there are shutdowns, we need a backup, and we need 6 gigawatts throughout the whole period. And it is the strategy that you, Leszek, referred to. Low emission, backed up by gas, costs to the left. Karol focused on the methodology, but what also matters for the whole calculation is the left side, which is the table with specific costs. It is simplified here, because in the study it was even more precise. But what was important to us? Well, because when we are discussing this slide and focusing on the study, we wanted to show what is essential. It was mentioned by the minister at the very beginning, namely we were trying to take into account all the costs, because the results that you will see in a moment are not as unambiguous as they may seem. Perhaps one more thing. Going back to your question, on the basis of the study, we can't say we need 7 reactors. No, it is not a conclusion. It is not a conclusion from this study. So I just wanted to say that 6 gigawatts, that's what we want to have all the time. What do we need to do in order to achieve that? Well, so the conclusion is not that we need 7. No, there will be no press release like that, obviously. Okay, so the last slide perhaps. All right, now we can see it. So, let me sum it up. The results for individual baskets. You can see total cost, the cheapest one to the left, the most expensive to the right. So, it is the cost for 60 years. So, nuclear energy backed up by gas to the left, then nuclear energy backed up by the nuclear energy, the same technology, and then there is wind. Wind, as you can see, as the leading technology is this orange bar at the bottom, sorry, and there is backup technology expense, which is the blue bar at the top, plus system costs, a very slim bar. They are added to every technology, but they are not always very visible. The extreme right is photovoltaic, non-emission, backed up by storage only, or warehousing. Why? Because storage is very expensive now. In order to provide stability for a household, it may be cost efficient in the near future, but for a household, but for a state, for a country, it would be extremely expensive. We can't see large-scale storages which would be like reasonable. So that's one cost here, and the cost of development of electric grid is another important component. So it is extremely expensive here. There is one sentence I need to say here, justifying this bar to the right. It is the study for Poland, for Polish climate conditions, for Polish geographic conditions. In Poland, you have 3 weeks, like December, January, with no sunlight, no wind, no sun, no wind. Photovoltaic will have to be so numerous that it would be extremely expensive to cover the 3 weeks of operations of the system. From the perspective of the system, the mix without any conventional sources or nuclear sources is the most expensive because you need to pay for stability a lot. Very briefly, I would like to sum it up. That's the foundation, I mean, quite good foundation for a discussion about competitiveness of various mixes and various technologies. The whole report has been published. It is available now. You will see that in the next slide. Yes, you will have the address, the link to the report. Let's go back. Yes, all right. It's been published, so everyone, I mean all the stakeholders, everyone who is interested in it, so be it decision makers, recipients, scientists, experts, everyone may read it and send their feedback, because the pandemic time, actually due to the pandemic, we have a specific situation because it was published last year, last December, like in the middle of the pandemic. And then the report is there. It can be discussed, but it is more difficult simply. So many thanks to the Technical University of Rzeszów for giving us this possibility to present the data and the information. But in practice, well, in practice it simply means that there is no reasonable or economically reasonable competition to the nuclear energy generation if we think about security of energy supplies. Well, As simple as that. That's the conclusion of our report. So, as simple as that. I just wanted to say it out loud. All right, many thanks. Yes, I want to add something from me. I would like to see nuclear power plants and nuclear energy in Poland. We should have had it a long time ago. It is very precious what you have said, because it is a valid argument for building the nuclear energy plant. As a humble consumer or recipient of such bits of information, I can say the following thing. Now we are facing a very important time, because we are still waiting for 2022. If it is to be successful and cost systems are to be very low, according to the strategy, the nuclear energy needs to be built, the nuclear power plants. Well, simply decisions need to be made. But there is an ongoing debate about the nuclear energy. This discussion is not concluded, so, well, perhaps one more thing. When we started our work on that, it seemed to us that moving away... Oh, sorry, let me rephrase it. We thought that our approach is extremely innovative. I mean, our approach that we need to calculate system-wide costs and total costs. But throughout our works, it turned out that such an approach is applied by our colleagues abroad. So it is not only us. It is not only us. They also realized that things are interdependent, and there were similar studies in the Netherlands, the UK, in the International Energy Agency. So this approach will be more and more widespread. It will become dominant, I guess, and it will definitely have an impact on the decisions, including economic decisions. Many thanks for the discussion, many thanks for the information you provided, so perhaps have a look at the link, and many thanks for our panelists. Applause. Thank you very much for the fruitful debate. One housekeeping information. Participants of the panel should go backstage because you need your mics. Many thanks for the discussion.
Jeżeli można jeszcze sekundkę prosić.
May I just invite all the panelists to remain with us on stage, and we thank you so much again. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much for this panel. Since we finished this panel earlier than expected, we invite you to an unexpected, but I think very welcome coffee break. And we're starting the next session at 11:30 in this V1 theater. Since we're having an online session, an online connection, and we'll be connecting with them around 11:30, we won't be starting that session earlier than 11:30. So we believe that a 25-minute coffee break in the rooms V17 and V18 on the first floor will be most welcome. And our panelists of the hydrogen panel, may you please come early for the setup, and also recipients of the awards, please come to the reception desk to have your awards nicely packed. Thank you, and now is the time for coffee.
789, 789, 78.
Państwa to największa spółka grupy kapitałowej PGNiG. Jako narodowy operator systemu dystrybucyjnego i europejski lider tej branży, przez prawie 200 000 kilometrów gazociągów codziennie dostarczamy gaz do ponad 7 milionów odbiorców. Stale czuwamy nad bezpieczeństwem i ciągłością jego dostaw. Chcemy, by z błękitnego paliwa korzystało jeszcze więcej mieszkańców Polski. Dlatego realizujemy strategiczny program rozbudowy infrastruktury dystrybucyjnej.
Inwestujemy w tworzenie nowych gazociągów, rozwijamy nowoczesne technologie i podnosimy efektywność podejmowanych działań.
Stawiamy także na gazyfikację wyspową. Dzięki stacjom regazyfikacji skroplonego gazu LNG zapewniamy szybki i bezpieczny dostęp do tego paliwa tam, gdzie go wcześniej nie było. Dzięki naszym działaniom wzrasta liczba odbiorców gazu, a proces przyłączenia do sieci dystrybucyjnej PSG jest łatwiejszy niż kiedykolwiek wcześniej.
Wystarczy zgłosić się do jednego z prawie 200 miejsc obsługi klienta w całym kraju lub skorzystać z internetowego portalu przyłączeniowego.
Polska Spółka Gazownictwa. Dostarczamy paliwo gazowe w sposób ciągły, bezpieczny, z poszanowaniem środowiska naturalnego. Polska Spółka Gazownictwa. Wybieram gaz.
Energy gives power. Telecommunications gives connections. Banking gives stability. Big data gives knowledge. Smart city gives new possibilities. Healthcare gives strength. Insurance gives safety. Administration gives support. Defense gives security. IT gives freedom. ASECO. Technology for business. Solutions for people.
Lange will nicht mehr, doch?
Nee, nur...
Ja. Ja, volgens mij wel. Dus een korte opening.
Hello, good morning. Do you hear me well?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thanks. Yes, absolutely yes.
cieszyły się światem, jaki znamy. Niezbędna jest transformacja energetyczna i my jesteśmy jej częścią. W Centrum Badawczo-Rozwojowym tworzymy innowacje w skali świata. W naszej fabryce produkujemy ogniwa, moduły fotowoltaiczne, systemy mocowań,
Szanowni Państwo, zaczynamy następny.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the next session. Please take your seats. Tytuł tej części to oddziaływanie zmian klimatycznych na bezpieczeństwo transatlantyckie. And I'm giving the floor to Dominik Jankowski from the Polish representation of the NATO in Brussels.
Thank you, Professor Russell. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A true pleasure to moderate an important discussion on the impact of climate change on transatlantic security. This conference, for the first time, is co-sponsored by NATO's Public Diplomacy Division. So today we will have also a participation, high-ranking participation from NATO HQ. In today's panel, I'll have two panelists. First one is David Van Vel, Assistant Secretary General for Emerging Challenges, who is the leading advisor, if I can say so, to Secretary General on emerging security challenges, including energy security and the impact of climate change on security. And we have also with us Minister Adam Giborze-Czetwertyński, who is Deputy Minister of Climate and Environment. Welcome to both panelists. As we are having a short political session, let me open it up with a first question to ASG Van Vel. NATO this year has started a major discussion on the impact of climate change and security, which led to some important decision at the NATO summit in Brussels in June 2021. And I think what is less known is what really NATO has decided to do and what will be the impact of those decisions on security in the transatlantic area. If you could walk us through those elements and explain how energy security bit will be part of that equation, we will be most grateful. David, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dominique. And I did prepare something in order to be comprehensive on this important topic. And once again, thank you for the opportunity of being able to address you here at this very important conference. So since climate change has increasingly significant implications for security, global leaders are taking unprecedented action to decouple our activities and economic growth from carbon emissions. And the consumption of fossil fuel, oil, gas and coal is responsible for over 3/4 of the greenhouse gas emissions. So transition to clean energy is the shortest road to climate security. At the global, European and national levels, new standards and legislation will change the way we all use energy in our daily lives. And NATO cannot afford to be a bystander in this effort. So, as you mentioned, we are addressing the challenges of climate change and security and energy transition head on. At the recent summit in Brussels, NATO adopted its action plan on climate change and security, and it focuses on 3 areas: awareness, adaptation, and mitigation. And a 4th pillar, which is across all others, is outreach. To start with the first, to increase allied awareness of the impact of climate change on security, NATO will conduct a regular climate change and security impact assessment. And this assessment will analyze the impact of climate change on NATO's strategic environment and on NATO's assets, installations, missions, and operations. To adapt to climate change, we will incorporate climate change considerations into our work on resilience, civil preparedness, defense planning, capability delivery, assets and installations, standards, innovation, training, exercise, and finally disaster response. We will also assess how climate change might impact NATO's deterrence and defense posture, including readiness, enablement, reinforcement, and military mobility. And on the third pillar, to contribute to the mitigation of climate change, NATO will develop a mapping and analytical methodology of greenhouse gas emissions from military activities and installations. And this will help analyze own emission assessment and could contribute to formulating voluntary goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the military. As said, finally, NATO will enhance the outreach and strengthen exchanges with partner countries as well as with international and regional organizations that are active on climate change and security issues. Climate change is also part of the transatlantic agenda for the future, as was agreed at the summit. It sets the ambition for NATO to become the leading international organization when it comes to understanding and adapting to the impact of climate change on security. And allies also invited the Secretary General to formulate a target for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by the NATO political and military structures and facilities and assess the feasibility of reaching net zero emissions by 2050. This, all in all, is a very ambitious agenda that will help NATO to adapt and confront the massive challenge of climate change that we all face. But, I say to some, make no mistakes, our tanks will not turn into Teslas overnight. And NATO's credible deterrence and defense posture will remain our bread and butter here at the Alliance. Our fighter jets will continue to use jet fuel as long as they need to. And we will ensure that fuel infrastructure, including in the eastern flank of our alliance, enables necessary supplies. So how will we then combine military operational effectiveness and sustainability? By focusing on win-win situations and solutions. Energy-efficient engines, for example, that allow our ships, planes, and vehicles to go further and stay on a mission longer without refueling. Military camps that will be powered by microgrids with hybrid power generation that continues to work even if the national grid goes dark. Or air-independent propulsion powered by hydrogen fuel cells that will allow submarines to stay submerged for weeks. Or electric bikes for special operations that are quiet, stealthy, and very fast. Solar-powered drones that can stay in the air for months without the need of landing to recharge, or solar panels woven into the soldiers' combat gear that reduce the need of heavy batteries. Now the list is endless, and these were only a few examples. But to get this done, we will need scientists and academia to get together, hand in hand, with innovation within the Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, the transition to clean energy not only helps to fight our climate change, but is also a boon for the energy security of the Alliance, our resilience, and even our military effectiveness. Less dependence on fossil fuel means less dependence on foreign oil and gas suppliers, which may seek to use energy to exert political and economic pressure. And no country knows this better than Poland. Transition to renewable energy technologies can also enhance resilience. It's much easier to send a centralized power grid supplied by several power plants into a blackout than it is to have thousands of microgrids powered by autonomous supply from renewable sources. And finally, the energy transition fuels innovation, which will help our societies and our militaries to maintain a technological edge in times of strategic competition with rising powers that could challenge our alliance. In essence, NATO's climate agenda and determination not to avoid but to embrace the transition to clean energy will make the alliance stronger, more effective, more resilient, and ready for the challenges of tomorrow. And that is a massive win-win. Let me stop there for now, Dominique.
Thank you, ESG. That's a clear message of in fact, a win-win spirit that we are searching for. I think your message on maintaining deterrence and defense and effectiveness of operational engagement on Eastern flank was an important element of the whole equation. But at the same time, of course, we need to look for solutions which are going to contribute approach to lowering our dependence, as you rightly say, on fossil fuel coming from other countries, not always being on the same path as NATO countries. With that, I want to pass the floor right now to Minister Libor Cieślatyński, who, before taking his role as Undersecretary of State in the ministry, was also a diplomat working here in Brussels, and he headed the environmental department at the permanent representation of the Republic of Poland to the EU, and he was the chief negotiator of the Polish presidency of COP24 in Katowice, preparing, among others, the so-called Katowice rulebook. Minister, if I may ask you, you have heard what ASG said about looking for win-win. Obviously, from a Polish perspective, the climate change agenda will have some implications on how we perceive energy transition. We would be thankful if you could explain a little bit more how, from a Polish perspective, through energy transition, we want to achieve the climate goals that we subscribe to within the international commitments. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Sure. About the transition and the plans that we have in Poland. Well, first of all, maybe to make a connection with our discussion today, it is obvious, I think, for a long time already that energy security is really a crucial element in the security agenda of countries. And from this perspective, the way we plan our transition, the technologies we will use, the technologies we will need, the resources we will need for this transition are all very important elements in that security. Today, as you know, the Polish energy mix is heavily reliant on coal, which has very significant impacts in terms of emission. But on the other hand, in terms of energy security, allows the country to use resources that are, local resources, and ensure they therefore a safer and more stable supply of energy to the economy. And so we need to plan this transition in a way to secure these goals as well. And this is the exercise, part of the exercise that we did when we plan our energy policy with an outlook until 2040. We looked at, what the economy needs, what the country needs in terms of energy production, and how can we build a new energy system that would be zero emission, but that would be just as stable, just as safe as the one that we have today. And from this perspective, obviously, renewables are enable this to be largely independent in terms of energy supply, as we are using only, say, natural forces. There is the question of technology, which is a different one. But as you know, renewables provide all the challenges lying with the stability of the grid. And this is another element that we had to take into account when doing our planning, to ensure that this transition would be possible and would not decrease the level of security of our mix. And this is why we have set this plan forward, and we plan to build over the next 20 years a wholly new energy system of a similar size to the one we had in 2020, about 40 gigawatts of clean energy. First and foremost renewables, but also nuclear, which will be an important part of that clean energy mix, to be able exactly to supply the appropriate amounts of energy to our grid. And we have to assume that these quantities of energies will be increasing, because as the Assistant Secretary Van Wil indicated, the army is not going to switch to Teslas overnight instead of tanks, but these sort of switch will happen, and we will see more need of electrification in the economy and in the military as well, more need for clean fuels, maybe for aviation, which we mentioned as well, and this will require significantly higher capacities of production of electricity, and we're looking also to achieve that, and also to technologies to provide alternative fuels through the production, for instance, of hydrogen or ammonia, and we have as well plans in this regard, and several Polish companies that are as well looking into developing new transport modes for heavy long distance transport using alternative clean fuels. So I think the challenges that we face in this transition are of huge importance from a security perspective, and it is also important to incorporate that security component in the planning of our transition in order to maintain the same level of security for our countries, for our alliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think this is an important element in the whole discussion. I think countries like Poland, which are obviously not still the front runners in this situation, are stepping up with their own new energy policies in order to meet the ambitious goals that we all subscribe to. If I may use the last few minutes of our discussion to ask two questions, more political ones, as you both gentlemen are also in leading political roles in respective organizations. To achieve climate change, we need to have partners to achieve the mitigation of the impact of climate change. We need to have partners on our side. So my first question is on the NATO-EU cooperation on that front and potential win-wins that we might search for in this relationship. But secondly, also for your consideration in your answers, how we can convince the biggest polluters to bring them on board to the efforts that we are taking. And I'm going to mention both Russia and China, of course, as the leading countries that are contributing to climate change in a substantial manner. And of course, this will have to be taken on board both in NATO policy and NATO approach in the next years, but also on national basis when we are thinking about that. I will pass the floor first to ASG and followed by the Minister. ASG, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Dominic, and I fully agree with everything that the Minister has said on the transition and the different factors that need to be taken into account. So this very much rings home if I look at the NATO policy and the way we're trying to approach it here. In mitigation, yes, we will need partners. And the EU, of course, is a very important partner there. And we do have cooperation with, for example, the European Defence Agency when it comes down to looking at green tech and looking at new solutions, novel solutions, innovative solutions in making our militaries less dependent. I also think that it's one of the options if we would go into a reinvigorated cooperation between NATO and EU, then climate change and the security implication of climate change as we deal with them in NATO provides an excellent opportunity for enhanced cooperation, whereby NATO has the niche to look at climate change from a security perspective, which also benefits resilience, it benefits awareness, therefore benefits the EU. Whilst on the EU side, we see that the civilian transition is happening at a very large scale. And of course, there are technologies, lessons learned that will really benefit our militaries as well. And I would like to hope that our militaries will not be the late adapters, but rather the early adapters of new technologies, as they always have been in the past. And that maybe rings into your second question on how to get the Chinese and Russia military on board. I would say that maybe climate change, especially with China, is one of the few topics where we might be able to have a debate or a conversation on climate change. So on the civilian side, it is still happening. They are still part of Paris. They are making small steps. On the military side, I think a lot of topics are contentious, but perhaps climate change is one of those, or at least the awareness part of it, where we could engage in a dialogue with China. Tying into my previous point, if we manage to become more energy independent, with less consumption of fuel, with better capabilities, then in the end, I think our results will speak for itself. And in 50 years, when the world transitions away from the fossil fuel infrastructure, it would be very strange if the military in any country would be the last sector that would still have to, on its own, sustain a fossil fuel infrastructure. So I think it's in all our benefits, not only on NATO side, to make sure that we have the technological advantage and that we're really early in adapting and making sure that we have the credible deterrence and defense posture with new technologies, with less emissions.
Thank you. David, Minister, over to you.
Yes, and jumping just on that last comment, I think, you know, it has proven to be the case so many times in the past that innovation in the military sector has had application to the civil sector. So I'm confident that we will be able to develop these new technologies that we need to ensure also our military security using these new technologies. And by the way, if ever in the future the military would be the only sector relying on fossil fuels, it would be probably a severe threat to our security, because the production capacities would not be adequate, most likely, to the needs that we would have. So I think it is a transition that needs to be well planned in the military as well as in other sectors of the economy. But just to address your question on how should we convince the biggest polluters, I mean, it is indeed, you know, climate change is one of these global challenges. It is, in terms of security, a very good reason also to act to climate change. On climate change, as the changes that we see and not only associated with increased temperature and climate change itself, but other environmental challenges like biodiversity loss and desertifications are elements that deeply impact the stability of entire countries and entire regions. So it is indeed areas where we need to cooperate closely, and to do that we need to do it at a global scale. I mean, the EU accounts for about 9% of the emissions, so it is clear that if we reduce even that 9% to zero, it will not be enough on a global scale. I think we're doing a lot of outreach as the EU, as member states as well, individually, to convince our partners to take on more commitments. You mentioned the COP in Katowice, the Katowice rulebook, which we adopted, which implemented the rules for the functioning of the Paris Agreement, and to make sure that still on a voluntary basis, but every party to the agreement will come and present its contribution, and then regularly present the results of its policies, and will be encouraged by this system of transparency, of exchanges, to increase its level of ambition. That's at the global stake, but it is also what we see clearly, and it will be certainly a driver of change in the economies of all these countries. We'll see clearly a change also in the expectation of consumers across Europe who want more green products. And if our trade partners will be willing to continue to export to the EU, they will certainly have to adapt and to be able to produce greener in a greener way if they want to continue to have access to this large market. And it is indeed a long and persistent change that we are seeing in the society, and I believe that this will drive changes in our economies. But we're also not in the EU very much aware of these challenges and the need to ensure that the changes we implement in the EU actually lead to emission reductions and not to shifting the production that is taking place today in the EU to other countries that are more lenient when it comes to environmental policy. And we have a number of instruments that we are working on in the EU. The Commission has made proposals also recently in this regard, the Fit for 55 package, and we will certainly seek to implement this climate policy in a way to make sure that these reductions that occur in the EU are indeed reflected also at global level, and that we can come and move together with our global partners to face this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are slowly approaching the end of this short political panel. I think the two key takeaways from this discussion, if I may share them with the audience, are firstly, I think climate change and the impact of climate change on security, including on energy transition, should become a standard point of the agenda of the conference in the future. So hopefully next year we'll also see a climate change oriented panel. I think as it helps to better also understand the goals and purposes of different organizations which are dealing with that topic. Second, I think the key element of making it a win-win, and I think both you, ASG, and you, Minister, we're trying to signal that the elements that were agreed both in NATO and the EU, they are ambitious. And of course, the level of ambition is measured by actions in the end by all allies and EU member states. But at the same time, they should not hamper neither our collective ability to defend nor our economic prosperity. So with that, I want to thank you both. I want to thank you, ASG, for taking the time in your busy schedule in NATO HQ, and you, Minister, also in your busy daily agenda. And with that, I'm giving the floor back to the organizers in Rzeszów. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dzień dobry, bardzo dziękujemy za udział w panelu.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for taking part in this panel, and now I announce a 15-minute coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a great day.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Tutaj na scenie zapraszam bardzo serdecznie, podłączymy Państwu mikrofony.
ML System. Zmieniamy świat dla przyszłych pokoleń. Natura to skarb. Dbamy o środowisko. Podejmujemy działania, aby przyszłe pokolenia cieszyły się światem, jaki znamy. Niezbędna jest transformacja energetyczna i my jesteśmy jej częścią. W Centrum Badawczo-Rozwojowym tworzymy innowacje w skali świata. W naszej fabryce produkujemy ogniwa, moduły fotowoltaiczne, systemy mocowań, szyby z powłokami kwantowymi. Szyby, które świecą. Fotowoltaiczne żaluzje. Fotowoltaiczne fasady wentylowane. Fotowoltaiczne fasady. Fotowoltaiczne świetliki. Kolorowe moduły fotowoltaiczne. Rozwiązania Smart City. Dostarczamy kompletne rozwiązania systemów fotowoltaicznych zintegrowanych z budynkami. Szyby, które grzeją. Parapety, które grzeją i ładują. Szklane grzejniki. Szyby ze zmienną przeziernością. Chronimy zdrowie. Wirusobójcze przegrody szklane. UV-box. COVID-detektor. Przyczyniamy się do ochrony planety i ograniczenia efektu cieplarnianego. ML System. Zmieniamy świat dla przyszłych pokoleń.
Kocham bałtycki wiatr.
To ekstra zabawa!
To też moc, którą PGE napędzi morskie farmy wiatrowe.
Bałtycki wiatr rozwija nam żagle.
Rozwinie też naszą gospodarkę, zasilając ponad 5 milionów gospodarstw domowych.
Ten wiatr może dotrzeć wszędzie.
Już niedługo PGE zmieni jego moc w zieloną energię i prześle ją wprost do Ciebie. PGE Polska Grupa Energetyczna. Moc bałtyckiego wiatru w Twoim domu.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego odwaga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą dla naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktu. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
Energia elektryczna towarzyszy nam w każdej chwili życia. Za stały i bezpieczny przesył energii elektrycznej w Polsce oraz bilansowanie nowego systemu elektroenergetycznego odpowiadają pracownicy polskich sieci elektroenergetycznych. Energii elektrycznej nie da się przechowywać, dlatego w każdej chwili należy produkować jej dokładnie tyle, ile zostanie zużyte. Oszacowanie zapotrzebowania na energię elektryczną i jej bilansowanie to jedno z najtrudniejszych i najważniejszych wyzwań, z którymi polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne mierzą się każdego dnia. Nasza sieć to ponad 14 600 km linii 220 i 400 kV. Wraz z dynamicznym wzrostem zapotrzebowania na energię elektryczną rozwijamy sieć elektroenergetyczną, by sprostać wyzwaniom nadchodzącym w kolejnych dziesięcioleciach. Przy wszystkich naszych inwestycjach minimalizujemy wpływ na środowisko naturalne i otoczenie. Wspieramy społeczności lokalne i naszych sąsiadów. W naszych prognozach dotyczących zapotrzebowania i popytu uwzględniamy zmiany zachodzące na rynku energii. Wyprzedzamy je, aby zapewnić bezpieczeństwo energetyczne naszego kraju. Bierzemy aktywny udział w transformacji energetycznej Europy. Jesteśmy częścią jednolitego, zintegrowanego europejskiego rynku energii elektrycznej. Krajowy system elektroenergetyczny jest szczególnie ważny dla bezpieczeństwa państwa. Dlatego przykładamy ogromną wagę do fizycznej ochrony naszej infrastruktury i cyberbezpieczeństwa systemów. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne realnie wpływają na polską gospodarkę. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne. Energia w dobrych rękach.
Życie to energia. Być może nie zastanawiałeś się, skąd się bierze, jaką drogę musi przebyć. Ale dzięki nam masz pewność, że zawsze będzie tam, gdzie jej potrzebujesz. Już od ponad 15 lat Gaz System zarządza siecią przesyłową w Polsce. Zapewniamy bezpieczeństwo i ciągłość dostaw. Co roku przesyłamy miliardy metrów sześciennych gazu. Stale rozwijamy się, budując tysiące kilometrów nowych gazociągów. Współtworzymy zintegrowane systemy przesyłowe w Europie, dzięki takim projektom jak dwukierunkowy gazociąg łączący Polskę i Danię, korytarz północ-południe czy interkonektory. Będąc filarem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego kraju i regionu, rozwijamy inwestycje umożliwiające dostawy gazu z nowych źródeł i kierunków. Rozbudowujemy terminal LNG w Świnoujściu. Jesteśmy też odpowiedzialni za powstanie terminalu pływającego w Zatoce Gdańskiej. Zatrudniamy ponad 3000 pracowników, których łączy pasja i profesjonalizm w dostarczaniu czystej, konkurencyjnej cenowo i stabilnej energii. Dążymy do zrównoważonego rozwoju, wspierając lokalne społeczności i chroniąc środowisko. A ponad wszystko zmieniamy oblicze polskiego gazownictwa oraz integrujemy rynek gazu w Europie. Gaz System. System, który łączy.
Polska Spółka Gazownictwa to największa spółka grupy kapitałowej PGNiG. Jako narodowy operator systemu dystrybucyjnego i europejski lider tej branży, przez prawie 200 000 kilometrów gazociągów codziennie dostarczamy gaz do ponad 7 milionów odbiorców. Stale czuwamy nad bezpieczeństwem i ciągłością jego dostaw. Chcemy, by z błękitnego paliwa korzystało jeszcze więcej mieszkańców Polski. Dlatego realizujemy strategiczny program rozbudowy infrastruktury dystrybucyjnej.
Inwestujemy w tworzenie nowych gazociągów, rozwijamy nowoczesne technologie i podnosimy efektywność podejmowanych działań.
Stawiamy także na gazyfikację wyspową. Dzięki stacjom regazyfikacji skroplonego gazu LNG zapewniamy szybki i bezpieczny dostęp do tego paliwa tam, gdzie go wcześniej nie było. Dzięki naszym działaniom wzrasta liczba odbiorców gazu, a proces przyłączenia do sieci dystrybucyjnej PSG jest łatwiejszy niż kiedykolwiek wcześniej.
Wystarczy zgłosić się do jednego z prawie 200 miejsc obsługi klienta w całym kraju lub skorzystać z internetowego portalu przyłączeniowego.
Polska Spółka Gazownictwa. Dostarczamy paliwo gazowe w sposób ciągły, bezpieczny, z poszanowaniem środowiska naturalnego. Polska Spółka Gazownictwa. Wybieram gaz.
Szanowni Państwo, zapraszamy do zajmowania miejsc. Zaczynamy następny panel plenarny Nowy wyścig. Witam serdecznie, jednocześnie zapraszam pana Szymona Bylińskiego, dyrektora Departamentu Elektromobilności, Gospodarki Wodorowej Ministerstwa Klimatu i Środowiska, pan dyrektor Będziesz na online.
and director is joining us online. And there will be Professor Grzegorz Tchorek from the University of Warsaw, Rector Jarosław Sęp, Anna Huk, board member of the Subcarpathian region, Jakub Kupecki from the Institute of Energy, Tomocho Umeda, chairman of the Committee on Hydrogen Technologies, from the National Chamber of Commerce, Paweł Turowski, expert from the National Security Bureau, and Katarzyna Pamuła-Wróbel from Olesińscy and Wspólnicy.
Szanowni Państwo, jeżeli chodzi o tematykę wodorową, to właściwie o
issues related with hydrogen, we've been talking about hydrogen at our technical university for the last 3 years, because we held the first panel in 2018, and we said back then how hydrogen economy should be developed. So this discussion has had 3 years of tradition at our university. So I'm very glad we have such distinguished experts to carry on with the discussion.
Chciałbym może zacząć od
So
pana doktora
perhaps
Szymona
I
Bylińskiego.
should start with Szymon Byliński, director.
Co udało się zrobić przez ostatni
What have
rok?
we achieved throughout the last year? Because last year we said something about supply. And what about now? What are priority goals connected with the hydrogen economy, and how would you assess the last year of works at the ministry?
Na panel. Jeśli chodzi o ostatnie...
Thank you very much for inviting me to the panel. As for the last year, I would say it's been quite intense, and will reap the yields of our work this autumn, because we worked on the Polish strategy, hydrogen strategy. At the beginning of this year, there were interdepartmental consultations and public consultations of the draft documents. Then, well, if it is a document like a strategy, there are certain procedures, there are certain legal regulations, so we had to do impact assessment for the document, and the Institute of Energy with other institute prepared an analysis of development of the hydrogen technology. So there were various activities connected with the main strategy, and 3 important documents were prepared, and I hope that in September or perhaps October at the latest, the Council of Ministers will adopt it, and it will be a directional document which will be in force. And then another success, a partnership agreement for development of hydrogen economy. Last year, I guess it was last July, when we signed a letter of intent to come up with a partnership like that, and more than 130 entities were involved in drafting an agreement. And under this partnership agreement, there were 6 working groups, and there was a lot of involvement of many experts. They were preparing various provisions in order to come up with the document which previously has been signed in Great Britain, and now it is a document which was prepared in a way bottom-up. And it was an action plan to use Polish strengths on building hydrogen economy, on developing technologies, on building the Polish value chain for development of hydrogen economy. What is important, let me emphasize it once again, that it was like actually starting from the grassroots initiative, so bottom-up approach. There were various experts from administrations, various sectors, they were discussing various directions, and the partnership agreement will be signed by the end of September or by the beginning of October. And I would say that it will be the conclusion of various works which were conducted throughout the recent years, or the recent months. There was also a competition and various projects were submitted. It was about a special mechanism of public aid suggested by the European Commission to member states. Its goal is to build a strong European economy, and there was competition on hydrogen economy this year. And 9 projects were prepared in Poland. They have a chance to compete with other European projects. The competition still is an ongoing thing, but well, we have to still wait for the conclusions of the competition. So what are our ambitions? Why do we participate in this race? You mean hydrogen as a race? All right. Our goal is to provide support for the goal of climate neutrality. And the hydrogen economy paves the way to new kind of competition. Like nothing is fully decided there. So we stand a chance to take advantage of our skills, of our knowledge, and play a significant part in the hydrogen economy. Under the hydrogen strategy, we've prepared various goals connected with transportation, with hydrogen generation, with application of hydrogen in the industry, but we should focus on developing technologies, not only on production of low-emission hydrogen, but also on developing technologies like storing technologies, electrolysis technology, because it would enable us to have an important position in the value chain in the hydrogen economy, so that we can sell our know-how, our knowledge, because we don't want to be only providers of the labor force or play a minor role. We would like to generate an added value for the economy. I think it is the stage of development which enables us to generate added value by developing various technologies related to the hydrogen economy, because this topic is quite new at the moment. We cannot delineate just one direction. We cannot focus on one thing only. We are discussing various aspects of the hydrogen economy, and the things happening recently, so signing the letter of intent or development of hydrogen valleys, might be an answer to certain questions, and perhaps it is a fair place important for Poland. Hydrogen, on the other hand, allows us to have more balanced energy mix. That's what we hope for. So we want to have this broader application of hydrogen for the benefit of low-emission economy. I can see that David Cycoń, president of ML System, is in the room. Please join us. And director has mentioned the strategy. So let me ask Paweł Turowski from the National Security Bureau about the strategy from the European Union perspective. Because we are talking about a race, a new race. So definitely there will be new tools, new mechanisms, new instruments. Is it more threats or more opportunities for us? Hydrogen is a natural result of adopting energy transformation in the formula adopted by Berlin. So when in 2050, 85% of electrical energy is to be generated by wind farms, the remaining 15% will be energy generated like nuclear energy. Naturally, such sources are unstable, so they require stabilization. Stabilization is carried out by the other segment of the energy sector, namely gas energy sector. But if we have elimination of CO2, then naturally the amount of high methane gas in pipelines will be decreased. It has to be replaced by gases introduced by the the regulatory system, among them hydrogen, which is low emission hydrogen or renewable hydrogen, so the one generated by wind farms. From this perspective, these are main tools which influence the strategy for hydrogen generation. I would say the process is irreversible because the regulatory system that Poland adopted due to the European Union will look like that. So from this perspective, the situation is as follows. If every year 400 million euro is allocated by EU member states for buying energy resources, by the end of the decade it will be 4 billion, and then 8 billion, and by 2050 it will be 12 trillion. So the game is about the following. The game are like designed in Berlin and disseminated by the European Commission. So they want to go down from 12 trillion. So the remaining funds are to be the driving force for other solutions. So Poland is trying to enter this game. This game will be conducted, perhaps will be successful in it. There are certain opportunities, but if we don't enter this race now, we'll lose out and we'll lose something which will not allow to participate in the game fully. Thank you. Theodor Garish, during his keynote speech, said that innovation is of essence. So on the basis of what Paweł Turowski has said, I'd like to ask a question to Professor Jakub Kupecki as for innovation, as for mechanisms. From this perspective, are we prepared for the global race? Do we have key processes, key raw materials? Do we have material policy? Do we have critical resources? What's your point of view? That's my approach. If we don't have it yet, it wouldn't be possible for us to participate in this race. As the previous speaker has said, nothing is decided, but certain things are certain. So we have to do that, and the race has already begun. So from the perspective of technologies, we have several solutions which fit in with this picture of the hydrogen economy in the formula which is being built at the moment, but there are also new technologies. If there are new technologies, there is always an element of missing components. And safeguarding access to raw materials is very important. If you break down electrolysis, there are several elements, and the access to them is essential, not only for the hydrogen economy, but for batteries as well. So there is a race for raw materials between the hydrogen economy and classical battery solutions. And then geographical location. If you look from the perspective of security, we have to be aware that it is not only electricity for electrolysis, but there are also questions: where are we going to buy nickel containers, strontium, lithium, and other elements from the Mendeleev table? So from where do we get them? We need to diversify our deliveries. If we can involve our entities to provide us with guarantees of the access to all these elements, or rare earth materials, or critical raw materials, if we can do that, we are fine, we are calm, and we can build this economy and the formula which is being built. We build a lot of materials like that. If we do it on a small scale, the risk is minimal. But if we reach a larger scale, if we become visible as a potential competitor to other economies, to other entities, there might be an issue of supply security, and perhaps the security may be disturbed at a certain point because supplies may be stopped. So that's a big risk. This problem is already addressed because there is raw material policy at the ministry. There is the team with Minister Gijo. They received a clear signal which elements, which compounds are of utmost importance, but there are also strategic reserves. When we look at that, we can see that we need a certain scale of raw materials. So yes, there is a challenge, that's a big challenge. We are conducting discussions around it. Raw materials, which of them are most problematic? the ones which are in shortage. I can't give you a precise answer. We don't know what will happen in 2 years on the market. Because there are battery vehicles, and concerns were taken over not to take over the vehicle, but to take over a supply chain. There is an example like that in Germany. It may be a starting point for us. It may happen to us in other cases, in other scenarios. So I can't give you a precise answer. I can say this compound is going to be problematic, this raw material is going to be difficult. But if there are unstable, politically unstable locations, and for example, we need to buy cobalt there, let's think about it. So a supply chain is of tremendous importance. Let me ask Tomoho Umeda, how would you assess the change of the structure of supply chains on a global scale in the context of the hydrogen economy? I think it is the biggest revolution taking place because the whole world that we are used to, its geopolitical structure based on the old economy pipelines, by 2050 will no longer be significant. It will no longer exist because decarbonation is to obliterate the coal market, the oil market, and so on. We have to state it clearly. If we have 132 terawatt-hours of Poland in the energy sector, if you calculate the equivalent of all the remaining fuels and transportation industry, so 456 terawatt-hours, they will have to be generated in the form of zero-emission energy, nuclear energy or renewable energy, and stabilized by energy carriers such as hydrogen. They will be generated locally because hydrogen is produced locally, and then it is cheapest because then transportation of hydrogen at longer distances is very difficult. I mean, sometimes it is promoted that people say that yes, you can transport it, but definitely it is cheaper to produce it locally and use it locally. So the market will be more dissipated, and then we'll have more energy independence also on the local level, sub-local level, at the level of local governments. And here Poland has an advantage over other countries of the European Union, using a certain backlog, namely highly carbonized heating sector. So there are municipal heating generation systems, and they look for other alternatives because they want to move away from high costs of emission of CO2. And it is like a natural facilitator, moving them towards the hydrogen economy in a distributed version. It will happen much faster than we think. I can observe these processes because I participate in at least 20 tests like that with local discussions with local governments, and I think many things are happening outside of the radar of the centralized point of view. So that's actually all these aspects have to be taken into account. We need to sum them up and come up with a single strategy.
But also, do you think that these sectors will be that will be the common denominator for the sector? Do you think that that hydrogen will be this bridge or this goal for the energy transformation process? Well, I don't doubt it. Let me refer to this race. This race has been caught us by surprise. 3-4 years ago, hydrogen was not present to the extent that we have right now. Over the past 2-3 years, hydrogen has come up in the ranking and the countries that have that are high on the GDP level, they have this hydrogen strategies. So now we can state that hydrogen is the element connecting different sectors. I think that we should perceive hydrogen as the connecting factor of different solutions. In here would be great to mention the heating sector, to replace the heating sector to have that hydrogen powered. But I think that hydrogen is going to be the transitional element, and in my opinion will be at least partially adding it to the natural gas to reduce the emission. And since we're moving away from fossil fuels, well, I must say that, well, anyway, we'll have to base our mix on natural gas, and we'll need to add hydrogen to that mix to meet the targets. There is no way out of it. But let us look at this very simple example of energy storage. If we go to the operational level of such energy storage, it cannot be based on hydrogen itself. We need to consider short, medium, and long-term storage. We need to have a supercondensator, that perhaps lithium and ion battery, and only with that we might be looking at this hydrogen. So here I suggest that we look at hydrogen as a component of various fuel systems. What about mixing hydrogen with natural gas in gas pipes? So from the Polish perspective, what is the horizon? When I think about mixing hydrogen with gas, I think about its direct application in turbines or other devices that allow for it. When we mixing hydrogen with gas, it is more balanced, I think. We should ask why that should be done. We should be looking at solutions that mix that gas, that separate that gas, and the question is what we would like to do with the separated hydrogen. Well, global experience indicate that we'll be moving on to hydrogen dedicated pipelines. We're going to have hydrogen in general, but it will be somehow in the background when we supply that to our gas system, gas distribution system. For now, we should have that at 2% in our tanks, in our gas systems. Well, that should be that secure percentage. We're thinking about race. So race has this element of competition. So where do you think Polish companies should be looking for its competitive niche or competitive edge? Ladies and gentlemen, at the very opening of this debate, we stated that as a country, we cannot be focused on this last chain in the chain of supply, but we should integrate existing technologies, and we should be building our own technologies, proprietary technologies. We're very competent in the area of material engineering, etc. That is essential for building energy capacities, and that is also essential for transmission, for storage and capture and galvanizing. And there are so many challenges in contemporary hydrogen technologies. We should focus more on these areas where our competence is high. We should use it as the leverage, and build our own proprietary and technologies with higher capacities. Hydrogen technologies, where there is still some room for improvement when it comes to their capacity, performance, etc. So we should be focusing on our technological advantages in this area. And if we were to define the advantages, ML system is famous for its photovoltaics, but we based this concept on the quantum physics. And here we have the competence for material engineering, and we work together with Professor Kupecki, with foreign institutes, etc. And we'll be looking for our opportunities and to move on to other technologies. So we have private businesses, we have private companies. If we want to achieve something, we should work together. So we have this public-private partnership in the area of hydrogen. And what is necessary to move, to make this step forward to achieve what we can achieve, what's achievable? This question goes to Katarzyna Pamuła-Wróbel, who is the director from the State Aid Department, Olesińskie and Wspólnicy Law Chambers. Some mic issues. So I'll give you the floor in a short while. So perhaps Mr. Turowski can comment on that. Mr. Czorek said 2%. Mr. Umeda said that it's not necessarily a pipeline, a gas pipeline. So how can we transport hydrogen? Are we going to have a dedicated pipe transmission system, or are we going to have liquid hydrogen? Well, let me start by saying that the renewable hydrogen, which is recommended by the European Commission, is very expensive, and its price is beyond average capacities, but politically it is going to be promoted, and it's going to eliminate other types of hydrogen. And then if we look at the methods of its application, then analyzing all the European documents, we can see that it should first go to the gas system to produce electrical energy, and the gas should be pressed and reduced in the whole gas basket, and in favor of non-emission and renewable gases and so on. So if we look at the European Commission documents, there is this parameter for adopting a gas transmission network, and there should be this gas mix consisting of hydrogen too. And when we look at it, we'll see that in that mix, renewable hydrogen is going to be the prime component. When we look at the American strategy, we can see that electro gas turbines powered by a 30% mixture of hydrogen. So concluding, we may guess that that should first and primarily go to the gas system, and and this is the direction towards which all the European regulations will go. So knowing the structure and the culture of work of the European Commission, we may assume that what we have in there will be extended. So there are these soft assumptions, soft indications. 20-25% of energy generated in offshore farms will be directed towards hydrogen production, and then we should have that reinforced, and perhaps these scales will change. So looking at the documents of the European Commission, we believe that that should primarily go to the gas system. So Nord Stream gas pipelines and other pipelines might be used for that too, if we have such mixes. So let me go back to Katarzyna Pamuła-Wróbel. Perhaps we could have a comment from you, madam. A lot has been said about challenges. So I shouldn't be concerned about that challenge that I had with the mic at my previous attempt at making a contribution. So other panelists have already mentioned on several occasions that we're taking part in a race right now, and we should be involved. We should take part in that race. These goals of climate neutrality are very ambitious, and these targets are very ambitious. And no, I don't think that I need to convince anyone. Hydrogen as the energy medium is very attractive when it comes to reaching the ambitious targets for climate neutrality. There is no doubt that we need to be involved, that we need to take part in that race. But, well, it seems that the market itself is very much motivated and wants to get involved. I started off by speaking about challenges, and let me speak about challenges again. It is one of the challenges that in order to reach these targets, we need to move fast and in a coordinated manner to have the fast and coordinated outcomes and to involve all the interested stakeholders. We need public intervention. And the second reason why we need this public intervention is that hydrogen projects, since they are very innovative and many aspects are unknown, are very costly, and there are very uncertain financial elements. So just from the business point of view, the financing of these projects might be difficult. So this is why this public-private partnership is the element, is that part that would require public investment. So what is your opinion on the public and private partnership in this context? When we speak about public and private partnership, and when we speak about such intervention, it is the key thing to have public aid. In the state wants to intervene on the market, the state need to have the EU right to compete, and I've been an expert on the public aid for 11 years, and that's been a major challenge. There is a major challenge in delivering such initiative, since hydrogen has been pinpointed, has been identified at the European level and at the member state level as the important element. So we need to create this fully developed hydrogen market in Europe. So we need to produce it, we need to have hydrogen chains and have that production in place. So that needs to have this rank of important project of the community importance. So that will help us to overcome certain impediments imposed by the EU law that come with public aid, and here we can fit certain aspects into the common framework, and that would lead to a major synergy effect, because here we have a combination of goals which are important for the public sector, for the EU as such, when we speak about climate neutrality targets, and then for private entrepreneurs with additional financing, they can bridge this financial gap that I mentioned at the very beginning. So we should bear in mind that academia is an important element of the one of the important pieces of the whole puzzle. So our question is about the contribution of our research and development centers and the academia.
Okay, so as Mr. David Cycoń has mentioned, there are plenty of aspects in harnessing hydrogen for our needs. Well, it requires simply plenty of studies, a lot of R&D work. So our university should carry out various studies focused on the energy application of hydrogen. That's a very broad aspect, starting from material engineering, where many issues will have to be explained and researched, like a mixture of hydrogen with gas. It is a matter related to materials as well. Then storage, another group of related issues, hydrogen storage. Many pieces of research are carried out globally in order to come up with efficient ways of storing hydrogen. Then a matter of production of hydrogen, its generation, and final questions like a hydrogen application directly, and then the role of the university is especially research. But then there is education, because the hydrogen economy will require highly qualified personnel. That's the second task of universities, coming up with efficient practical curricula in a very classical university approach, but perhaps there could be also a shorter path, like postgraduate studies or shorter courses. We also should pay attention to that. So universities have a big role to play. They may be a catalyst of certain processes which you are discussing in this panel. I would say that in our region, in Podkarpacie, in the Subcarpathian region, the hydrogen valley, which is being formed at the moment, can be an example of such activities. There are two directions: the legal direction, so to say. We are working on the statute of the association. There are still certain conversations around that, but then there is a group of entities involved in the valley who want to take advantage of these opportunities. They want to create synergies of various entities. There are two areas for that, like heat energy sector and then transportation, because perhaps it is a minor topic, but transportation needs energy too. It is also connected with emissions, and producers of transportation vehicles, various kinds, various modes of transportation, look at the hydrogen as a potential source of energy. On the way, they will go through some alternative fuels, I'm sure, but in all these issues, there is this research aspect, and without the potential of Polish universities, it will be very tough to build what you are discussing, namely the Polish know-how on hydrogen, so that we are not only a recipient of a technology, but generators, inspirators of technologies. It is a race. We have to move fast, because the world will not be waiting for us. You hear in the press, in the mass media, in various publications, portals, news portals, and we see the news that the world is already inside this race. We have to enter it, and we have to be very dynamic and active. Yes, especially because the universities are simply a cradle for innovation, and the sector you've referred to, it is the sector after 1989 where, well, let me put it like that, emissions of CO2 in various sectors goes down, but in transportation it goes up. So transportation is of tremendous importance here. And what about the Subcarpathian region? What can it contribute to the hydrogen economy in Poland? Anna Hul, the board member of the Subcarpathian Voivodeship. Our board is very much aware of all the challenges facing our region. First of all, I need to say that a very important document opening certain ways for our region is the strategy for development of the Subcarpathian region. by 2030. I think that we should point out that a very important document that we are preparing right now is the Regional Strategy for Innovation. Here, I'd like to encourage you to participate in consultations around this document, because the consultation will last till the end of September, so there is still time to participate in the consultation process. The consultations are of essence because what will be included in the Regional Strategy for Innovation is very significant, because it is a program document showing various directions for the regional economy or innovation-oriented economy. And then hydrogen plays a very important role there. So consultations include the whole region, the whole territory of the Subcarpathian region. You can participate in the consultation electronically, but also physically. You may send your remarks to the Marshal's office, and we very much hope for interesting remarks and feedbacks from various entities and people. And I guess we are very much aware of what is happening in the economy, what are prospects for the future. Prospects also connected with new technologies and hydrogen-related technologies. And let me mention another document signed last May. The director has signaled actually that, because he's mentioned the hydrogen valley, which is being created in the Subcarpathian region. The letter of intent signed in order to set up the hydrogen valley was sent to various entities, including entrepreneurs, local government representatives, representatives of the academia, because the hydrogen valley paves the way for a very close cooperation that previous speakers have already mentioned. When they said that it is absolutely crucial that there is cooperation between different milieus, different environments. Otherwise, we can't succeed. It is very important for us to develop specializations which are typical of our region. In my opinion, they were very well diagnosed and selected. And here we see plenty of opportunities in terms of hydrogen application, namely in transportation. Not only bus, but also aviation, transportation, because we have the aviation valley, the whole cluster, and we see an opportunity for hydrogen applications there. And as previous speakers have mentioned, we see that in the energy sector as well. So these are elements of tremendous importance for us in the Subcarpathian region. From our discussion, you can come to the conclusion that the discussion about the hydrogen economy, also in the context of the strategy mentioned by the director, is a discussion about the scale and pace of development of renewable energy. Because if we talk about green hydrogen, we need to generate more electrical energy from RES. Here, in your interventions, I could hear that wind energy should be included there. So, a discussion about hydrogen is also a RES energy sector discussion. Would you say we have a potential to satisfy the need for green hydrogen in such a scope that as we assume in the strategy? Well, let me begin by saying that we are trying to avoid talking about colors of hydrogen. Emission is important, emission level, if you think about the technology used for production of hydrogen. As for the color of hydrogen, a particle of hydrogen is always the same. It doesn't really matter. Oh, well, we are not talking about colors, but we believe that, and we write about it in the strategy, that we should focus on developing low-emission sources for generation of hydrogen, not only connected with RES, because even today there are technologies available which allow to capture CO2, and in the transitory period, or the periods which is necessary, hydrogen can be produced using natural gas or biomethane. So we focus on the emission level As for RES, it is all interconnected. And not only due to hydrogen generation, but because hydrogen will be the stabilizing element for operations of RES. And in the hydrogen energy, we pointed at 2 gigawatts of power, low emission generation of hydrogen, and we were not thinking only about hydrogen from renewable energy sources, but also low emission methods of hydrogen production. But when we think about energy policy, I think we'll be able to attain these goals of hydrogen production and replace the hydrogen produced from conventional emission sources with low emission sources. And it is not about green hydrogen only, it may be blue, it may be purple. If Germany, in their strategy, hydrogen strategy, emphasized that they won't be able to satisfy their own need for hydrogen, and it is like 16% of demand, and emphasizing that import will be necessary, and the European Union points in its strategy 2 times 40 gigawatts in partnership countries and 8 gigawatts in Ukraine. Would you say, Professor, and the question goes to Professor Jakub Kupecki, could we think about it and say how we should launch the process, because Minister Naimski said that electrical energy is cheaper now. So can we launch a process like that? Because if we talk about production of green hydrogen, the effect of scale may be by decreasing the cost of electrolyzers or decreasing the cost of electrical power. If you think about different colors, where and how can we start this project so that producing hydrogen is cheaper, hence more competitive and producing power?
It's a very good question and a complex issue. When we speak about renewable energy sources, we know that RES doesn't work at night, so we have that certain period when we can use the PV to power electrolyzers, and then when we assume that sun shines over 900 to 1,500 hours per year, well, we have that multiplier. So then if we have the right amount of RSC per electrolyzers, where we can try and multiply it. So the cost factor is important. So we have the CAPEX that we struggle with. We need to improve the technology, and that goes hand in hand, but in parallel. We are streamlining the process, and we have the effect of scale, and I think we're getting there. When we look at certain studies when it comes to cost of electrolyzers, and as for energy costs, well, there are some cases where electrical energy is zero, so that means that we should be producing hydrogen, we should be producing synthetic fuel. But we need to look at the scale here, and can we cover everything with these sources when they are the least expensive? If we were to answer the question about the source of energy to power to about up to 2 gigawatts of electrolyzers, we can use PV perhaps if we change the scale, and perhaps the offshore could help. So that's the energy mix working for the electrolysis only. So then there's this question about storing hydrogen. Perhaps we should have the hydrogen and natural gas mixes. And perhaps mixes with fossil fuels. There is an answer to that. No instant answer, so we should be looking at the OPEX prices and the CAPEX as well. So note that Ukraine, which has 8 gigawatts in the European strategy, has very low energy prices because of its energy generation system. So my question is our infrastructure ready for it? Do we see here any barriers or any impediments, or perhaps there are some areas that needs to be redeveloped? Well, our infrastructure is not prepared for energy transmission, but it doesn't necessarily pose a difficulty. As Mr. Umeda said, the entire system is is going towards centralization. So the capacities don't need to be like the large scale, the capacities used for large scale energy transmission. The system's property is such that it works very well on location where the energy is produced, and we're largely focused on the unit price of hydrogen. The transmission costs, transfer costs might be as high as the production costs. So if we embark on the local production of hydrogen, it might be more expensive than hydrogen from the wholesale market, because it won't require this additional cost of transmission. Then when it comes to the gas distribution and gas transmission infrastructure, I think we'll have more decarbonized gases, a whole array of them, and the costs will be changing, and the whole infrastructure can be used for biogas, for methane, or for LNG. So I think that the gases are here to stay, although their origin might be different, their source might be different. Thank you. In a moment, we'll be asking for some questions from the floor. In a moment, I'll be addressing our participants I'll be asking our participants the floor for questions or comments. But my question goes to Mr. Umeda. How would you refer to what has been said? I'm quite skeptical when it comes to that concept of mixing hydrogen with gas and transmitting it, transferring it as the green hydrogen. So that is more mixing and demixing, and this is an operation which I believe in is absurd. We might be transmitting gray or blue hydrogen, but that's also made of mixed with gas. I don't think there is any logic in it, but I think we need this conversation. We need to have this conversation. But bear in mind that we're speaking about hydrogen as such, but hydrogen does not exist separately from the carbonization. It cannot be separated from the RSCs because it's one reality, and it cannot be separated from its derivatives. So we have green ammonia, for example. We know that the largest European producer of fertilizers is switching to green ammonia using its offshore capacities. And this is what we need to think about. Well, 2.5 million tons of ammonia in Poland. Well, all that will need to be transformed to green ammonia. So 100,000 tons of ammonia is 1 terawatt hour. So that's the scale that needs to that we need to consider to replace the existing capacities in the farming sector. We need fertilizers to continue operating. We have the European taxonomy, we have ESG. We know that those who don't transform will be losing access to public funding and subsidies. So we need to have ECTS. We need to have consider cost of transmission. And there are also companies that do the transfers and transmission for large holdings, and There are always now they have all these inquiries about becoming green, their fleet, their chain of supply, etc. That is happening right now. This is not the song of the past or of the future. That is happening now, and now stock exchange listed companies must consider that too. So we're in a reality which is quite determined and tenaciously moving towards the changed future. So let us look critically at all the aspects and all the determinants. So the transformation is going to happen faster, and the transformation is here right now. Professor Kupecki. Comes to hydrogen pumping, I don't think we were discussing pumping the purest hydrogen, because 4-0 hydrogen or 5-0 hydrogen, that is hydrogen for a different purpose, for hydrogen mobility, and the hydrogen that we like to use for mixing, it's 999 with 3 nines, that type of hydrogen, but it's a different purity scale, not all. Well, hydrogen 5-0 is different level of purity, so that is not a sine qua non requirement. Are there any comments from the floor? Are there any questions from the floor? Any contributions? Perhaps, or perhaps you have questions. There is a question. Well, we need a mic. Let me give you mine just to speed up. Well, thank you. I have Paweł Poncyliusz. That's my name. My first question goes to the...
Już nie ma pytania, bo chciałem zadać pytanie...
The research center. So my question is about the expected investment from the government for the hydrogen production, because we have this example of graphene invented in Poland. There was so much dispersed investment, and it didn't bring any leverage for Poland. Some universities, some members of the academia, some research centers received some subsidies to graphene, but we don't hear about graphene being a success on the international market. And now my question goes to the head of the region. You were speaking about the cluster. Does the region has this specific idea about the Polish product in terms of intellectual property rights? This is what we keep on which is what we miss when we speak about Polish contribution or Polish initiatives when we support something. So what about the Subcarpathian region? Would you like to have a producer of electrolyzers? Would you like to have a producer of tanks or pipeline technology plant? Perhaps you'd like to have other manufacturers and inventors. Do you have a vision right now who could do that in your Subcarpathian region and how? Well, I very much appreciate the fact that you have your experts, your engineers, and you have your aviation valley experience. But my question is about the Polish IP, topics of the areas controlled by Poland. Are there any questions from the floor? Are there any contributions, perhaps? Not for now. Ladies and gentlemen, I was when I was listening to the contributions, well, I wanted to say that at this point in time we have the opportunity to receive financing for hydrogen technologies. The National Center for Research and Development opened a call for proposals, and we have a 3-month period for submission on submissions for new technologies in the area of energy, and that is for offshore and onshore wind generation, and it's more than 126 million zloty, and same for technology for hydrogen powers, 146 million zloty, and then energy storage and micro grid for heating, and it's 190 million. Professor Kubecki. Well, I would like to respond to this question. I think that since 2009, 2010, when we had the strategic concept, and we've had the family of patents, international patents implemented in state companies at a small scale right now. These patents were attacked by foreign companies and defended at Den Haag, and we've been successful so far. So we finance from the funds of the regional self-government local research center. So we have these technologies in place. We have that employed in Tauron State Energy Company, Lotus Fuel Group. So we have 3 projects in these state-owned companies, and I think that this is what should be emphasized. So 15 minutes, we have 15 minutes left to the end of the panel, so let's try for a brief Q&A questions perhaps. So there was this question about sources of competitive advantage and their perspective areas for Poland to build a competitive advantage. If you were to identify sources of competitive advantage, so a round of 1-minute contributions, could you please explain and present rationale for one area in which, in your opinion, requires such such support? So I think a lot needs to be done here. A lot has been said about technological issues. I think this is a very good direction. We need to have the Polish technology, which should be local, which is our proprietary technology with our IP. And I think this is the field to be for invention to our young Polish scientists. And on the other hand, we cannot we should speak a lot about commercialization, so I will definitely second to what Mr. MP has just said.
Powiedzieć o technologiach, bo nie zrozumiałem pytania.
Could you repeat the question? Could you show the area where Poland should fight for its position in this global race? How? Where precisely? So, from your perspective, the most important areas there. The whole hydrogen sector is not in void. It wouldn't function if it wasn't for introduction, or if it wasn't for some political and EU decisions. So if we think about that, and if we are aware what are major goals of these EU projects, and actually it will be kind of repetition of the German model. If we think about that, we should either moderate or act like that, that our economy doesn't lose out. So, first of all, we want to attain major goals of our energy strategy. Let me put it like that. We are all complaining about coal, the amount of coal, the impact of coal, but let's take a different approach. We are the best market for decarbonization because the biggest investments have to take place here. We avoided huge billions for R&D of hydrogen technologies in recent decades. But when you think about the expenditure of the Japanese, the German, the Dutch, we haven't spent almost a single penny. And now we have an access to these technologies. It is not about technologies themselves. It is about systems of technologies. It is about the hydrogen economy. So such a selection of hydrogen technologies as to optimize its application. So we need to adjust technologies to the existing conditions. We have the biggest thermal system. We have the biggest municipal thermal power system. And in Poland, let me remind you, when we had LPG revolution, you remember what Poles were able to do about that. If you add 2 to 2, it means that there is a huge potential for a very fast transition and finding some competitive advantage. All right, we are not dealing with hydrogen because it is cheap. When we look at orphaned costs and costs of penalties for not dealing with hydrogen, then you see that hydrogen is becoming cheap as an alternative when we understand the whole value chain. Then the race we are discussing is a global race. What does it mean? It means that everyone competes with everyone everywhere for everything. You can see that when companies change their profiles, when companies modify themselves. A company which dedicated 10% of their employees to R&D to have a closer look at new markets, new areas. Things are happening very dynamically. It requires very close cooperation. This cooperation needs to be also coordinated centrally. Without that, we can't even enter the race because it makes no sense. I would like to mention one more thing, because there was a question from MP Paweł Poncyliusz about untapped opportunities of Polish graphene. These opportunities were wasted to a large extent, but competences are still there. People are still there. There is still access to the technology. Now it is used, actually. Dr. Strupiński's team, well, some people from that team are building in my company, so they have competences in ultra-thin layers, and their competences are actually extremely valuable. If it wasn't for their previous experience, ML System wouldn't be in the place where it is. There is also another company, also I'm not going to give you any names, but the technologies and competences built in this period on working on the Polish graphene are used in ultra-sensitive detectors. These are the competences which will be highly useful in building Polish hydrogen technologies, because hydrogen is gas which has its requirements. There are some technological challenges connected with separation, storage, detection, and here we as the country have certain competences already in place. Let me repeat what I've said at the beginning. We do not have a full research, or we haven't taken inventory. We don't know where we already have some competitive advantages. And it refers to the next question from MP, namely where the Marshal's office sees its opportunities. We are in the aviation valley, one of the best functioning clusters in Poland. Once again, hydrogen technologies in this sector lead to new requirements, new technological challenges, and today as ML System, we have made first tests connected with new solutions for aviation engines, because hydrogen, higher combustion temperature, higher requirements, again, new challenges ahead of us. So yes, what is missing is a single document, as Minister Naimski has mentioned, like a full analysis of the grid, of the future, of the costs. It is missing. There is no document like that for hydrogen. I guess that's the place where we have to say we need such a document. Rector has mentioned very important topics, but in your question, Professor, well, when you asked the question, I was thinking about aviation and space technology, space industry. These are smart technologies and smart specializations of our region. And here we have a chance to enter the global race, because we are talking about the race, even in the title of the panel. So many things need to be solved there. There are experiences of the aviation valley that we already have, and certain attempts of entities from the aviation valley at using hydrogen as aviation fuel. And thanks to that, in this supply chain, in this value chain as well, which will be absolutely necessary to build the future for hydrogen, so there is a chance to look for our smaller opportunities. You've mentioned combustion of hydrogen engines in temperatures which are much higher than temperatures which were needed so far. Well, it opens up a huge field for R&D, and many things are already happening, but there is also a question of the whole infrastructure, because we have an airport with very good conditions, relatively small number of aviation operations, so it might be a training field and a testing field of applications of hydrogen. So there are so many open issues, open questions. Perhaps in aviation, this global idea versus the Polish idea, it will be very difficult to separate. But I would say that naturally, a natural order of things leads us to the Subcarpathian region. So we should find our small opportunities, our technologies that we can master. All right, next speakers. Let me say two things. You will like the first one and you may not like the other one. The first idea is we have a huge potential, namely great engineers and great R&D potential. And I know what I'm saying, because I've made an in-depth overview of the field. High Pressures Institute of the Polish Academy of Sciences. There are plenty of entities like that. They are on a global level. They are excellent. Our share in global GDP is 0.7. As for Polish entities in such publications amounts to 2%. You may say whether it is enough to give these numbers to compare our local potential with the global market, but here I would say, well, we have spent quite a lot on R&D in this respect. Obviously, if you take a global volume, it seems insignificant, but I would say, if you look from the national perspective, that it wasn't that small. And then, less pleasing message, I guess, less optimistic message, namely, I would say that regardless of the huge potential, or perhaps because we have such a great potential, we should develop some technologies in parallel, but we should buy some technologies. We should buy them smartly, by technology leasing with access to documentation. Usually, no one will sell us state-of-the-art technologies. They will give us the first or the second generation, but it is a chance, plus this engineering potential, to break them down into elements, improve them, and adapt them to local conditions. And thanks to that, we can build our competitive advantages. Thank you very much, Professor. We are about to end our panel very soon, so perhaps there will be some time left for the director. So, ladies and gentlemen, here, since we are talking, there were questions, yes, that were asked, and from this perspective, the board of our region is very much aware of the challenges and the role of the hydrogen in the future economy. So, I've mentioned the most important documents in this field. So, while preparing such documents, the board of the region focuses on obtaining EU funds. We also need the perspective for innovation based on hydrogen. we need to look for sources for financing. One of the sources is the budget of the Podkarpacie region, Subcarpathian region, because let me emphasize here that we are very much aware of the potential, research potential, the potential of well-diagnosed smart specializations of the Subcarpathian region, but without funds, they will not develop anyway. In order to obtain funds successfully, the documents I've mentioned need to be well prepared. So let me sum it up once again. Please bear in mind that by the 30th of September, there are still consultations in place. I mean consultations for the regional strategy of innovation. It is a very important document opening the way for many entities that will have a chance to use these funds. One more thing about that, just one sentence. To the question of MP Ponciliusz, it is not a matter of the size of funds, but ideas how to spend them, because since 2010, for electromobility, we spent like 1.2 billion Polish zlotys. Unfortunately, the funds were fragmented, were dissipated, were distributed in different places, so there were no integrated systems, unfortunately. So there is a challenge for institutions which are in operation at the moment. Director, over to you. Thank you very much. I fully agree with previous speakers as to the statement that some technologies need to be bought, because we don't need to manufacture everything from scratch. We just need to learn. We need to prepare our technologies as well, but what seems very significant are fuel cell production technologies and electrolyzer production technologies, because there might be a bottleneck there. And these technologies will be absolutely indispensable for the right operations of our economy, so perhaps it is our competitive advantage. There are ongoing discussions about that. It's expressed in the draft strategy for hydrogen for Poland. As for what David Cycoń has said, that there is one document missing, well, I would say we have this document. It is the Polish hydrogen strategy, and there is also an analysis of hydrogen economic potential for Poland prepared by the energy department at the University of Warsaw, where we point at the demand, costs and opportunities for the economy connected with development of hydrogen in Poland. So that's the direction of document. Obviously, it may be developed and improved, but we are trying to look at this development of economy in a complex way. I would say we did our homework quite well. From this analytical side, we are quite well prepared for the discussion. The document is not published yet. I guess it is being published either today or very soon. So perhaps we can have further discussions about that later on. Thank you very much indeed. Many thanks to all the panelists who identified several interesting topics. Yes, I guess there will be more questions informally later on, because we had Q&A, we don't want to be delayed. So many thanks to all the panelists, many thanks for your participation in the panel, and once again, let me say thank you to the director joining us online. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the university here, and there are plenty of students around, and the students decided that Professor Jakub Kupecki is considered the best speaker of the panel. Congratulations, he was selected by the students as the best speaker of the panel. Anyway, thanks to all the speakers. I do apologize for not prolonging Q&A. I think we can have some more discussions informally. There is almost 1 hour for a lunch break, so you can continue your discussion in the hall. Thank you very much. It is time for the lunch break. Thank you.
ML System. Zmieniamy świat dla przyszłych pokoleń. Natura to skarb. Dbamy o środowisko. Podejmujemy działania, aby przyszłe pokolenia cieszyły się światem, jaki znamy. Niezbędna jest transformacja energetyczna i my jesteśmy jej częścią. W Centrum Badawczo-Rozwojowym tworzymy innowacje w skali świata. W naszej fabryce produkujemy ogniwa, moduły fotowoltaiczne, systemy mocowań, szyby z powłokami kwantowymi, szyby, które świecą. Fotowoltaiczne żaluzje. Fotowoltaiczne fasady wentylowane. Fotowoltaiczne fasady. Fotowoltaiczne świetliki. Kolorowe moduły fotowoltaiczne. Rozwiązania Smart City. Dostarczamy kompletne rozwiązania systemów fotowoltaicznych zintegrowanych z budynkami. Szyby, które grzeją. Parapety, które grzeją i ładują. Szklane grzejniki. Szyby ze zmienną przeziernością. Chronimy zdrowie. Wirusobójcze przegrody szklane. UV-Box. COVID-detektor. Przyczyniamy się do ochrony planety i ograniczenia efektu cieplarnianego. ML System. Zmieniamy świat dla przyszłych pokoleń.
Kocham bałtycki wiatr.
To ekstra zabawa!
To też moc, którą PGE napędzi morskie farmy wiatrowe.
Bałtycki wiatr rozwija nam żagle.
Rozwinie też naszą gospodarkę, zasilając ponad 5 milionów gospodarstw domowych.
Ten wiatr może dotrzeć wszędzie.
Już niedługo PGE zmieni jego moc w zieloną energię i prześle ją wprost do Ciebie. PGE Polska Grupa Energetyczna. Moc bałtyckiego wiatru w Twoim domu.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego odwaga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą do naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktów. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
Energia elektryczna towarzyszy nam w każdej chwili życia. Za stały i bezpieczny przesył energii elektrycznej w całej Polsce oraz bilansowanie krajowego systemu elektroenergetycznego odpowiadają pracownicy polskich sieci elektroenergetycznych. Energii elektrycznej nie da się przechowywać, dlatego w każdej chwili należy produkować jej dokładnie tyle, ile zostanie zużyte. Oszacowanie zapotrzebowania na energię elektryczną i jej bilansowanie to jedno z najtrudniejszych i najważniejszych wyzwań, z którymi polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne mierzą się każdego dnia. Nasza sieć to ponad 14 600 km linii 220 i 400 kV. Wraz z dynamicznym wzrostem zapotrzebowania na energię elektryczną rozwijamy sieć elektroenergetyczną, by sprostać wyzwaniom nadchodzącym w kolejnych dziesięcioleciach. Przy wszystkich naszych inwestycjach minimalizujemy wpływ na środowisko naturalne i otoczenie. Wspieramy społeczności lokalne i naszych sąsiadów. W naszych prognozach dotyczących zapotrzebowania i popytu uwzględniamy zmiany zachodzące na rynku energii. Wyprzedzamy je, aby zapewnić bezpieczeństwo energetyczne naszego kraju. Bierzemy aktywny udział w transformacji energetycznej Europy. Jesteśmy częścią jednolitego, zintegrowanego europejskiego rynku energii elektrycznej. Krajowy system elektroenergetyczny jest szczególnie ważny dla bezpieczeństwa państwa. Dlatego przykładamy ogromną wagę do fizycznej ochrony naszej infrastruktury i cyberbezpieczeństwa systemów. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne realnie wpływają na polską gospodarkę. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne. Energia w dobrych rękach.
Życie to energia. Być może nie zastanawiałeś się, skąd się bierze, jaką drogę musi przebyć. Ale dzięki nam masz pewność, że zawsze będzie tam, gdzie jej potrzebujesz. Już od ponad 15 lat Gaz System zarządza siecią przesyłową w Polsce. Zapewniamy bezpieczeństwo i ciągłość dostaw. Co roku przesyłamy miliardy metrów sześciennych gazu. Stale rozwijamy się, budując tysiące kilometrów nowych gazociągów. Współtworzymy zintegrowane systemy przesyłowe w Europie, dzięki takim projektom jak dwukierunkowy gazociąg łączący Polskę i Danię, korytarz północ-południe czy interkonektory. Będąc filarem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego kraju i regionu, rozwijamy inwestycje umożliwiające dostawy gazu z nowych źródeł i kierunków. Rozbudowujemy terminal LNG w Świnoujściu. Jesteśmy też odpowiedzialni za powstanie terminalu pływającego w Zatoce Gdańskiej. Zatrudniamy ponad 3000 pracowników, których łączy pasja i profesjonalizm w dostarczaniu czystej, konkurencyjnej cenowo i stabilnej energii. Dążymy do zrównoważonego rozwoju, wspierając lokalne społeczności i chroniąc środowisko. A ponad wszystko zmieniamy oblicze polskiego gazownictwa oraz integrujemy rynek gazu w Europie. Gaz System. System, który łączy.
Polska Spółka Gazownictwa to największa spółka grupy kapitałowej PGNiG. Jako narodowy operator systemu dystrybucyjnego i europejski lider tej branży, przez prawie 200 000 kilometrów gazociągów codziennie dostarczamy gaz do ponad 7 milionów odbiorców. Stale czuwamy nad bezpieczeństwem i ciągłością jego dostaw. Chcemy, by z błękitnego paliwa korzystało jeszcze więcej mieszkańców Polski. Dlatego realizujemy strategiczny program rozbudowy infrastruktury dystrybucyjnej.
Inwestujemy w tworzenie nowych gazociągów, rozwijamy nowoczesne technologie i podnosimy efektywność podejmowanych działań.
Stawiamy także na gazyfikację wyspową. Dzięki stacjom regazyfikacji skroplonego gazu LNG zapewniamy szybki i bezpieczny dostęp do tego paliwa tam, gdzie go wcześniej nie było. Dzięki naszym działaniom wzrasta liczba odbiorców gazu, a proces przyłączenia do sieci dystrybucyjnej PSG jest łatwiejszy niż kiedykolwiek wcześniej.
Wystarczy zgłosić się do jednego z prawie 200 miejsc obsługi klienta w całym kraju lub skorzystać z internetowego portalu przyłączeniowego.
Polska Spółka Gazownictwa. Dostarczamy paliwo gazowe w sposób ciągły, bezpieczny, z poszanowaniem środowiska naturalnego. Polska Spółka Gazownictwa. Wybieram gaz.
Energy gives power. Telecommunications gives connection. Banking gives stability. Big data gives knowledge. Smart city gives new possibilities. Healthcare gives strength. Insurance gives safety. Administration gives support. Defense gives security. IT gives freedom. ASECO, technology for business, solutions for people.
partner biznesowy dla firm, które chcą się rozwijać w innowacyjnych branżach. Firm, które szukają finansowania lub terenów inwestycyjnych w specjalnych strefach ekonomicznych. ARP udziela pożyczek na finansowanie inwestycji i kapitału obrotowego, realizację kontraktów, wdrożenie działań zwiększających efektywność prowadzonej działalności gospodarczej oraz na restrukturyzację. ARP udostępnia przedsiębiorcom swoją ofertę finansową w centrach obsługi przedsiębiorców. W dniu obchodów 30-lecia spółki ARP otworzyła 7. Centrum Obsługi Przedsiębiorców w Warszawie. Agencji Rozwoju Przemysłu bliskie są innowacje. Sieć otwartych innowacji. Jest to program grantowy, w ramach którego firmy mogą ubiegać się o grant na zakup licencji lub prawa własności do innowacyjnej technologii. ARP skutecznie ratuje od upadku firmy ważne dla polskiej gospodarki i społeczeństwa. Wdraża i realizuje program restrukturyzacji, który prowadzi do powrotu na ścieżkę rozwoju. Agencja Rozwoju Przemysłu zarządza 2 specjalnymi strefami ekonomicznymi, w ramach których utworzyła 3 europarki: Mielec, Wisłosan oraz Kobierzyce. ARP to partner biznesowy dla firm. Zapraszamy do współpracy.
ML System. Zmieniamy świat dla przyszłych pokoleń. Natura to skarb. Dbamy o środowisko. Podejmujemy działania, aby przyszłe pokolenia cieszyły się światem, jaki znamy. Niezbędna jest transformacja energetyczna i my jesteśmy jej częścią. W Centrum Badawczo-Rozwojowym tworzymy innowacje w skali świata. W naszej fabryce produkujemy ogniwa, moduły fotowoltaiczne, systemy mocowań, szyby z powłokami kwantowymi, szyby, które świecą. Fotowoltaiczne żaluzje. Fotowoltaiczne fasady wentylowane. Fotowoltaiczne fasady. Fotowoltaiczne świetliki. Kolorowe moduły fotowoltaiczne. Rozwiązania Smart City. Dostarczamy kompletne rozwiązania systemów fotowoltaicznych zintegrowanych z budynkami. Szyby, które grzeją. Parapety, które grzeją i ładują. Szklane grzejniki. Szyby ze zmienną przeziernością. Chronimy zdrowie. Wirusobójcze przegrody szklane. UV-Box. COVID-detektor. Przyczyniamy się do ochrony planety i ograniczenia efektu cieplarnianego. ML System. Zmieniamy świat dla przyszłych pokoleń.
Kocham bałtycki wiatr.
To ekstra zabawa!
To też moc, którą PGE napędzi morskie farmy wiatrowe.
Bałtycki wiatr rozwija nam żagle.
Rozwinie też naszą gospodarkę, zasilając ponad 5 milionów gospodarstw domowych.
Ten wiatr może dotrzeć wszędzie.
Już niedługo PGE zmieni jego moc w zieloną energię i prześle ją wprost do Ciebie. PGE Polska Grupa Energetyczna. Moc bałtyckiego wiatru w Twoim domu.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego odwaga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą dla naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktów. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
Energia elektryczna towarzyszy nam w każdej chwili życia. Za stały i bezpieczny przesył energii elektrycznej w całej Polsce oraz bilansowanie krajowego systemu elektroenergetycznego odpowiadają pracownicy polskich sieci elektroenergetycznych. Energii elektrycznej nie da się przechowywać, dlatego w każdej chwili należy produkować jej dokładnie tyle, ile zostanie zużyte. Oszacowanie zapotrzebowania na energię elektryczną i jej bilansowanie to jedno z najtrudniejszych i najważniejszych wyzwań, z którymi polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne mierzą się każdego dnia. Nasza sieć to ponad 14 600 km linii 220 i 400 kV. Wraz z dynamicznym wzrostem zapotrzebowania na energię elektryczną rozwijamy sieć elektroenergetyczną, by sprostać wyzwaniom nadchodzącym w kolejnych dziesięcioleciach. Przy wszystkich naszych inwestycjach minimalizujemy wpływ na środowisko naturalne i otoczenie. Wspieramy społeczności lokalne i naszych sąsiadów. W naszych prognozach dotyczących zapotrzebowania i popytu uwzględniamy zmiany zachodzące na rynku energii. Wyprzedzamy je, aby zapewnić bezpieczeństwo energetyczne naszego kraju. Bierzemy aktywny udział w transformacji energetycznej Europy. Jesteśmy częścią jednolitego, zintegrowanego europejskiego rynku energii elektrycznej. Krajowy system elektroenergetyczny jest szczególnie ważny dla bezpieczeństwa państwa. Dlatego przykładamy ogromną wagę do fizycznej ochrony naszej infrastruktury i cyberbezpieczeństwa systemów. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne realnie wpływają na polską gospodarkę. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne. Energia w dobrych rękach.
Życie to energia. Być może nie zastanawiałeś się, skąd się bierze, jaką drogę musi przebyć. Ale dzięki nam masz pewność, że zawsze będzie tam, gdzie jej potrzebujesz. Już od ponad 15 lat Gaz-System zarządza siecią przesyłową w Polsce. Zapewniamy bezpieczeństwo i ciągłość dostaw. Co roku przesyłamy miliardy metrów sześciennych gazu. Stale rozwijamy się, budując tysiące kilometrów nowych gazociągów. Współtworzymy zintegrowane systemy przesyłowe w Europie, dzięki takim projektom jak dwukierunkowy gazociąg łączący Polskę i Danię, korytarz północ-południe czy interkonektory. Będąc filarem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego kraju i regionu, rozwijamy inwestycje umożliwiające dostawy gazu z nowych źródeł i kierunków. Rozbudowujemy terminal LNG w Świnoujściu. Jesteśmy też odpowiedzialni za powstanie terminalu pływającego w Zatoce Gdańskiej. Zatrudniamy ponad 3000 pracowników, których łączy pasja i profesjonalizm w dostarczaniu czystej, konkurencyjnej cenowo i stabilnej energii. Dążymy do zrównoważonego rozwoju, wspierając lokalne społeczności i chroniąc środowisko. A ponad wszystko zmieniamy oblicze polskiego gazownictwa oraz integrujemy rynek gazu w Europie. Gaz-System. System, który łączy.
Polska Spółka Gazownictwa to największa spółka grupy kapitałowej PGNiG. Jako narodowy operator systemu dystrybucyjnego i europejski lider tej branży, przez prawie 200 000 kilometrów gazociągów codziennie dostarczamy gaz do ponad 7 milionów odbiorców. Stale czuwamy nad bezpieczeństwem i ciągłością jego dostaw. Chcemy, by z błękitnego paliwa korzystało jeszcze więcej mieszkańców Polski. Dlatego realizujemy strategiczny program rozbudowy infrastruktury dystrybucyjnej.
Inwestujemy w tworzenie nowych gazociągów, rozwijamy nowoczesne technologie i podnosimy efektywność podejmowanych działań.
Stawiamy także na gazyfikację wyspową. Dzięki stacjom regazyfikacji skroplonego gazu LNG zapewniamy szybki i bezpieczny dostęp do tego paliwa tam, gdzie go wcześniej nie było. Dzięki naszym działaniom wzrasta liczba odbiorców gazu, a proces przyłączenia do sieci dystrybucyjnej PSG jest łatwiejszy niż kiedykolwiek wcześniej.
Wystarczy zgłosić się do jednego z prawie 200 miejsc obsługi klienta w całym kraju lub skorzystać z internetowego portalu przyłączeniowego.
Polska Spółka Gazownictwa. Dostarczamy paliwo gazowe w sposób ciągły, bezpieczny, z poszanowaniem środowiska naturalnego. Polska Spółka Gazownictwa. Wybieram gaz.
Energy gives power. Telecommunications gives connection. Banking gives stability. Big data gives knowledge. Smart city gives new possibilities. Healthcare gives strength. Insurance gives safety. Administration gives support. Defense gives security. IT gives freedom. ASECO, technology for business, solutions for people.
ARP to partner biznesowy dla firm, które chcą się rozwijać w innowacyjnych branżach. Firm, które szukają finansowania lub terenów inwestycyjnych w specjalnych strefach ekonomicznych. ARP udziela pożyczek na finansowanie inwestycji i kapitału obrotowego, realizację kontraktów, wdrożenie działań zwiększających efektywność prowadzonej działalności gospodarczej oraz na restrukturyzację. ARP udostępnia przedsiębiorcom swoją ofertę finansową w centrach obsługi przedsiębiorców. W dniu obchodów 30-lecia spółki ARP otworzyła 7. Centrum Obsługi Przedsiębiorców w Warszawie. Agencji Rozwoju Przemysłu bliskie są innowacje. Sieć otwartych innowacji. Jest to program grantowy, w ramach którego firmy mogą ubiegać się o grant na zakup licencji lub prawa własności do innowacyjnej technologii. ARP skutecznie ratuje od upadku firmy ważne dla polskiej gospodarki i społeczeństwa. Wdraża i realizuje program restrukturyzacji, który prowadzi do powrotu na ścieżkę rozwoju. Agencja Rozwoju Przemysłu zarządza 2 specjalnymi strefami ekonomicznymi, w ramach których utworzyła 3 europarki: Mielec, Wisłosan oraz Kobierzyce. ARP to partner biznesowy dla firm. Zapraszamy do współpracy.
ML System. Zmieniamy świat dla przyszłych pokoleń. Natura to skarb. Dbamy o środowisko. Podejmujemy działania, aby przyszłe pokolenia cieszyły się światem, jaki znamy. Niezbędna jest transformacja energetyczna i my jesteśmy jej częścią. W Centrum Badawczo-Rozwojowym tworzymy innowacje w skali świata. W naszej fabryce produkujemy ogniwa, moduły fotowoltaiczne, systemy mocowań, szyby z powłokami kwantowymi, szyby, które świecą. Fotowoltaiczne żaluzje. Fotowoltaiczne fasady wentylowane. Fotowoltaiczne fasady. Fotowoltaiczne świetliki. Kolorowe moduły fotowoltaiczne. Rozwiązania Smart City. Dostarczamy kompletne rozwiązania systemów fotowoltaicznych zintegrowanych z budynkami. Szyby, które grzeją. Parapety, które grzeją i ładują. Szklane grzejniki. Szyby ze zmienną przeziernością. Chronimy zdrowie. Wirusobójcze przegrody szklane. UV-Box. COVID-detektor. Przyczyniamy się do ochrony planety i ograniczenia efektu cieplarnianego. ML System. Zmieniamy świat dla przyszłych pokoleń.
Kocham bałtycki wiatr.
To ekstra zabawa!
To też moc, którą PGE napędzi morskie farmy wiatrowe.
Bałtycki wiatr rozwija nam żagle.
Rozwinie też naszą gospodarkę, zasilając ponad 5 milionów gospodarstw domowych.
Ten wiatr może dotrzeć wszędzie.
Już niedługo PGE zmieni jego moc w zieloną energię i prześle ją wprost do Ciebie. PGE Polska Grupa Energetyczna. Moc bałtyckiego wiatru w Twoim domu.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego odwaga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą dla naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktów. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
Energia elektryczna towarzyszy nam w każdej chwili życia. Za stały i bezpieczny przesył energii elektrycznej w całej Polsce oraz bilansowanie krajowego systemu elektroenergetycznego odpowiadają pracownicy polskich sieci elektroenergetycznych. Energii elektrycznej nie da się przechowywać, dlatego w każdej chwili należy produkować jej dokładnie tyle, ile zostanie zużyte. Oszacowanie zapotrzebowania na energię elektryczną i jej bilansowanie to jedno z najtrudniejszych i najważniejszych wyzwań, z którymi polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne mierzą się każdego dnia. Nasza sieć to ponad 14 600 km linii 220 i 400 kV. Wraz z dynamicznym wzrostem zapotrzebowania na energię elektryczną rozwijamy sieć elektroenergetyczną, by sprostać wyzwaniom nadchodzącym w kolejnych dziesięcioleciach. Przy wszystkich naszych inwestycjach minimalizujemy wpływ na środowisko naturalne i otoczenie. Wspieramy społeczności lokalne i naszych sąsiadów. W naszych prognozach dotyczących zapotrzebowania i popytu uwzględniamy zmiany zachodzące na rynku energii. Wyprzedzamy je, aby zapewnić bezpieczeństwo energetyczne naszego kraju. Bierzemy aktywny udział w transformacji energetycznej Europy. Jesteśmy częścią jednolitego, zintegrowanego europejskiego rynku energii elektrycznej. Krajowy system elektroenergetyczny jest szczególnie ważny dla bezpieczeństwa państwa. Dlatego przykładamy ogromną wagę do fizycznej ochrony naszej infrastruktury i cyberbezpieczeństwa systemów. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne realnie wpływają na polską gospodarkę. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne. Energia w dobrych rękach.
Życie to energia. Być może nie zastanawiałeś się, skąd się bierze, jaką drogę musi przebyć. Ale dzięki nam masz pewność, że zawsze będzie tam, gdzie jej potrzebujesz. Już od ponad 15 lat Gaz-System zarządza siecią przesyłową w Polsce. Zapewniamy bezpieczeństwo i ciągłość dostaw. Co roku przesyłamy miliardy metrów sześciennych gazu. Stale rozwijamy się, budując tysiące kilometrów nowych gazociągów. Współtworzymy zintegrowane systemy przesyłowe w Europie, dzięki takim projektom jak dwukierunkowy gazociąg łączący Polskę i Danię, korytarz północ-południe czy interkonektory. Będąc filarem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego kraju i regionu, rozwijamy inwestycje umożliwiające dostawy gazu z nowych źródeł i kierunków. Rozbudowujemy terminal LNG w Świnoujściu. Jesteśmy też odpowiedzialni za powstanie terminalu pływającego w Zatoce Gdańskiej. Zatrudniamy ponad 3000 pracowników, których łączy pasja i profesjonalizm w dostarczaniu czystej, konkurencyjnej cenowo i stabilnej energii. Dążymy do zrównoważonego rozwoju, wspierając lokalne społeczności i chroniąc środowisko. A ponad wszystko zmieniamy oblicze polskiego gazownictwa oraz integrujemy rynek gazu w Europie. Gaz-System. System, który łączy.
Słychać mnie? Zapraszam panelistów na backstage.
Polska Spółka Gazownictwa to największa spółka grupy kapitałowej PGNiG. Jako narodowy operator systemu dystrybucyjnego i europejski lider tej branży, przez prawie 200 000 kilometrów gazociągów codziennie dostarczamy gaz do ponad 7 milionów odbiorców. Stale czuwamy nad bezpieczeństwem i ciągłością jego dostaw. Chcemy, by z błękitnego paliwa korzystało jeszcze więcej mieszkańców Polski. Dlatego realizujemy strategiczny program rozbudowy infrastruktury dystrybucyjnej.
Inwestujemy w tworzenie nowych gazociągów, rozwijamy nowoczesne technologie i podnosimy efektywność podejmowanych działań.
Stawiamy także na gazyfikację wyspową. Dzięki stacjom regazyfikacji skroplonego gazu LNG zapewniamy szybki i bezpieczny dostęp do tego paliwa tam, gdzie go wcześniej nie było. Dzięki naszym działaniom wzrasta liczba odbiorców gazu, a proces przyłączenia do sieci dystrybucyjnej PSG jest łatwiejszy niż kiedykolwiek wcześniej.
Wystarczy zgłosić się do jednego z prawie 200 miejsc obsługi klienta w całym kraju lub skorzystać z internetowego portalu przyłączeniowego.
Polska Spółka Gazownictwa. Dostarczamy paliwo gazowe w sposób ciągły, bezpieczny, z poszanowaniem środowiska naturalnego. Polska Spółka Gazownictwa. Wybieram gaz.
Energy gives power. Telecommunications gives connection. Banking gives stability. Big data gives knowledge. Smart city gives new possibilities. Healthcare gives strength. Insurance gives safety. Administration gives support. Defense gives security. IT gives freedom. ASECO. Technology for business. Solutions for people.
Już w takim razie, jeżeli możemy prosić o uruchomienie tego jeszcze mikrofonu przy...
Halo.
Ja próbuję, to jest
Już jest. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo cieszę się, że mogę Państwa...
And gentlemen, I'm very happy that I can invite you to the next panel of this conference. And this panel will focus on the energy transformation in Poland. It will be chaired by Bartłomiej Czederski from wysokienapięcie.pl. Our panelists will be introduced by the moderator. Enjoy the debate. Thank you, and thank you for the introduction. Let me introduce our guests today. Let me start with the guest that I have online, Mr. Maciej Kołaczkowski from the World Economic Forum, Dr. Paweł Pikus, PhD, Director of the Department of Electricity and Gas, Ministry of Climate and Environment, Piotr Moncarz from the Stanford University, and Rafał Gawin from the Energy Regulatory Office. And we have Dr. Marcin Sienkiewicz with us, Deputy Director of the Strategy and Projects Office for Gas Polish Power Exchange, Magdalena Król from KGHM Kuprum Research and Development Center, Maciej Jakubik, expert for the Polish Power Grid, and Dr. Engineer Piotr Janusz from the Polish Gas Company, and Jan Frania, Vice President of the Management Board for Network Infrastructure, PGE Dystrybucja. Thank you and welcome here in the auditorium and online. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be talking about energy transformation in Poland. But let me start this debate from the international context. So my first question goes to Maciej Kołaczkowski from the World Economic Forum, whether today, with Europe quite united in the effort to combat the climate challenge, is our joint effort followed or seconded by the rest of the world? So that's my first question that goes to Mr. Kołaczkowski, and this is my I would like to ask all the panelists, ladies and gentlemen, since we don't have much time, less than we planned, may you please be brief. Thank you. Thank you for your invitation. I'm not with you in person. I hope that I will next year. And greetings to all panelists, and greetings to all my friends and colleagues in Rzeszów. I hope to see you in person next year. In the international context for the Polish energy transformation, let me address three core trends. The first mega trend is obviously the need to manage the carbon footprint, CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gases emission. And the second one is about the second trend is related to the future of the consumption. And the third one is related to the economic model for states and business models for companies. So you're asking about the rest of the world potentially following in footsteps of this joint effort of the European states. So that's the trend that is shaping the transformation and the future of the sector. Nowadays, countries responsible for 70% of CO2 emission globally obligated themselves to reach emission neutrality. Not all these countries have the capacity to do it. Some set to 2050 as the target, China 2060 as the target. But at least there's something has been done in this area. And there's this question, well, it's easy to promise now, easy to promise something coming in 30, 40 years, perhaps not all these targets will be achieved, but undoubtedly the trajectory of the transformation has been clearly defined, and I don't think there is a way back. I think we'll stay on the course for the next decade. So that's the first aspect. And the second aspect that I would like to bring to your attention is the context of the consumer of the future. So in the oil sector, emissions from the oil production, oil refining is as little as 20% of the entire emission. 80% is emitted when fuels are burned combusted in engines of our cars. So consumers will be the central elements of the transformation, and they will decide on its shape. The same goes for gas. I think it's an interesting concept. Over the last few years or months, gas has been considered a bridge fuel, more pure than fossil fuels like coal. But nowadays, gas is considered the fuel that we need to exit from. And now very briefly about electrification. So on the demand side, electricity is to replace fossil fuel in vehicles, and this trend continues. Finally, let me mention hydrogen. I know that you had a separate panel devoted to for hydrogen. Recently, hydrogen is back as the topic of the debate. So this is the fuel considered as the fuel of the future, which would allow us mitigation of emissions. And finally, the business model, the economic model for a country. So we don't know about the future. Future is uncertain, but at the level of business, at the level of companies, there will be some changes. And for example, in the sector of oil and gas, there are three archetypes that could be expected. So the first one, there will be oil and gas experts, companies that have resources. They'll be using, exploiting, limiting, and mitigating their emissions. Then the second element or player will be an integrated multi-energy enterprise that will be selling electricity, that will be selling power. Perhaps they'll be selling hydrogen and other services. And the type 3, low emission enterprises that will be discounting, leveraging their advantages. What does it mean for Poland? Well, I think that there are three main trends here, and I would like to leave you here with three core questions. As a country, as entrepreneurs, as consumers of energy, what vision do we have to manage carbon footprint, to manage emissions? So, and the next question is, what is the future on the supply side and the consumer engagement side? So how would we like to consume the energy? And number 3 is what that all means for enterprises and to enterprises. Now, speaking to the national champions about their role in the future, it's also important to think about the future of smaller size companies that can participate in the transformation and also build the future of the Polish economy. Thank you. Thank you, Maciej, for presenting us this global perspective from the point of view of Davos. So my question now goes to Professor Piotr Moncarz from Stanford University about the global context of the transformation, which is happening both in the energy and in the transportation sector, in the industry. Do you think that Poland can profit from it and earn from it? And if it can, if so, which areas would be the profit-generating areas that we should focus on? Well, thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's so nice to be with you, although remotely. Well, I blame those who refuse to get vaccinated, that I'm unable to join you in person. Well, there is no doubt that there are so many areas that have been taken care of when speaking about the future for the energy. There are such vast horizons and such gaps, niches, that Poland can surely easily find its area, its niche and domain. And I enjoyed hearing about these three approaches to global transformation at the global level, and I would suggest to focus on those that lift off so well selling oil and gas, and if they're not panicking, well, at least they're in the process of undergoing a very rapid transformation, and it costs them a lot of money. And assisting them, that could be a major source of income for countries like Poland. Poland has an excellent and solid base of consultants who are very well educated, like Saudi Arabia has this plan by 2030 to transform its economy at a large scale. And the way they approach it, it's not very organized, to say the least. Europe sells and the entire plant systems and dairy producing plant on the basis of this economic transformation concept. Just now to move on to this area, which is close to Poland's heart. Then we have another example. If I
wyskoczy drukarka ze Stanfordu, zanim się pojawi.
Then there is another company from Poland, which is Skype company. So I think it's important for Poland to come up with a list of niches or areas or specializations. These are. I'm not going to speak about the infrastructure like roads, airports, and etc., because these can wait, and those that have the technology and they can jump right in there into this global transformation, they should have this very strong support from the state, as the South Korea supported its economy when they were on their path to the global economic leadership. So that would be about the basic approaches. Well, I don't live in Poland. I live in California, and I can give you some local examples. As you know very well, California is one of the leading global regions when it comes to transformation. We have plans to move on to non-emission economy. In 2045, our transportation will be zero emission. And then the production is to have 100% energy generating, and that it is not happening without co-participation of corporates and the government. The collaboration must be very close. We need the triggers that certain economies cannot afford. So these incentives that must come from governmental sources.
To nie są ogromne sumy.
So these amounts are not huge, and when compared to the revenue of the USA, but they're of key importance when it comes to their impact. Like 50% of the US electric cars they're in California, where that's the Silicon Valley, that's about the level of education, but that's only a part of the truth. And another part of that is economic simulators, then solar panels on roof. Well, you can blame the climate, but it's about subsidizing, it's about paying back these installations with energy production. That's a huge achievement. And then there was this very strong suggestion to the regulators across the world. This is how we affect the growth of all the fragmented electrical energy generating system. So the model that might work across the world, these are solar panels adapted to certain economic, to certain local conditions. Then investment into grid that can receive energy transmitted from fragmented sources. So these are the key aspects here. I thank you very much, Professor, for your comment, and thank you very much for adding other elements of the debate. So we heard from Davos, we heard from Palo Alto, so let us move on to Warsaw.
Let us stick to the topic mentioned by Professor Moncarz, namely photovoltaics growing in importance. So Director, the question goes to Director Pikus. What's your perspective on this final result of the energy transition in electrical energy sector? In a few years, we'll have a situation when we'll have 10 gigawatts in photovoltaics in Poland, 10 gigawatts in onshore wind energy sector. In a few years, it will be another 10 gigawatts in onshore, offshore, so 30 gigawatts in weather-dependent sources.
Polski szczytowym dzisiaj na poziomie niespełna 30 gigawatów.
And basically the demand in Poland is less than 30 gigawatts. So there might be a windy day, a sunny day, then we'll generate 20 gigawatts from renewable sources, only the ones that I've mentioned, and the remaining part will be from other sources. But I entered some data into Excel, 8,000 hours a year, and you will have 5 hours a year without any wind, offshore, onshore, or photovoltaic either. So what about 2030, 2040? What sources or what technologies will replace, or perhaps by 2050, what sources will Poland use to replace the ones which are weather dependent? Thank you very much for this question. It is very important. It is a very pertinent question. First of all, you've mentioned the results of transformation. I would say we will be under constant transformation. The transformation will never end. New technologies will join in, new innovations will crop up, and will have to face it continually. The energy sector is such a field which is dynamic, unpredictable. 3 years ago, we were talking about the gold era of natural gas. International Energy Agency issued a report that gas will be the main energy source in the future. We should invest in gas, and now it's 2021, so 4 years later or 3 years later, and like Maciej was saying, it's not like that. We are moving away from all the fossil fuels. These are not only global trends, there are also European trends. More or less 3 years ago, we received a huge grant to complete construction of the Baltic Pipe. EU funds hundreds of millions of euro, and the regulation which was adopted by the Council on the Trans-European grid will not be focusing on the investment in clean gas-related fuels, but only in the ones which will move towards decarbonization. So the dynamics is really impressive, and there are so many changes, it is very difficult to live in such a world. The energy policy adopted in 2009 and the one in 2021, well, it is like a civilizational change. It is a totally different approach to the energy sector. So when I'm asked a question about 2050 and the energy sector then, I can say the following. I hope it will work on the basis of the sources which will provide continuous supply of electrical power at the lowest possible price. Can I be more specific? No, not really. At the European level, when we see the EU policy, it is like moving forward, moving fast forward, getting ahead of others. And the European Union and its innovative funds or cohesion funds plays in a game which is, well, to use the funds and to make people invest in the sources that potentially in the future might be revelational. It should be a revelation from our perspective. Will they save us? Well, we don't know that, because there are plenty of various processes ahead of us. We know that gas pipelines will send 10, 20, 30% of hydrogen. Perhaps, we don't know that for sure. There are still studies in the pipeline. Perhaps it will be 100%, but we'll see whether it will become a fact. So your question is very important, because we should, or we must, make investment decisions, because they will be translated into the shape of energy sector in the future. And we must be based on hard data which are available, so basing the Polish energy system on like energy storage or hydrogen installations is based on optimism, not realism. If you look at safe operations of electrical power grid, so that electricity is accessible for all the recipients, including the industry, so that coefficients of supplies are at the lowest possible level, well, in order to have that, we need to focus on reliable technologies, accessible technologies, because there is a radical change of paradigm of our system. And we are going to face similar processes in the next 20 years, because then the age and the duration of power plants which are in operation and the changes on the global scale, like coal or carbon footprints management, well, all these factors force certain decisions on us. And if we have technologies at hand, we have to use them. Obviously, we are dependent on weather conditions to some extent, and the values are quite good. They may decrease the prices of energy in the markets, and we all look at the greening of the mix. We believe it is very positive, and the majority of us like this approach, like this direction. But as for more traditional experts who manage the energy sector, and 30 gigawatts for them, well, they have a heartache when they hear that. or heart attacks, actually, for that matter, because energy has to flow all the time. So what is of essence is to have stable power reserves, be it due to nuclear energy, whether will provide us with base load and energy security, or transitionally gas-related energy solutions, or there was information about the renaissance of CCS technologies, and once the project was submitted to a joint list of the European Union. So all these technologies will be used for the system to make it stable. The question is coal, for how long, for how much longer? Because as it's been said in previous panels, coal, due to market conditions, can push out coal out of the mix. So the dynamic is there. It is very high dynamic. We need to keep stability of the system. We need to have the right capacity, and we need to have integration of RES. It will be happening at the central energy level, but more and more will be happening at the local level, photovoltaic installations, and all the technologies which are close to the recipient and lead to small losses in energy transmission. But perhaps we should discuss this topic later on at length during other panels. I'm sure other speakers will contribute to that topic. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Director. Towards the end of your contribution, you've mentioned recipients and prices of energy, so energy bills. So now I'd like Rafał Gawin to contribute to our discussion, because for the majority of recipients domestically, he regulates the prices of electrical energy and gas, and the transformation is perceived by the European Union as a necessity involving end users. That is why, in this vision, designed in Brussels, there is no place for regulation of prices of gas or electricity, because users should be as active as possible at various stages in various elements. So the question is rather brief. About your perspective, would you say that domestic recipients are ready for that, for releasing prices? Or would you say that it should be happening in the next year, perhaps 2 years? And is there a chance for a vast majority of recipients? Yes, it's the question to Arkadiusz Krakowiak. That's a question to Arkadiusz Krakowiak from the Energy Regulatory Office, obviously. From your perspective, would you say that we should go in this direction set up by Brussels? Arkadiusz Krakowiak from the Energy Regulatory Office. So perhaps first of all, I should say the following. We regulate only LPG prices, which is 30 terawatt-hours, and demand is for 370. So that's the only segment subjected to tariffs and regulated by the regulator. There is a very poor technical quality of sound. Only a fraction of recipients take advantage of free markets and
innego rodzaju usługi, elementy. Tylko około 60% klientów korzysta tak naprawdę z taryfy czystej ceny, którą
The quality of the sound is insufficient for interpreters to interpret from.
Migrację. Coraz więcej klientów z roku na rok przechodzi z ofert taryfowych na oferty węglowe. Po trzecie, taka stwierdzona taryfa tak naprawdę jest pewnego rodzaju gwarancją, że klienci, którzy tak naprawdę są mało, powiedziałbym, mobilni, oni mają możliwość tak naprawdę mamy zagwarantowaną cenę energii na poziomie racjonalnym. I ta cena wynika tak naprawdę z kosztów jej nabycia i nie zawiera żadnych ukrytych narzędzi. I dzisiaj jakby jako URE uważamy, że to nie jest czas, żebyśmy zupełnie rezygnowali z zatwierdzania taryf. To narzędzie w naszej ocenie służy przede wszystkim ochronie klientów, którzy chcą korzystać tylko i wyłącznie z podstawowego produktu. Istnieje ryzyko, że jeżeli taryfy nie będą zatwierdzane, to ceny szczególnie dla gospodarstw domowych będą podlegały bardzo dużej zmienności. I uważamy, że jeżeli w ogóle miałoby dojść do uwolnienia tych cen, to tak naprawdę musiał być spełniony pewien warunki. Po pierwsze, musiał być wdrożony system ochrony odbiorców wrażliwych, szczególnie tych, którzy, tak jak powiedzieliśmy, dla których ten koszt energii jest istotny. Po drugie, tak naprawdę musiałoby się zwiększyć aktywność sprzedawców, tak aby ten udział ofert rynkowych nie wynosił 40%, tylko był istotnie większy. Być może wydaje się, że na chwilę obecną te narzędzia regulacyjne dotyczące uwolnienia cen w naszej ocenie zostały wyczerpane. I wydaje się, że tak naprawdę to jeżeli mielibyśmy to zrobić, to powinno być to załatwione drogą.
Unfortunately, the quality of sound is too poor for interpreters to work from.
Chyba straciliśmy na chwilę pana dyrektora.
We've lost connection with Director Krakowiak. Perhaps it will be possible to talk to him again. Director, can you hear us? If you could repeat the last sentence. I'm sorry, still the received quality of sound is insufficient. Interpretation is not possible.
Pierwsze, to, tak jak powiedziałem, wdrożenie systemu ochrony odbiorców wrażliwych, a dało tak naprawdę istotne zwiększenie aktywności sprzedawców, tak żeby ilość tych klientów, którzy korzystają z wolnego rynku, którzy dzisiaj stanowią 40%, istotnie się zwiększyła. I najlepszym rozwiązaniem w naszym mniemaniu, jeżeli miałoby do tego dojść, to byłoby rozwiązanie ustawowe, takie jak jest zastosowane w gazie. Czyli ustawowe zwolnienie, decyzja administracyjna, w ramach której na przykład od 2024 roku, tak jak w przypadku gazu, nie byłoby zatwierdzanych taryf. Dziękuję.
Dziękuję bardzo serdecznie. Też za
very much for your contribution. Thank you for the position of your office, Energy Regulatory Office. Now we are curious what is the perspective of a big recipient of electrical power. Now I'm looking at Director Król from KGHM Kuprum Research and Development Center. You use more like 3 terawatt hours. It's like 2% of the whole demand in Poland. So you could say you have the best possible tariffs in the market, and you should be pleased because the energy is getting more and more expensive, but still in Europe this acceleration and increase of prices is even faster. So perhaps you should not be worried that a few days ago you showed a vision of your strategy and you said that KGHM will be involved in building offshore wind farms, hydrogen energy, small nuclear reactors. Don't you trust your colleagues from the energy sector to provide the cheapest possible energy all the time? You just try to find your own way? Why do you not trust them? No, it is not lack of trust. It is about the business context. KGHM is one of the biggest recipients of energy, and it has its own energy sources, and it is in OSD system. Now our own generation amounts to 22% of energy used by KGHM, and the simplest thing is with electrical power, because you may buy it, as was rightly mentioned by the moderator, but we have a broader context. We need to emphasize the processes which take place and are the foundation of our operations, like extraction from very deep layers underground, which means that we need to provide safety to people and equipment, because the equipment requires ventilation underground, so we need a system which will provide us safety and security. And we also see a business context in which a surplus of energy can be distributed. in the energy markets. Obviously, KGHM is interested in lowering its carbon footprint because it is also business in copper. Now it is the copper era. Electromobility is a key driver propelling the copper markets, and we think that there is a possibility of the increase of this potential, and we need to be prepared for that. So taking advantage of this good economic situation, we look closely at small nuclear reactors, but we are waiting for the right partner. Now KGHM is doing its hard work. It is not only the work of the mother company, but also subsidiaries like KGHM Cuprum with its R&D, and we have quite a big scope of responsibility when we think about future directions. But there are also other companies who need to identify the places in which we can produce the energy, where we can use the energy. Referring to the previous panel on hydrogen and hydrogen arrays, we as KGHM know that there are technologies which make it possible to generate hydrogen, but we need to find application of the hydrogen in our technological processes, and we are talking about big capacities. So these processes are time-consuming, require a lot of effort. And let me go back to your question. We don't have any problem with trust to our partners providing us with electrical energy, but it is definitely the time to take advantage of our opportunities whenever we spot them. All right, thank you very much. Big industry moves towards their own solutions. Prosumers are also doing the same, and the business as well. So, Director, I'm saying that to Director Sienkiewicz, perhaps everyone will move towards their own sources, and perhaps no one will want to trade via the commodity stock exchange. Because this system, from the perspective of the transformation, from the perspective of 20 or 30 years, will become a conglomerate of smaller systems where energy clusters or energy cooperatives will both produce and use electrical power, and there will be new technologies. Tokenization of electrical power may lead to the situation when energy stock market will be empty. If you are talking about the next 30 years, if everything goes well, I will be retired by then. I see your point. No, obviously, let's be serious. When we talk about energy transformation, which is now beginning, which is accelerating, there is a certain attempt to bring some order into it. That's quite natural. But as Mr. Omeda was saying, it might be happening very chaotically, starting from grassroots processes. Some processes may speed up that fast, at such a pace that it is unimaginable at the moment. And here there are question marks on the way, like what will happen in several years, what will happen to the natural gas and energy markets, because now they are organized according to the third energy package scheme and the legal heritage implemented in Poland as well. And the question is whether it will sustain all the changes, whether it will be maintained or perhaps changed in the near future. We don't know that for sure. We simply don't know that. Now we imagine that up to a point it will be happening within the framework that we already know. Let me just say that from the point of view of the commodity stock exchange or energy stock exchange, one of the transformation elements in Poland, which was emphasized here, obviously not only here, it is simply written and embedded in the documents, which is the bridge role of natural gas in the next 10 years in Poland. From our perspective, it is a very interesting solution business-wise, because the volume of the commodity will go up, and it is the commodity we facilitate the trade in this commodity in safe conditions, and it is optimistic. We assume that we'll be growing together with this market. On the other hand, there is a topic of natural gas greening, or the sector greening, and introduction of green gases, hydrogen or biomethane, and we can observe, and we do that very carefully, we observe all the changes and developments in Poland and abroad, both when it comes to strategic documents and in working groups at the Ministry of Climate and Environment. And we are trying to conduct a dialogue with stakeholders, but these are early days of the process. And so many issues have to be solved. I'm talking technological issues connected with production. So at this stage, it is very difficult to say what will happen in the next 10 years. For example, will we have the market for clean hydrogen only with a dedicated grid? Will it be possible to copy these solutions which are applied now in natural gas and the natural gas market, or what we have in the transmission grid perhaps will be transformed into a certain mix? In the first case, in the other case, well, we are sure we could handle that in cooperation with the operator to adjust our operations. Yes, so like methane from renewable sources, green hydrogen, not gray one or blue one. Yes, correct. Or elements of support for these gases connected with certification, certificates of origin. We have these mechanisms already in place, and our experiences in that respect can be used. Yes, it's quite comforting what you say, because it seems that the key argument recently, or last year, in favor of removing the obligation of this trade was that in the Polish market was more expensive, in abroad it is cheaper. It has changed without removing the obligation, so it shows the quality of these previous arguments. It shows a certain perspective of what we are discussing. And now towards the end of our panel, 3 more speakers.
Maciej Jakubik, he represents the largest grid operator, Polish electro-energy grid. But we've known each other for so many years, and he looks at things from the Brussels perspective. So I'll be asking you about what you see from the perspective of Brussels. So you and Professor Moncarz and Maciej Kołaczkowski, you were saying about, well, not necessarily the war of walls, but about this global competition. And one of the elements here is an option of introducing carbon tax on the EU borders. So that's my question. How do you see the feasibility of that aspect, knowing the Brussels, from your Brussels perspective? Thank you very much for this question. I think this concept is very interesting. It came from certain business organizations. Actually, they were quite pressed and terrified by the climate policy and the cost of increasing of emerging the production of energy-consuming goods. So it was about introducing potential protection measures to protect the Polish industry. On the other hand, at least in the minds of Brussels decision makers, that was to act as the means for understanding and introducing certain measures related to climate policy. So introducing these components of the climate policy, including fees on carbon footprint, on emission, which are introduced in the EU. So on the one hand, that's this willingness to help to give certain framework for the European industry. But on the other hand, it was about encouraging imitation or following in the footsteps of the European policy by other countries. So these regions, these countries that introduce emission taxes or emission fees would be really exempt from that. Now about translating that onto energy trading with third countries, we continue analyzing that at the Polish electrical grid. Well, there are certain aspects that must be covered or taken into account during our legislation drafting exercises. We are calculating the methodology, we work on the allocation, we need to carbon footprint calculation concepts. We'll need to take into account a number of aspects here. So the Ukrainian imports goes along 750 lines to Hungary and Slovakia, and we need to calculate the footprint of the electrons. So should we look at the average emission level of the Ukrainian energy sector? Should we do it on the annual, monthly, weekly, daily basis? So there are many details that require to be agreed upon. From your perspective, is it possible that that would lead to accelerated decarbonization when wanting to trade with the EU? They would need to have these carbon passports or carbon approach. Well, definitely. We're connected with some countries, and looking at comments from these countries, we could see that they are a bit concerned. Their decision makers, their experts, and I mean specifically Ukraine and Turkey, which are these countries are large exporters of electrical energy to the EU. Well, that caused certain fears about the mechanisms and the elements of the evaluation and locally on site. So, as I said, it does have some impact. So let us look at lower voltages. Professor Frania, my question to you is about the elements of the distribution networks that should change for the transformation in the energy sector that we talk about is successful. Ladies and gentlemen, we truly witness transformation, and so far we had that energy transmitted from source to recipients, to consumers. But then we have more fragmented energy generators, and then recipients, consumers also become prosumers in the sense that they generate energy too. So the way I see it, that at some point in time, together with prosumer energy sources, there's been this hope that prosumers, well, actually, prosumers were hoping to become energy generators, and it's not about energy to grid concept, but it's about using energy for one's own needs. And the reason for it is also that the system setting up companies, they try to offer the best potential conditions to private individuals setting up their own energy generating sources. As we operate in a regulated electricity market, we have what we have. Some of the electrical energy goes to the low voltage grid, and somehow causes unbalance of our network. So we wouldn't like that energy to be transformed by 1 degree below, and unfortunately that happens. Well, prosumer-generated energy is of peak nature, so it's either everyone or no one. Well, it does happen that some prosumers, they disconnect themselves from the grid because of exceeded storage capacities. There have been some regional programs that co-finance prosumer systems. As the operator of the distribution network of our company, we strive to encourage regional investment into renewable energy sources, but then small energy storages should be installed with prosumers, and that would pay off because the energy produced on-site at the prosumer can be stored and used at different times. And then we need to have this educational campaign. We need to change the nature by sequencing transformers at home, and the energy can be used at different times. So the time control, that is something that is the melody of the future. Most believe that the system could be disconnected, but this is not what we want to do. Private or public money has been invested to generate the energy sources. So this connection is not an option here. So the entire service must be flexible enough, and here we need the operator of the distribution network involved to consume all this energy. As we talk about storage, it's been believed that these are electrical accumulators, these are electrical batteries. Well, that may be But as mentioned in one of the previous panels, this is not the only solution. So we have some technologies here, and the technology is not such as we expect. But one can store energy as cold or heat and water, etc., etc. So we spoke a lot about clusters. When we deal with clusters, we deal with cooperatives. We don't necessarily can work with distribution network. But when there is a cluster or a co-op and several entities reach an agreement, and if we generate 2 megawatts and cooling houses, they need half a megawatt in that specific area, it is absolutely possible when managing time and temperature, such electricity and electrical energy can be stored and used when needed. So this is something that has been already promised by Minister Kurtyka. This is Mój Prąd, my current program. Thank you very much for offering us the perspective of the energy distributor. And then we have the representative of the gas network. And we have this vision of this fast investment would mean, I understand that would like to change the source of investment and take part in the energy transformation. Well, the smog issue is, this is something that we have to suffer, and this is not only for gas generators, energy generators, and everyone in Poland. So my question is, aren't you concerned the billions invested into construction of networks might not generate any return, because the energy transformation may be as fast as the money invest into growing the gas distribution network into the network that would reach out to these fragmented clients? Well, that would result in the clients, the consumers changing their source of energy, for example, from gas to heat pumps. So aren't you concerned that the transformation will force out deeper changes?
Redaktorze, szanowni państwo, mówiąc o transformacji energetycznej w pierwszej...
For this question, when we talk about energy transformation, we think about electrical power first of all. But you may notice what was the topic of the first panel discussion, when people talked about nuclear power in the energy mix and the role of gas there, especially due to the costs borne by customers. So it seems that the gas sector, I'm not talking about natural gas for purpose, I'm talking about the gas sector, because it will be very significant in this process. As the moderator has said, implementation, all the kind of line investment, like gas pipelines for transmission or for distribution or for electricity, it is a huge challenge, financially and time-wise. But when we adopt a perspective of distribution, when we think about the sector from the perspective of energy transformation, we realize we have 3 challenges. Number 1, the current demand from customers. So I'm talking about individual clients especially, who want to move from a different kind of fuel towards natural gas. The second challenge is moving a shift of the customers who are now consuming higher emission fuels, mostly coal. And I'm thinking about thermal power plants and power plants. which must or want to move towards a different kind of fuel, which entails many infrastructural challenges, because they need to develop their grid. And the third challenge is connected with renewable gases or zero-emission gases. That's why the gas sector will play a significant role in the transformation. I'm talking about adjustment of the grid in such a way that we can use this grid for transportation safely of the gases which will be available, like renewable gases, like biomethane. And according to various estimates, the potential for obtaining biomethane is from 4 to 8 billion cubic meters a year. And the other gas, which was the topic of the previous panel, which is hydrogen, the possibility of transporting hydrogen obtained from renewable energy sources via dedicated grids or in a mix with natural gas. Well, anyway, it is a complex topic because we need to think as an operator about our obligation to provide the right security of the grid and safety of the grid from the infrastructural perspective and from the perspective of customers using this fuel. So in a certain perspective, these are big challenges, and here the gas sector has a great role to play in the transformation. So, Professor, transformation will not necessarily mean we'll move toward electricity only. Yes, very much so. I very much agree with you. Thank you very much indeed for your contribution. It was a very interesting perspective for us. I would say it was a great introduction to our discussion, and I guess, well, we touched upon 10% challenges that the Polish energy sector is facing. So I guess it's time for a short coffee break, and then let us follow these topics, let us continue the discussion. It would be best. I would love to do so. Unfortunately, I cannot. Anyway, I want to say thank you both. Thank you to the panelists and people in the audience. So, both panelists and participants, again, it was just an introduction to a broader discussion, yet it was a highly interesting introduction. It's a pity our time was limited. Many thanks anyway.
Pasjonująca dyskusja. Dziękuję.
Dziękuję.
Do widzenia.
Do widzenia.
Do widzenia.
Do widzenia. Panie profesorze, a pan jak się do Europy wybieramy, miał ochotę zahaczyć o Genewę, to zapraszam. Nie słychać, bo jest pan na tym.
Thank you very much. I'm just saying goodbye, and we need to talk about certain things personally. Thank you. Bye.
Może teraz?
No moglibyśmy teraz, ale wiesz, chciałbym
Nie, mówię na czacie, tylko maila dam.
Tak, właśnie wysyłam do ciebie na czacie.
Fotowoltaiczne fasady wentylowane. Fotowoltaiczne fasady. Fotowoltaiczne świetliki. Kolorowe moduły fotowoltaiczne. Rozwiązania Smart City. Dostarczamy kompletne rozwiązania systemów fotowoltaicznych zintegrowanych z budynkami. Szyby, które grzeją. Parapety, które grzeją i ładują. Szklane grzejniki. Szyby ze zmienną przeziernością. Chronimy zdrowie. Wirusobójcze przegrody szklane. UV-Box. COVID-detektor. Przyczyniamy się do ochrony.
Zapraszam panelistów na backstage.
I ograniczenia efektu cieplarnianego. ML System. Zmieniamy świat dla przyszłych pokoleń.
Sieć LTE 450 to niezawodna i bezpieczna szerokopasmowa transmisja danych na potrzeby energetyki. To nowoczesne możliwości komunikacyjne, które możemy porównać do tych wykorzystywanych na smartfonie. LTE 450 umożliwia monitoring dużej liczby urządzeń, transmisję danych, przesłanie dokumentacji technicznej, map, zdjęć, obrazu wideo i komunikację głosową. LTE 450 to system wykorzystujący częstotliwość 450 MHz. Specjalne pasmo dedykowane sektorowi energetycznemu. To odejście od ograniczeń radiowych systemów wąskopasmowych na rzecz sieci wielousługowej LTE, gdzie pojemność sieci i zdolność transmisji danych jest nawet kilkaset razy wyższa. Jakie są główne korzyści sieci LTE 450? To podniesienie bezpieczeństwa poprzez efektywne wsparcie służb dystrybucyjnych w przypadku awarii, tak aby szybciej reagować i usuwać ich skutki. To zdalne zarządzanie infrastrukturą energetyczną w celu poprawy ciągłości dostaw energii, czy też zdalny odczyt liczników energii umożliwiający tworzenie lepszych taryf dla odbiorców. To wsparcie rozwoju odnawialnych źródeł energii, OZE. LTE 450. Nowoczesna technologia, bezpieczeństwo, niezawodność, przyszłość.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego odwaga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą dla naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktów. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
Energia elektryczna towarzyszy nam w każdej chwili życia. Za stały i bezpieczny przesył energii elektrycznej w całej Polsce oraz bilansowanie krajowego systemu elektroenergetycznego odpowiadają pracownicy polskich sieci elektroenergetycznych. Energii elektrycznej nie da się przechowywać, dlatego w każdej chwili należy produkować jej dokładnie tyle, ile zostanie zużyte. Oszacowanie zapotrzebowania na energię elektryczną i jej bilansowanie to jedno z najtrudniejszych i najważniejszych wyzwań, z którymi polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne mierzą się każdego dnia. Nasza sieć to ponad 14 600 km linii 220 i 400 kV. Wraz z dynamicznym wzrostem zapotrzebowania na energię elektryczną rozwijamy sieć elektroenergetyczną, by sprostać wyzwaniom nadchodzącym w kolejnych dziesięcioleciach. Przy wszystkich naszych inwestycjach minimalizujemy wpływ na środowisko naturalne i otoczenie. Wspieramy społeczności lokalne i naszych sąsiadów. W naszych prognozach dotyczących zapotrzebowania i popytu uwzględniamy zmiany zachodzące na rynku energii. Wyprzedzamy je, aby zapewnić bezpieczeństwo energetyczne naszego kraju. Bierzemy aktywny udział w transformacji energetycznej Europy. Jesteśmy częścią jednolitego, zintegrowanego europejskiego rynku energii elektrycznej. Krajowy system elektroenergetyczny jest szczególnie ważny dla bezpieczeństwa państwa. Dlatego przykładamy ogromną wagę do fizycznej ochrony naszej infrastruktury i cyberbezpieczeństwa systemów. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne realnie wpływają na polską gospodarkę. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne. Energia w dobrych rękach.
Super.
So we are back. I can hear you quite well. So I guess the most persistent ones stayed with us.
Teraz słychać jak każdy oddech.
Right? Now everyone can hear us. Breathe in, breathe out.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon. My name is Piotr Słupczyński. I'm going to moderate the panel Cyber Threats, Industrial Safety, Energy Security. It is organized within the 6th Scientific Conference, Energy Security, Pillars and Perspectives of Development. An honorary guest was to be Professor Piotr Sienkiewicz, yet due to certain reasons he cannot participate in our panel discussion. But I know that Professor is listening to us, is watching us, so many thanks, Professor, for your contribution to educating us on cybersecurity. For many of us, you've always been a mentor, very supportive, so we'd like to wish you very nice ideas and nice impressions during our discussion. But here we have other eminent experts representing various environments, public administration, academia and business. So Director Robert Koszla, Director of the Cybersecurity Department of the Chancellery of the Prime Minister is with us. Mateusz Radecki, Vice President of the Management Board of PERN. Director Grzegorz Bojar, ICT Department, PSE. And Director Michał Chorubała, SOC Director in 4Prime IT Security. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, there will be possibility to ask them, because we are beginning from a discussion and then we are going to have a Q&A session. A question to Robert Koszla, Director. Since 2018, we've had the law on cybersecurity system and the cybersecurity strategy for the Republic of Poland. So I have a question, whether the law fulfills its role, and what is PW Cyber program and Gaia X Polish Hub? What are those? Could you tell us more about that? Thank you. There are so many questions in the first round of our interventions. I do apologize. One more thing, because one more panelist join us, Dr. Marcin Warchoł. He's joining us online. He's the Secretary of State at the Ministry of Justice. Welcome. Hello. We can't hear the Minister. Good afternoon. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. It's much better now. All right, Robert. Yes, so perhaps I will answer the first part of your question, because it was a very complex question. So the law on domestic cybersecurity system has been in place for 3 years. Is it fulfilling its role? Well, I guess it does, to such an extent that, well, for the first time in the legal system, we have a regulation which aimed at creating a domestic cybersecurity system, a national cybersecurity system. Its main task was to identify operators of key services in the 6 sectors which are important from the perspective of the economy. The law has implemented the EU directive NIS, and the main emphasis of the directive was notifying about incidents, so not improving resilience of domestic systems against cyber attacks, but we moved further. And in the law, there are foundations for the national cybersecurity system. Did we fulfill the whole task? Well, to some extent, yes, because during the last 3 years we identified operators of key services, and now it is 170 operators of key services, and 70 of them were designed by the Ministry of Climate in the energy sector. So that's the biggest number from the perspective of operators of key services. Then what was significant was every institution, every competent institution, like the Ministry of Climate and Environment, every institution should begin to build an ecosystem around it. So to come up with best practices, come up with recommendations for a given sector. And actually it's been functioning in the banking sector, in the financial sector, because the role of the regulator was taken by the Financial Security and Financial Supervision Authority, and the mechanism of regulation was tested there. And the team for cybersecurity set up by the Ministry of Climate and Environment is among best practices. It is an example of best practices, and they facilitate contacts between the operators and competent authorities. And when we look at the statistics, well, the situation is not that bad, but even the number of incidents which were notified doesn't show whether the situation is worse or better. Because if there is an incident, if there is an anomaly, if there is notification about that, in order to notify, you have to be able to detect, and you have to recognize whether it is an atypical behavior or whether it is an incident really. And for the energy sector, because we are focusing on the energy sector today, as for the number of serious incidents which disturbed providing key services, in 2019 there was one incident like that. In 2020 there was also one serious incident. So we can say, well, on the basis of statistics, the situation is rather good, even though we know that life is much richer and more diverse. But if we look at all the elements creating energy security, and well, it is simply not about IT systems only, it is also about OT systems, so industrial systems. And the awareness of the situation in the sector is lower in OT. And now I'm going back to the first part of your question. Did we fulfill the tasks from the law on cybersecurity system? One of the tasks was tele-information system was supposed to be set up. It would facilitate notification about incidents. There is SESIR-Gov, responsible for critical infrastructure, responsible for governmental administration, SESIR-MON, responsible for health system, and the military entities, SESIR-NAS, responsible for all the rest. That is the biggest number of entities, like entities related to local government. So notifications which may enter these systems starting of the 1st of January, I would say one of the elements introduced by the law is already in place. It is S46. It is our code S46 because it is Article 46 of the law which says that such a system should be launched. That's the system that SESIRT from the national level have access to, and other entities of cybersecurity system have access to it. Access is voluntary. There were meetings with operators, with the ministry, and we presented the benefits resulting from being connected to S46 system, because it is possible to notify about incidents through a safe channel, but you may also receive information which increases your awareness, what SESIRTs see in the energy sector. So it is about passing on the information on the basis of your own studies and on the basis of the information from allies and analyses from the academia, and then in return the information is sent to all the entities from the S46 systems. It is about the main tasks in the law, so perhaps Now we can end my intervention now. So the next question.
Public-private partnership in support of the national cybersecurity system. That is based on Article 45. The competent Ministry for IT can build and set up PPP to enhance cybersecurity in the governmental administration, in the private sector, and in the military sector. In 2019, we created a program of 5 components with entities such as businesses, foundations, NGOs, clusters of manufacturers, and these 5 areas are there in order to increase their qualifications, enhance their awareness of cyber threats. They work together on educational materials that we use directly, and partners take part in technical training for the national cybersecurity system. We've started training local governments, and obviously we've been doing that online, but very soon we'll be also organizing live workshop. Then we prepare configurational recommendation. So it's not only about having the right technologies in place, it is about implementing them. Attacks are possible because of mismanagement of the technology. Then we have the so-called cyber threat intelligence, the information from suppliers, so much information that we forward to the national security entities. Then we are setting up the national cybersecurity system. Well, it's good to have products that have been verified, revised, certified, and that goes hand in hand with the legislation on cybersecurity. And last but not least, new solutions. If there is an interesting solution which is interesting and enhances cybersecurity, we partner its launch. So these are events and campaigns, pilot projects. So far, 14 entities joined, including a cluster with more than 40 Polish businesses joined that partnership. So actually, we have quite many members. What's Gaia X Polish Hub program? So this program is based on the EU measures towards building sovereign computational cloud space. So these are user cases, and we have that in parallel to the federational measures. Well, that initiative has been worked out by Germany and France. Poland was invited to join it. Member states of the EU signed an agreement on the federation in the area of cloud services. So it was for integration, data processing, data from the industry, data from the administration, processing of the open data, and using that to operate freely on the digital market. Well, the initiative comes with a budget which has been allocated by the European Commission. That's 10 billion euro that will be allocated to the project, including European cloud services standards. Well, thank you. My next question goes to Mr. Radecki, Vice President of the Management Board of PERN. Recently, one of the biggest pipeline operators fell victim to Well, one of the biggest suppliers of oil and gas was hacked. The companies had to pay ransom to the hackers, and the pipeline was the block of the pipeline was lifted only after they paid the ransom. Does your company PERN analyze such cases, and are you prepared for the worst? Thank you for this question. Perhaps I should start off by laying the foundation of the awareness. IT systems are created by humans. They have physical components, but first we should be aware of how they are structured and how they may operate in case of a breakdown. And its operators and users should have full awareness of how they work. And when it comes to the attack, in that hacking attack in the US, well, a group of hackers hacked themselves into internal servers. We don't exactly know how much time they spent inside. So they spent sometimes copying data. So it was like a two-tiered attack. So the first effort was to avoid public disclosure of the fact, and then deciphering the data that they managed to code. So actually, hackers hacked some data that prevented full operational capacity of that pipeline. We have full backup of the system. We have hard copies, and we can always go back to the status quo of from few hours or few days before, including our accounting system. And nowadays, we should also be aware that on the one hand, it could be our computer may be hacked by, well, that's the case of the level of automation. It could be as well that for some reason the controller is infected and it fails. So for us, well, we do our best to be safe and to remain operational in that case. So even if something happens with the controllers, we can operate physically in a location. So we maintain the part of the infrastructure from before the automated implementation. But it is also important to have employees who know how to operate that. I'm saying that because the president of that company that was hacked, he said in one of the interviews that may have been able to start it and to have that, but they didn't have enough people who could do it. So the personnel. So it's about managers, it's about personnel who've been trained. Companies must ensure the right maintenance of the systems. If employees are not trained how to respond, there might be this risk that is bigger than expected. Our employees, on the one hand, they do have the systems of, and once in a while we do drills, we do exercises, and we make sure that our cyber team has access to all the necessary tools to defend our pipeline against external attacks. We work on increasing the awareness of our staff when it comes to the types of attacks that can be expected. And then we also indicate potential risk factors. And sometimes it's tricks are very simple, very tempting. Sometimes it will be just a simple email, or recently there have been some attempts of phishing or some efforts, emails that seem to come from members of the same organization. So in the era of this general digitalization, we should be vigilant, we should be alert, and we should always trust our teams. They have the right tools. Could you tell us more about collaboration between the private sector and the academia? How about your company? Well, we do have such a collaboration. And in my opinion, it's what we do is not enough. So it's not only about our people, but it's about people who work with people from different sectors. It's about connecting the dots. It's about finding solutions. It's about avoiding repetitions. It's about not reinventing the wheel. So when it comes to your personnel, could you describe training that you offer to your office personnel? Is your office personnel trained on an ongoing basis, like against such threats and risks? So as for the training, it is a multi-layered approach. Some managers, they have quite technical training on some hard skills. So every time we detect a potential attack or potential hacking, or where is an impeding risk, we show them examples like emails, etc. So it's a newsletter. We are very open in informing that things are happening. So it's not about sweeping that underneath the carpet. It's not about pretending that nothing happened. Every time there is an attack, when there are attempts to penetrate the structure, we promote that information about our employees. So every time we have such approaches, such attempts, where we promote that information and we spread that knowledge.
To konkretnie celują w tą organizację, prawda?
It's about avoiding targeted attacks. It's about hackers tend to be focused on a specific company or their target specific persons. My colleagues from the panel may confirm that there are cases when one of our top managers flies abroad, and well, it happened to us on several occasions. We were receiving an email in our organization from a very similar address requesting payment of an invoice, fast-tracked invoice. So that is what was happening. So that was at the very beginning of that mechanism. So we had to learn how to defend against such threats. So such hackers were writing on behalf of our manager in English to one of our employees, but it is not so very often that we use English for our internal correspondence, and in particular in emails to pay an invoice. But the question is, what would happen if that request had been in Polish, for example? So hackers keep on watching the organization carefully. It's hard to imagine how and why they would do that, but obviously they have such access to such information. Thank you very much, sir, for exhaustive replies to our questions.
Pod koniec 2015 roku
Question to Mr. Horubała. By the end of 2020 in Ukraine there was a weird incident. It was in western Ukraine. Power was switched off in the whole region and it lasted for up to 6 hours. And perhaps Russia did it, there are assumptions like that, but it was highly disturbing, namely in the US, an investigation was launched. So, would you say that a blackout like that is a real threat? A blackout resulting from a cyber attack? There is no simple answer to that. One of the members of the team that went to Ukraine to investigate an incident was Mike Santa, an American researcher and a person very much involved in cybersecurity, very much interested in OT issues. I will talk about Mike Santa later on. In 2012, Mark Ellsberg published a book, a novel, entitled Blackout. In the novel, the author writes about behavior of European societies in the situation of a total blackout on a pan-European scale. The same is happening in America at the same time. It is a highly interesting study that does not talk about technical details of the narrative, but he writes about 3 weeks of total chaos and anarchy. The British intelligence have a saying that we are 4 meals away from anarchy. I guess that's what Mark Ellsberg was writing about. Not everyone realizes that lack of electrical energy is lack of fuel, because you can't take fuel in a gas station, you don't have water in your tap, you cannot remove your waste from home, sewage systems are not working, banks are closed down, I don't know, spoiled food in your freezers, so shortages of food, lack of drugs, hospitals do not operate, transportation does not operate, a total chaos. We can add to that cows dying, and so on and so forth, and the increasing crime rates, and so on and so forth. I guess you have already noticed in movies like that, there is always a scientist warning people against the catastrophe. No one is listening to him. And Mike Santa is the scientist. In 2008, he was the leader of the Aurora project, or Aurora tests, in which a big generator was destroyed. The generator bought for the purpose of this project for $300,000. It was destroyed by means of 30 lines of malicious code sent by a hacker from a distance of several hundred kilometers from the location of the generator, and the generator was fully destroyed within 3 minutes. It lasted that long only because the process was slowed down, because they wanted to make measurements. It could be as short as 15 seconds. Mike Davis in 2006 conducted an experiment which was about infecting meters in households in such a way that malware was spread between meters, communicating between each other. And in one day, he destroyed 20,000 meters like that. As for blackouts, well, there were certain examples in history. 1999, Brazil, 100 million people were deprived of electricity. Then in India, millions of people again, so there were several cases in different states. Yes, precisely. Poland, United Kingdom. Yeah, but let me give you some more numbers. In 2003, there was a blackout in Canada, which afflicted 55 million people. In Italy, 2003, 56 million people. Germany, 2006, 15 million people without electricity. It was the European blackout where several states were afflicted. And to give you the scale, the biggest in history in 2012 in India, 670 million recipients of electricity were deprived of electricity. Let me go back to Ukraine now. What happened there was 3 blackouts or 3 events that can be connected with each other because they were organized by advice persistent threat sponsored by a third state government. It happened, there was a blackout in 2015 due to the attack against distribution centers in Ukraine, and then in 2016 another attack which failed and afflicted only half of the Kiev population. Interestingly, in the 3 cases, in each of them a different technique was used. So in 2015 one of the distribution centers was attacked because they copied software for management of the grid. From a different computer, orders and commands were sent, and there was a totally different infrastructure in another attack, and then namely took over the control over a computer, and operators of the control system could observe it. One of them recorded it with his mobile phone when a mouse was moving about, switching off individual elements of the infrastructure. Later on, there was something more complex, namely the software, which directly compromised switches and the devices, controlling devices, or devices controlling distribution and transmission in order to lead to a bigger blackout. It failed, fortunately, but let me sum it up. As for cybersecurity in IT, like POC, proof of concept, we say that if we want to test a technology, a service, a product, to check whether it will meet its tasks and its goals. And in our sector, all the experts believe that these events in Ukraine was POS. These were just tests. So it was like a training ground for Russia in terms of cyber attacks. And I would say that implementation of the attack like that, preceding the military attack against the state, would lead to a situation that after 1 week or 2 weeks without electricity, such a country, well, you can enter it very easily and there will be no resistance. Let me go back to the novel I've mentioned by Mark Alsberg, The Blackout. It has a subtitle, Tomorrow It Will Be Too Late. Yeah, precisely. That's what we are talking about. Thank you for your response. In this context, I have a question to Director Grzegorz Bojar. Would you say that Polish energy lines and systems can meet such challenges like blackout? What about cybersecurity in the next 5 years for your company? Well, the whole story started in 2015, as the previous speaker has mentioned, because both Polish electrical grid and other companies like us, actually the whole sector, not only in Poland but throughout Europe and globally, also in the US, so the whole sector was very serious about the Ukrainian incident because it was the first case of such a successful attack, which was used to deprive people of access to electricity, people or fragment of the state. And this attack was quite sophisticated and it was quite complex. It was not like a simple attack, because they wanted to take over the controlling computers, but there were other associated DDoS attack against the call center, and an attack against servers. It is a long story actually, but it is greatly interesting because Alsberg book, well, I read it and I met the author. We talked for a long time. So I guess he had published the book before the attack. He either foresaw the situation or perhaps made some suggestions to the attackers. Just kidding. But Alsberg novel showed further consequences. It was based on the report of the European Commission that investigated the case. And I have to say, the scenario is very interesting. So everyone globally, everyone in the sector decided to do something about it, react somehow. It lasted for some time. In 2016 there was another attempt, I guess even more interesting, because there was a special module software to take over the control over the industrial infrastructure. And since then, in all the conferences, meetings of all the experts, all the professional groups, people decided to take up various strategical operational activities to prevent other cases like that. We decided to rethink the world in a way. Let me also say another thing, that electrical energy sector is threatened by such attacks, as it's been mentioned, and such attacks can be extremely destructive for the whole civilization, and it lowers resistance to other attacks. Then electrical power sector, unlike other systems, be it water systems, gas systems, or any other fuel sector, electrical energy sector moves very fast. If something happens, the results are immediate, and resistance of the system, if there is no possibility of control, so this resistance goes down extremely fast. Within seconds, within minutes, it is a system which is extremely dynamic. In gas systems, the time of reaction may be much longer, and then you have much more time for protection, for reaction, and so on. That's one thing. Then Ellsberg wrote about it on a European scale, not without a reason, because the whole European system is a single electrical power system, and there is a possibility of a cascade propagation of the attack from a single state to other countries, cascading in two ways. Actually, one way is IT, which happened in some attacks in Ukraine, not against the energy sector, but it was against... Yes, that's precisely what happened, and a specific state was attacked, or a specific company was attacked, and through IT networks, ransom malware spread to other countries or other companies. So that's a cascade attack which may take place. So it may happen in the energy sector because everyone uses the same controllers and so on and so forth, and the cascade effect, it is simply taking place there. So it is a very sensitive topic, a sensitive place. And in 2015, as PSC, as the company responsible for the national electrical energy system, we decided to change our approach to teleinformation security, to cyber security. It became our priority number one. It became the strategy of the priority in the new strategy of the company, and we got green light. And we started very active operations, and we started to go in various directions. First of all, we assess thoroughly what we have in place, how it is protected, whether these are the right measures of protection, and what needs to be done immediately in medium term and in the long term to protect it better. One assumption is that cybersecurity is extremely expensive, and costs may be endless, actually. There is nothing which gives you a 100% guarantee. There is nothing like that. We cannot guarantee 100% of safety. We may guarantee a large degree of security, but then costs are growing. So we have to be reasonable to some extent. In order to meet this challenge, we have to divide the world into certain fragments. We have to say these fragments are absolutely the most critical. Nothing can happen to them. These fragments, well, large protection, not full protection, and there are also fragments which receive only standard protection. So one part is critical, another is of key importance, another is basic, and the basic is protected as it should, or as every item should be protected in every corporation. But there are also two previous fragments which are much more serious, much more critical, and the destruction may be translated into huge disturbance for the whole system, huge problems and grave consequences. So let us say that our systems control electrical energy system for the whole country. On our servers, there is traffic, regulation of frequency, and many other processes controlling this country in a way. That's not the end of the story. Our IT systems are connected with IT systems of actually the whole territory of Europe. And digitization is moving on. Digitization also in our sector. It's been happening throughout Europe. There are more and more common European tools, and this one single digital world in our sector. And it is also a way to basically it is one single system, and it might be threatened. So, as PSC, we are very active in cooperation with other entities. First of all, transmission companies, so gas operator, fuel operator, and we have very close cooperation, close contacts then with electrical energy companies. We have very close contacts with, in cybersecurity at the Ministry of Climate and Environment, and we have the leading role there. And then there are companies from our sector, operators of key services, again, close cooperation within the team. We started to organize with our colleagues from the US, we started to organize we are supported by the Department of Energy, by the way, but we started to organize conferences, training sessions, workshops, organized by the best experts on cybersecurity, and thank you for that, by the way. So organized by the best experts on that from the US, NERC, Sunsal's Idaho Institute, and so on and so forth. We had an event, one-day event, online conference like that, organized for electrical energy sector in Poland, but there were also foreign colleagues invited to join in, and there were 400 people participating in this online conference. It was highly assessed, and the next one will be held in December, even a bigger one, thanks to our American colleagues. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. So our directions of activities go various ways. We've been changing things in our systems. I don't want to reveal all the secrets, but we've been changing a lot in our systems. We use additional tools, we train people, we organize workshops and tests, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. And now Minister Varhol, he would like to give us a presentation, sir. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Before I move on to presenting my presentation, I would like to tell you in short what we do at the Ministry of Justice. We prepare regulations to achieve effective prevention of cyber attacks. And in case of such attacks, we want to be able to effectively document and disclose evidence for the purpose of proceedings and to have this deterrent effect. Similarly, the Ministry of Justice, when combating cybersecurity, coordinates its efforts with the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Administration. A new service within the police will be set up, the Central Bureau for Cyber Crime Prevention. So setup of this bureau is being now processed. So this is a breakthrough. So first, the police with higher salaries and about 1,800 police officers and fast-track cybersecurity prevention will be combined with a fund of 500 million zloty to procure tools. We need to buy the necessary software and hardware. Let me make it quite clear, as emphasized by other speakers, we have a cyber war in the cyberspace. So the experience from Ukraine and from other countries are a warning signal to us, and they give us an impulse to avoid such incidents and to be able to identify perpetrators. So I would like to present the regulations enacted on the 22nd of June. The first batch of cybersecurity regulations was introduced. So for the purpose of proving the evidence,
Dziękujemy bardzo.
To jest projekt, natomiast przepisy, które obowiązują, zakładają, że...
So this is a draft. Also, providers of cyber digital services, they are obliged to provide IT details. So far, they were not included as the party involved. Well, at the first stage of such proceedings, prosecutors, they need the necessary data to annihilate, to destroy without a delay we extended the catalog of entities obligated to collaborate here. So we have telecom operators, but we added digital services providers, so the prosecutor can secure the evidence by preventing access to the data. On top of that, the network administrator will be obligated to work together with the prosecutor or court. And such solutions didn't exist in Polish law, and certain content can be ordered to be removed, and that can be done by the prosecutor in the court procedure. So removals of certain content can be, there will be the option to remove it. And in that draft, we have higher penalties for disruption of IT system. For the time being, we're going to have stricter penalties for that, and there will be penalties for destruction of IT data. So we're planning on broader amendments, and And then we'll be also requesting fast transfer of information on request of a prosecutor or court. So let's say when with foreign companies, instead of using the traditional path of judicial assistance, cross-border judicial assistance, with these regulations, we assume that the Polish court or prosecutor will apply directly to a foreign operator, and will be able to have all the evidence, information, and the necessary pieces of evidence. And why we do that? We do that to be able to identify effectively evidence and to secure the evidence to use it throughout the proceedings. Thank you. Are there any questions to our speakers? Okay, so I have a question to you. Now, what do you think about education? How about educating ordinary staff? We all have procedures, security concerns, etc. But we know that the weakest link in the chain is a human being. How do you deal with that? In our the IT department, cybersecurity area is encompassed of 5 departments and 27 people. And these departments are highly specialized. We have the Security Operations Center, etc. And then we have the System Management Department, plus extra specializations in such departments, with analysts, etc. And then together with the third department, our department has a list of jobs, responsibilities, and it's about promoting, about disseminating knowledge, training people. It's about running test campaigns, phishing campaigns. We do that on a regular basis. And actually, we detect persons who fall prey to such campaigns, and then we direct them to retraining. We also have done a test like that. We like leaving a USB, checking whether people would be prone to using it. So we need to make people aware. In practice, and this is how we enhance the awareness. We are aware that employee awareness is in IT companies is much higher than in other companies. Robert, how about governmental companies? This is a very broad question, but I think that there are 2 areas. First, cybersecurity training. They fit within the training on building digital competence. So managers of digital companies, they need to have that basic knowledge on that. So we have that co-finance from the European Digital Fund. So this is the area connected with improving specialist knowledge, IT systems, OT systems, and then we have cybersecurity campaigns. will continue with these actions and campaigns among the elderly, and then the EU funds. Within the EU funds, we've allocated 100 million euro for dedicated training, and we'll have the dedicated training with local self-governments and ministries, so that knowledge and information go to key operators, energy operators. We're about to start the training in October, and the scope of the training has been prepared. So we do it together with the operators of key utility sectors. And let me also relate to what the Ministry of Justice is planning. So it's not only about combating cybercrime. So setting up cybersecurity center in the city of Zamość. We have that excellent initiative of the Ministry of Justice. So it's about improving the qualification of the personnel in the Ministry of Justice. It's a great initiative. Also, following up of what Director Horwała has said, I don't think that we need to use the statistics from Ukraine and the US. We have our own experience. The Polish team of analysts from the National Nuclear Research Center and in February this year found some susceptibility in the control system to water supply, to the water supply system and water recovery system. All that has been quoted because they were related to some cyber attacks on the critical infrastructure in Florida. So we have certain recommendations. We have also training materials on the cyber hygiene. So we have all that in our governmental websites and governmental portals, together with examples of training and materials that you can use to train your employees. I thank you very much. I think this website is truly worth visiting. So 2 more minutes to Michał. It's about increasing the awareness and about building up the capacities.
Dobrze po pierwsze słyszeć o działaniach podejmowanych przez Państwa.
It's been very interesting for me to listen to all of you talking about activities that you have taken up. So, what I hear from you, well, you are doing precisely the right things. Let me just add that according to the most popular estimates, 90% of cyber attacks, both the ones connected with ransom or others, start with sending an email. So raising awareness here is of tremendous importance. There are tools, technology, services which are about mass sending of emails with malicious content. And yes, they may be machine generated, so they may be like a contribution of AI. Yes, because these messages are like adjusted to the profile of the company, and we can help people who fall for that. So I guess that's a good approach to talk about that, to prevent that, to train on that. Yes, so awareness raising, taking advantage of various materials, and let us think, let us be cautious and alert all the time. Yes. According to our students listening to us, the best speaker has become Michał Horwała. Congratulations, the best speaker of this session. So applause, many thanks for the panelists and people in the audience. I guess cybersecurity is a highly interesting topic. We have to be cautious, we have to be alert, we have to be vigilant all the time. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, all the panelists. We are ending our panel now.
ML System. Zmieniamy świat dla przyszłych pokoleń. Natura to skarb. Dbamy o środowisko. Podejmujemy działania, aby przyszłe pokolenia cieszyły się światem, jaki znamy. Niezbędna jest transformacja energetyczna i my jesteśmy jej częścią. W Centrum Badawczo-Rozwojowym tworzymy innowacje w skali świata. W naszej fabryce produkujemy ogniwa, moduły fotowoltaiczne, systemy mocowań, szyby z powłokami kwantowymi, szyby, które świecą. Fotowoltaiczne żaluzje. Fotowoltaiczne fasady wentylowane. Fotowoltaiczne fasady. Fotowoltaiczne świetliki. Kolorowe moduły fotowoltaiczne. Rozwiązania Smart City. Dostarczamy kompletne rozwiązania systemów fotowoltaicznych zintegrowanych z budynkami. Szyby, które grzeją. Parapety, które grzeją i ładują. Szklane grzejniki. Szyby ze zmienną przeziernością. Chronimy zdrowie. Wirusobójcze przegrody szklane. UV-Box. COVID-detektor. Przyczyniamy się do ochrony planety i ograniczenia efektu cieplarnianego. ML System. Zmieniamy świat dla przyszłych pokoleń.
Sieć LTE 450 to niezawodna i bezpieczna, szerokopasmowa transmisja danych na potrzeby energetyki. To nowoczesne możliwości komunikacyjne, które możemy porównać do tych wykorzystywanych na smartfonie. LTE 450 umożliwia monitoring dużej liczby urządzeń, transmisję danych, przesłanie dokumentacji technicznej, map, zdjęć, obrazu wideo i komunikację głosową. LTE 450 to system wykorzystujący częstotliwość 450 MHz. Specjalne pasmo dedykowane sektorowi energetycznemu. To odejście od ograniczeń radiowych systemów wąskopasmowych na rzecz sieci wielousługowej LTE, gdzie pojemność sieci i zdolność transmisji danych jest nawet kilkaset razy wyższa. Jakie są główne korzyści sieci LTE 450? To podniesienie bezpieczeństwa poprzez efektywne wsparcie służb dystrybucyjnych w przypadku awarii, tak aby szybciej reagować i usuwać ich skutki. To zdalne zarządzanie infrastrukturą energetyczną w celu poprawy ciągłości dostaw energii, czy też zdalny odczyt liczników energii umożliwiający tworzenie lepszych taryf dla odbiorców. To wsparcie rozwoju odnawialnych źródeł energii OZE. LTE 450. Nowoczesna technologia, bezpieczeństwo, niezawodność, przyszłość.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego odwaga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą do naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktów. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
Energia elektryczna towarzyszy nam w każdej chwili życia. Za stały i bezpieczny przesył energii elektrycznej w całej Polsce oraz bilansowanie krajowego systemu elektroenergetycznego odpowiadają pracownicy polskich sieci elektroenergetycznych. Energii elektrycznej nie da się przechowywać, dlatego w każdej chwili należy produkować jej dokładnie tyle, ile zostanie zużyte. Oszacowanie zapotrzebowania na energię elektryczną i jej bilansowanie to jedno z najtrudniejszych i najważniejszych wyzwań, z którymi polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne mierzą się każdego dnia. Nasza sieć to ponad 14 600 km linii 220 i 400 kV. Wraz z dynamicznym wzrostem zapotrzebowania na energię elektryczną rozwijamy sieć elektroenergetyczną, by sprostać wyzwaniom nadchodzącym w kolejnych dziesięcioleciach. Przy wszystkich naszych inwestycjach minimalizujemy wpływ na środowisko naturalne i otoczenie. Wspieramy społeczności lokalne i naszych sąsiadów. W naszych prognozach dotyczących zapotrzebowania i popytu uwzględniamy zmiany zachodzące na rynku energii. Wyprzedzamy je, aby zapewnić bezpieczeństwo energetyczne naszego kraju. Bierzemy aktywny udział w transformacji energetycznej Europy. Jesteśmy częścią jednolitego, zintegrowanego europejskiego rynku energii elektrycznej. Krajowy system elektroenergetyczny jest szczególnie ważny dla bezpieczeństwa państwa. Dlatego przykładamy ogromną wagę do fizycznej ochrony naszej infrastruktury i cyberbezpieczeństwa systemów. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne realnie wpływają na polską gospodarkę. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne. Energia w dobrych rękach.
Energy gives power. Telecommunications gives connection. Banking gives stability. Big data gives knowledge. Smart city gives new possibilities. Healthcare gives strength. Insurance gives safety. Administration gives support. Defense gives security. IT gives freedom. ASECO. Technology for business. Solutions for people.
ARP to partner biznesowy dla firm, które chcą się rozwijać w innowacyjnych branżach. Firm, które szukają finansowania lub terenów inwestycyjnych w specjalnych strefach ekonomicznych. ARP udziela pożyczek na finansowanie inwestycji i kapitału obrotowego, realizację kontraktów, wdrożenie działań zwiększających efektywność prowadzonej działalności gospodarczej oraz na restrukturyzację. ARP udostępnia przedsiębiorcom swoją ofertę finansową w centrach obsługi przedsiębiorców. W dniu obchodów 30-lecia spółki ARP otworzyła 7. Centrum Obsługi Przedsiębiorców w Warszawie. Agencji Rozwoju Przemysłu bliskie są innowacje. Sieć otwartych innowacji. Jest to program grantowy, w ramach którego firmy mogą ubiegać się o grant na zakup licencji lub prawa własności do innowacyjnej technologii. ARP skutecznie ratuje od upadku firmy ważne dla polskiej gospodarki i społeczeństwa. Wdraża i realizuje program restrukturyzacji, który prowadzi do powrotu na ścieżkę rozwoju. Agencja Rozwoju Przemysłu zarządza 2 specjalnymi strefami ekonomicznymi, w ramach których utworzyła 3 europarki: Mielec, Wisłosan oraz Kobierzyce. ARP to partner biznesowy dla firm. Zapraszamy do współpracy.
Dziękuję bardzo. Tak, można sobie od razu zrobić, że nam zaschnie wersle.
Państwa, witam wszystkich serdecznie na panelu Wyzwania lokalne w kontekście transformacji energetycznej Polski. Ten nasz panel jest związany z faktem, że mówiliśmy wiele o rządzie centralnym, mówiliśmy o technologiach, mówiliśmy o nauce, natomiast na samym dole ktoś w końcu to wszystko musi realizować. Dlatego bardzo serdecznie wszystkich witam, również panelistów przede wszystkim, Państwa, którzy uczestniczycie jako goście w tym panelu, ale również witam wszystkich internautów. Proszę Państwa, w panelu biorą udział zarówno przedstawiciele świata nauki, jeżeli tak to można powiedzieć, jak i...
Już mi poważnie. Potrzebna pomoc techniczna.
We need some technical assistance.
Tak. I proszę Państwa, w panelu biorą udział zarówno przedstawiciele świata nauki.
We have representatives of the academia, but also practitioners from local governments, winners of the Łukasiewicz Award, so award for the most innovative municipality in energy transition. So we have the following panelists from the right. Anna Szustakiewicz from the KEZO, Polish Academy of Sciences, Marek Zimakowski, representative of a municipality called Przywidz, Dawid Litwin from Potęgowo municipality, Elżbieta Szymańska, Warsaw University of Life Sciences, Sławomir Kopeć, Kraków University of Science and Technology and Secretary of R&D Project Cluster, and Sylwia Pawlak, Director for Innovation, Grupa Lotos. Besides, there are also online participants from Sopot, Marcin Skierawski, and good afternoon. Welcome. And there is also Adam Skowronek, Secretary of the Siemianowice-Śląskie Municipality. So our panel, well, our time is very much limited, and the topic is very important, namely local governments in the context of the Polish energy transition and their role in the Polish energy transition. So I have a question. Do local governments participate in energy transition? Formally, they participate in that because every municipality, every local government needs to prepare assumptions for the plan of energy supply, and if there is a need to be more active and more active impact on the process of energy supplies in the municipalities, then they have to prepare a plan of energy supplies. And basically it is like a regional law connected with certain regulations important for the industry and important for the recipients. So when we talk about local governments and their role in the process of energy transition, we can say that there are certain tools in place. There are certain instruments in place. The question is whether they are used well. Can a municipality use these instruments to the full? And I have a question about funds for that. Obviously, there are EU funds, but we cannot base our energy transition on EU funds only, because we want to do energy transition because we believe it is needed. Thirdly, Do we know how to go about that? What a municipality is to do in the process of energy transition? And then a municipality is a community of residents. So the transition or energy transition is not carried out by the city council or municipality authorities, but the driving force should be actually residents. If they are not convinced that it is necessary to change their ways of living or their consumers' habits or their micro-responsibility for their surroundings, it is very difficult to call it an energy transition process. Because then the local authorities have their hands tied to some extent. So I have several questions to the panelists about the system of legal regulations. Does it allow local governments to actively participate in this process? And how this process can be done more efficiently? Do we need new legal regulations, access to funds, access to better organizational capacity? It is also important that the energy transition process happening at the level of a municipality or local governments is always taking place in partnership with the business people or with governmental organizations or with local governments. The question is who should participate in the partnership, how, on what basis. Let us not forget that residents are also partners in the process, maybe organizations of residents, maybe groups of residents, because we mentioned various institutions like energy communities, energy cooperatives. And the last question, perhaps, for representatives of local governments participating in our panel and representatives of cities and municipalities which are winners of our competition, whether residents of your municipalities understand the goals and sense the significance of energy transition. Because we talk a lot about challenges, problems, so maybe they are a bit concerned. Do they understand it clearly? So perhaps let us begin from my right. From Sylwia Pawlak, Director for Innovation from Grupa Lotos. Could you be the first speaker? Please try to be brief. You have 4 minutes for your contribution. Thank you very much for inviting me to the panel. I am very glad to be able to participate along with such eminent experts. What is significant, because I'm not going to talk about local governments. We have distinguished experts on that, because they are the winners in today's competition, so congratulations. But perhaps I should talk about cooperation between companies and local governments, because I'm a representative of Grupa Lotos and it is of interest to me. As Grupa Lotos, we cooperate very closely with local governments and cities which are in our neighborhood, because here I'm talking about cities like Tri-City, north of Poland, or the Wejherowo municipality, the municipality of Tczew. Together with these municipalities, or listening to their needs, we carry out our projects, and our projects aim at low-emission economy. So one of our key projects in cooperation with municipalities is the one where we build low-emission transport based on hydrogen in Gdańsk. So we built hydrogen fuel station, then another one in Warsaw. But we are talking about cooperation with local government, so I want to mention Tri-City, hence Gdańsk. Thanks to consultations with local municipalities, we were able to define the demand of the cities as to our hydrogen station and as to location, initial location, and we could make a decision about its location, HRS location. It is not only at the seaside, but Rzeszów is another example, because we have very close cooperation with Rzeszów as well. And it's been happening for like a year and a half. So we've had cooperation with Rzeszów for like a year and a half, and after the change of the mayor of Rzeszów, our cooperation is still continued. I mean the cooperation between municipality of Rzeszów and Lotos Group, and it is focused on introduction of hydrogen economy, low emission economy. So in one of the Subcarpathian region municipalities, we carry out our project. It is not only Gdańsk, Tri-City, north of Poland, not only refinery in Jasło, South Poland, together with my colleague who during the previous panel talked about hydrogen, but we also have an R&D project in which we are going to obtain not only hydrogen but also employees for this project from a small municipality of Jasło. I assume it pays off. Obviously it does, because we need to fit it in within our business model. There is also CSR parts, but for me, financial models are important. So if a project, low emission project, pays off, then we do that. It is always like that. We spend money which is not our own. We spend like everyone's money, so if it is not profitable, if it is not reasonable financially, we wouldn't be doing that. All right, thank you very much. I assume that for your partners it is also beneficial. And they have certain expectations, so if they decide to go for it, they must have some justification. And well, okay, the next speaker. The question is, do we need an active role of local governments in implementation of energy projects? It seems a rhetorical question. Yes, there is such a need. There is a need for an active role. But there is another question. Because, well, we can say, yes, it is necessary, but. And we here need to explain certain things. Because the question is also why. So, as the moderator has mentioned, a municipality is a community of residents, and the majority of residents do not have an option to install photovoltaic installation on the roof, on the allotment. The data from the US says that it's like 30 up to 40%. So the question is, what about the remaining group of people? We have to take it into account that the costs of energy are going up, and the costs go up for municipal entities and end users. The increases are not to be too big, but if it is 10–15% annually, that's the scale of growth. Then it is connected with growing energy poverty. It is not fully defined as a phenomenon, but there are still works on the precise definition. Then there is a positive aspect. Distributed energy is connected with creation of local jobs at the investment stage, and then at maintaining the investment later on. So these are local jobs, and they are sustainable, durable jobs. So now it is the first stage of energy transition, and we have development of RES. You can see it as very dynamic development. It's been mentioned today that we have the goal for 2030 achieved in terms of prosumer photovoltaics. If you look from the other side for production of energy, we have 2% in the first half of 2021 of the total volume of energy, with 10 energy of installed power. So, if we want to meet all these requirements and keep all the promises, it would seem that these installations should be numerous, but the system will not take it. And there are proofs for that the possible consequences of such solutions well, are also quite serious. So we are moving on to the second stage, and the second stage is a communal application of IT tools for controlling, for reaching a situation that we have a local usage of generated power as close to the producer as possible. And here we reach the topics like building flexibility of energy systems, like integration of sources as support systems, perhaps, because support systems should be or should not be simple support systems for sources, but they should be combined, like a source plus storage, a source plus heat pumps, a source from a vehicle charger. And then the second stage of transition will be easier. And there are more questions coming. How to do that? How to achieve that? Here there are various options depending on local conditions. Unfortunately, some of them are just theoretical options. We are talking about the collective prosumer. When we talk about the housing cooperative, it might be a virtual prosumer for potential prosumers who do not have their own roof, but also for local government units and for SMEs. We talk about energy clusters. This mechanism is already in place, but it requires some additional support, legal support. We talk about energy cooperatives as well. And the conclusion is we need legal changes which will make these four potential solution more patent or more feasible, and the works are in the pipeline. I can't explain all of it in 4 minutes, so let me just say that in this approach, partnership is of key importance, because the partnership includes local government units, residents, energy companies, universities. That's what we've been doing in our project, implemented under Strategic Cluster project, and perhaps I will tell you a bit more about that later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Elżbieta Szymańska, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this event. I would like to thank you that I can be here with all the honored and distinguished, honorable and distinguished guests. As for the capacities of local government in the transformation, I think practitioners have more to say. I'm an academic, and when preparing for today's panel, I was analyzing certain concepts, and I believe that the energy transformation requires participation of local governments and local authorities. The local communities, they receive these actions, measures that come from the top. And now my question is about the pool of, well, the array of instruments available to these local institutions and authorities. So they should promote knowledge about the importance of such a transformation that could be done through informational campaigns and through the educational system, which is operated by the local governments. Then we have the zoning plans. Here, municipalities, local provinces, they adopt certain decisions, and they also renovate buildings using renewable energy sources. Then we have another option. When it comes to promoting local social initiatives, clusters, etc., we have co-ops and so on. So in case of large shortages of energy, local governments may move on to identifying criteria promoting entities which generate energy. Then we have other options, sharing resources by local governments. And here, it's about sharing knowledge. It's a very precious pool of resources. It's about sharing information about potential social initiatives focused on renewable energy sources. Then sharing the pool of available personnel. It is very often that entities that have certain investment projects, they use certain knowledge and know-how. Also sharing information on buildings and making available of public utility buildings and public utility space for solar energy application and use. Then local governments have we have new initiatives, and then we have entities they can connect, join such actions. Well, it is also important for the local governments to be active in this area, and here we have the local governments that received the awards in the best part of the conference. Before we move on to our local government representatives, I suggest that we first listen to experts and then check with our practitioners to verify the words against their experience. So Anna Szostakiewicz from Kenzo CV Institute. I'm very happy to be here. I'm next to the administrative head of the village, which has his village has been collaborating with the Polish Academy of Science. I think he will be describing the project in which together within the framework of 2020 Horizon, we run a project to transfer our joint experience onto the government, self-government. Well, this municipality came first in that competition, so I'm very happy that we're here together. So educated society in full awareness of all the necessary changes is the right way to go about it. We're fighting to achieve climate neutrality. We need to reduce the temperature by 2 degrees and we need to reduce the emissions by 50%. I'm happy to represent the science in this dialogue, and this is how we can make bottom-up initiatives. I also coordinate a group on hydrogen partnership together with this university. My project partner is here in this theater. Together, we are within the same ecosystem. Unfortunately, we do not have any businesses within our group, but we have foundations and institutions which promote business and support business. We have the Agency for Industry Development and the Polish Agency for promoting commerce. They show why we do it. They tell us why we have this purpose. We want to be there. We want to we want to be the nation that sets the trends, and the Poles. We as Poles, we are the nation. So we have the best engineers, we have the best people, but we need support from the level of the state, from the level of regulations. So I'm very happy, and I think my neighbor will tell you more about the project. Okay, so I suggest that Mr. Jarosław Stańczyk from the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Administration shares his observations with us. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. From my perspective, from the perspective of the fund, I can tell you about the perspective of those who live in rural areas. We'll have local governments can tell you more about working with private individuals. Together with regional funds for environmental protection, we're running a program called Clean Air, and we appreciate the awareness of the local communities. In particular, when it comes to the campaign for improving the quality of the air. We've run meetings that attracted many participants, and that was reflected in our Clean Air program. The program evolves, but it meets halfway the needs of the local communities with excellent results. In the National Environmental Protection Fund, we have this we are running this program, My Current or My Electricity. We have 1 billion zloty dedicated to photovoltaic installations and systems starting from 1st July this year. We had the third round of calls for proposals, and assuming that the subsidizing of 3,000 zloty will go to each and every applicant, we're assuming that we would subsidize 170,000 of systems, and more than 140 applications, 1,000 of applications have been filed, so our funds will be fully used. So that shows that the end consumers, private individuals are so much engaged in that transformation. So even the reduced financing did not discourage them from installing the panels. So we understand that there are needs. So the systems are growing in popularity, but there are some issues emerging. Actually, the energy should be consumed locally, on-site by the prosumer, well, or locally. So we're in the process of preparing the next call for applications to be announced next year. And here we would like to add some additional components to enhance auto consumption. So electrical car chargers, local storing. So a vehicle, a car can be used as energy storage. Then energy management systems, such as controlling systems, some use of controlling energy consumption in devices where household members are not at home. So this that's what we're planning for the next calls for applications. We do notice that local governments play the role of the forming part of the campaigners. Local residents barely have, don't have the idea of who is delivering the program. So local governments are very helpful here. And we do our best to contact them and educate them. We run training for employees from the energy sector. We would like to have educated personnel in every single municipality so they can disseminate information and cascade information on financing. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. It means that from a perspective of science, practice, of big companies, also from a point of view of governmental institutions, like the National Fund, everyone is for. If everyone is for, what's the interpretation of those who manage all these actions? Let me start with Marek Zimakowski, municipality of Przywic, one of the winners of our competition. The competition which was concluded in the morning. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Thank you for granting us with an award. Now I have my 4 minutes. As for actions and activities of our municipality, well, let me start with the law. I'm talking about public-private partnerships, but also informal partnerships. A stable law. There is always a certain degree of uncertainty whether the things that we do also for inhabitants will be perceived as an advantage or disadvantage, because till recently there was a problem with VAT, how to account for VAT. So stable law, that's what we need, and local government officials maybe should contribute to creation of the law as a grassroots initiative, so that at the top there are no doubts about that, because from the level of from local government level we see some legal regulations, technical solutions, we see them differently sometimes. What is important for such projects? Co-financing, definitely. Education, I will talk about later, but financing, if there is high co-financing, residents are immediately interested, but there is always a group of, we call them philosophers. I'm talking about people who are always contesting and undermining the solutions, the amount of funds. During one of the meetings, a person like that, there was a meeting, we discussed all the issues connected with photovoltaic installations, and the guy asked, what will happen if there will be no sunshine for 1 year? People ignored him completely, even other residents. So we received funds to co-finance photovoltaic, and it amounted to like 86% of the whole project. It was another RES solution, so it was easier to convince the residents. If you look from the local government level, if you are also a resident of the place, it is easier to convince people. And if you have good previous examples, it is also easier. So why RES? I've been head of the municipality for 11 years, but I always remembered that costs of energy will be always growing. And if projects like that crop up, it makes sense to enter them immediately in order to move ahead certain costs which will definitely appear. As for photovoltaic installations, it was the second project after solar panels. There was 150 installations, now that is more than 300 on municipality buildings, on residential buildings. So 1 in 3 buildings has such an installation. Municipal buildings are all equipped in photovoltaic installations, solar panels, heat pumps, so we eliminated coals fully. in these fragments. And there is a problem with such a saturation with distributed energy. There are photovoltaic farms, biogas plants. What next? How to manage that? Here we need to go towards clusters. The first project, Techrol, it's been completed. There were some measurements on our establishments, and then another is called Cereme. It is the project based on cooperation, which is like a closer cooperation with the institute. There are Polish companies, Obrót, and a company dealing with energy storage, and universities from Denmark and then the Netherlands. So we jump to a different level. Something is ringing. Let me ignore it. All right, education. I guess that's the biggest problem at different levels, because maybe we can say that there is the Gauss curve, which shows that several % of the society are people who are innovators. They are interested in new topics, they will develop new topics. If you calculate technical universities versus humanities, I guess that there is the same curve, and the same is true for local governments. Individual municipalities enter innovative projects immediately, the projects which are the future of our country. So perhaps that's the essence of the problem. Thank you very much. Now, Marek Zimakowski, no, sorry. Yes, Dawid Litwin from the municipality of Potęgowo. All right, thank you very much indeed for inviting me here. It is a great honor and a pleasure to be a member of such an eminent panel. I have only 4 minutes, and I want to present our achievements at the municipality of Potęgowo. First of all, many thanks for the award. I was very much surprised for the award for the Energy Investor of the Year and Deputy Leader of the most energy innovative local government, but I'm glad that our activities have been noticed by experts on renewable energy sources and so on. So, yes, I've listened to the questions at the beginning of the panel very carefully. Well, and I have 4 minutes only, so perhaps I should focus on only 2 questions. For me, the most important ones. Should local governments participate in energy transition? The answer is definitely yes. I am deeply convinced it is our obligation to participate in energy transition. But it is also a duty of the government. So cooperation between the local government and central government should happen at every platform, every level. I agree with my colleague that local government should participate in making the law, here, energy law. Why? Why is it so significant? Because the wind farm law led to freezing investments in windmills and wind farms for at least 2 years in the municipality of Potęgowo. When the law on windmills entered into force, it wasn't possible to build a windmill too close to houses, and no windmills were built, even though there were concessions and licenses and permissions to build them. They couldn't build, so the law needs to be amended. So it should be in the competence of local government, so local government officials should handle that, like the municipality council residents, after consultations, should make decisions about that, about distances from the nearest households and buildings. The law led to freezing in investments in windmills, but we couldn't issue construction permits for residents who wanted to build their houses closer to wind farms, closer to windmills. So a lot of money was spent from the budget to to prepare the zoning plan. Adoption of the zoning plan was absolutely necessary, and we had to spend a lot of money on that. We cooperate with regional funds for environmental protection and local government officials. Signing the agreement with regional funds took upon themselves, maybe not a burden, maybe I shouldn't be using this word, but the first contact with people who want to receive co-financing to replace their old furnaces. In the municipality of Potęgowo, we have a supplementary program Supplementary to clean air, we co-finance replacement of old furnaces in multi-family housing. Our program is simpler, faster to use, and the subsidy does not depend on the salary of the applicant. And then there was another question: how to implement, how to fulfill these energy-related tasks. We built a heat pipeline, 5 kilometers, providing heat for 5,000 recipients, public utility buildings, the municipality building, a big primary school, a big building of cultural center, plus 1,000 of individual recipients in single-family housing, multi-family housing. We use co-financing from the Marshal's Office, from EU funds, in the partnership with a private entrepreneur who is the owner of the biggest biogas plant in Poland. If it wasn't for this cooperation between the local government, the public businessmen, it wouldn't be possible to have investment like that. But we did that, and this ecological heat pipeline allowed us to switch off an old boiler room which was coal-fired, and now bills are smaller, CO2 emission is smaller. I see I have to wrap it up, even though I could talk about it for several more minutes, but thank you very much for your attention for now. And now it's time for Marcin Skierowski, Deputy Mayor from the city of Sopot, which is another winner in our competition. The floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you can hear me very well. I want to congratulate my wonderful colleagues from other municipalities. Congratulations, guys. So this is a great example. Potęgowo, Krzywiec, these locations are small municipalities, but actually they've added a lot to they're paving the way to our energy transformation. So so let me define energy transformation. It's been very well defined by previous speakers. So it's about energy efficiency. It's about energy savings. That's the topic that each and every self-government may subscribe to. In our city, in Sopot, we completed that project. It was on higher efficiency of solutions that were already in use. We decided to take one step further. We had 24 thermo-modernized buildings, and we connected them into one energy management system to reduce primary energy consumption. So we reduced energy consumption by nearly 40%. And we are happy because actually that was the example of 3 E's. So one is education. We think that excessive heating it's not a good thing, especially in the winter time. Then ecology, because we reduce by 40% of primary energy less, and environment, because we protect the environment, and economy, because we do the savings, and energy prices are so high that actually serves the purpose. I wish that, well, actually it's a shame that big cities like Sopot are actually outside this clean air program. This program is dedicated to single family houses, to detached one family houses. But we should bear in mind that many residents, many people in Poland, they live in apartment buildings, in buildings which are multi-family buildings, and etc. So we need to have an offer to such buildings as well. One crucial thing is that it's worth a while at the stage of strategic planning document to add responsibilities. This is what we've been doing in Sopot for 10 years now. We decide about connecting some buildings to the local grid and local system. I remember visiting our partner city in Germany. Then the local Stadtwerke, the local power supplying plant, is the only source of energy, and everyone must be connected to it. Thank you. Adam Skowronek, secretary from the city Siemianowice Śląskie. Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation. Siemianowice Śląskie, this is not an old city. In 1932, we were the largest village in Europe. We had a lot of heavy industry, and because of system transformation, that heavy industry collapsed, but the local authorities transformed our city into environmentally friendly and sporty city. We also have the economic zone with new industrial plants, but it's been agreed that only pure energy projects are allowed. Owing to EU funds, we've been trying to use our own budget to improve the energy efficiency of our buildings. We invest in PV systems that represents 1.5% of the city budget. We have this program, Sunny City. Once we announced this program, it was as early as 4 a.m. that our residents came lining up at our town hall to submit their applications to the program. We're an active member of the Upper Silesian agglomeration. Our public transport is in the hands of the Metropolitan Office, agglomeration office. We invest a lot into low emission public transport. We invest about 2% of the city budget into low emission transport, which prevails in our fleet. As for the public utility building, we have 24 educational establishments, and it is our goal to thermo-modernize 4 such buildings every year with PV systems, so that they're more friendly and less costly. And then we set up procurement groups, and we use the benefit of the scale for joint procurement of gas and other utilities. And this year we're planning on buying electric cars for our companies and local governments. And as far as I know, about 200 such vehicles will be purchased in November, December this year. We're also thinking about initiating a project on that would involve thermal waste processing. to generate heating, thermal energy, but unfortunately, because of our national regulations, that investment project was prevented, and now MES have the initiative to embark on such projects. Now it's time for questions, ladies and gentlemen. Are there any questions from the participants, from our panelists? Are there any questions from our internet users? My name is Ryszard Mikołajczyk, and I live in Potęgowa, and I'm very proud of that fact. And actually, what we achieved is we are very proud of what our head of administration did. And I'm very happy to hear what you're saying. I've been working with the renewable energy sources for 22 years. 22 years ago, we bought 2 mills in 2 different cities, and there were rivers propelling the mills and powering the mills, and we have turbines. Well, we removed the turbines and we connected them to generators. So I'm saying that because I've always been a fan of this topic. I'm also a farmer, and on my land I have 200 hectares with 9 turbines with 2.9 megawatt each. So I must say that I'm also involved. I have this quite substantial volume, and now the third thing is then I have about 50 hectares, which I'll be using for a PV project, photovoltaic project, and now I hear that the grid might not capture it when it's so nice and sunny that sometimes the grid cannot store it, and this is my dream, and my question goes to our scientists. You're talking about electrolyzers, correct? So the way I see it is, I think we should be going towards distributed energy, because at some point in time that could be used over the short distances and there are no energy losses. And I think that would be the best idea to do it this way. That would be the best idea to have photo PV farms with electrolyzers. And I think that I hope that potatoes from these fields should be carried by cisterns. Do you think that it's possible, or do you think, well, that's achievable?
Pytania, tylko bardzo proszę o krótkie, szybkie pytania. Tam jeszcze...
There was one more question above, and one more here.
Tak, bardzo proszę pan podać.
Ladies and gentlemen, Krzysztof Tomaszewski, the University of Warsaw. I was listening very carefully to the whole discussion, and I have a question about not in my backyard syndrome, because trade press shows that people are quite resistant locally to various kinds of investment in areas. And here I was listening to your discussion, and here this picture of energy transition was quite rosy and involved local communities were mentioned. Mr. Litvin mentioned that perhaps we should forget about the stipulations of the windmill law. Perhaps we should give a free hand to local communities to shape to shape various, actually to have influence on various decisions. Well, basically, when I think back about the draft law, it was about uniform regulations throughout the country, because sometimes areas, projects were a bone of contention. There were people who were beneficiaries of transformation, and there were people who were actually very much against it because they were bearing costs, because, for example, the value of their property went down due to such projects, and so on and so forth. Hence, a uniform law for the whole territory of Poland. So I have a question to local government officials. Do you notice like NIMBA syndrome, not in my backyard syndrome? I'm not talking about the person saying, what will happen if there will be no sun for the whole year? I mean serious arguments, like organized protests of a local community. So that's my first question. If there is any volunteer who would like to answer that, I would be very grateful. And there is another question to Madam Pawlak about the projects carried out together with local governments. What about management of intellectual property rights? Because I understand that if there are some solutions, IP, intellectual property rights, are on the side perhaps of the company or of the local government. So I'm quite curious. There was one more question in the front row. Thank you, Karol Wawrzyniak. I have a question because you've talked a lot about public-private partnership. And PPP, I saw various patterns, various approaches, but the question is, do you see such a partnership that could be treated as a good practice, scalable, perhaps used in the whole territory of the whole country? Any volunteers, anyone would like to answer these questions? Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, I would be glad to answer that, but perhaps in a moment.
Aby każdy z Państwa wykorzystał ten czas dla takiego swojego odpowiedzi na pytania i króciutkiego podsumowania, takiego dosłownie minutę, nie dłużej.
1 minute for summary. So perhaps I will answer the first two questions, if I may. The first question about electrolyzers. Yes, there is such an option. Grupa Lotos is starting a project. Actually, it is a program, Green H2, under which it is going to build a farm of electrolyzers, up to 100 megawatts electrolyzers, which means that hydrogen will be produced. We don't need to cooperate with scientists for that. Of course you can. Oh, you have to. All right. Electrolyzers, which we buy. Well, what I mean is, it is not rocket science. It is just a regular device that you connect. Don't look at me like that. It is just a device that you plug in the right water, because we can't connect it to tap water. But hydrogen, well, so we can produce hydrogen because it is energy storage, a new energy storage. One more second. PV connection, that's one thing. But there is also thermal grid. We can use vapor, water vapor. We can produce vapor and produce hydrogen. It is very efficient, and that's the project that we are launching right now together with various institutes like the Science and Engineering Academy. So yes, we have a project like that that is very simple, it is feasible. So this process of introducing hydrogen is already happening. As for IP, it depends on their own contribution. Then we share this intellectual property, this consortium agreement. It is drawn up before we launch cooperation. It depends on own contributions. If we talk, because, well, basically with many local governments, we have this cooperation on the basis of commercial contracts, so multi-annual contracts on erecting a station, like hydrogen stations, because they are extremely expensive. So let me sum it up. Without cooperation with local governments, well, we simply have to cooperate with local governments and companies. I would say that the three pillars are the government, which will provide certain regulations and then money, then companies. And I'm not talking about state treasury companies, I'm talking about private companies as well. And then there are local communities or local, communes and municipalities and the local governments, because you can't do anything without them. So definitely energy transition requires the cooperation of the three partners. Over to you. Okay, so there were many questions, but we have run out of time already. So let me go back to the topic of the project we've already discussed. I mean the cluster project. I do encourage you to enter the website energetyka/rozproszona.pl, because there is the whole body of knowledge about that on this website. And participants of this project are the governmental representatives, representatives of R&D medias, scientists, but also representatives of local governments. We are active in several teams. One of the teams focuses on social perception and the attitude of the society to various distributed energy activities. Plenty of studies have been carried out, and awareness raising is of essence, and building an ecosystem of competences and knowledge. We are trying to build the ecosystem like that, and we encourage all of you to cooperate with us. Thank you. Now, Elżbieta Szymańska. Local governments have a possibility to participate in energy transition. There are various options. I haven't mentioned all of them because I had only 4 minutes. And they should initiate certain activities in areas, applications. They should participate in such projects because these projects can be translated into higher energy efficiency. They can limit energy poverty. They can also contribute to better local development. Local governments undertake such projects. I had the pleasure to participate in the chapter assessing the projects here, and there are winners on stage, but these projects were much more numerous. They were greatly interesting, and it already has been said by previous speakers that it is absolutely necessary to have support of the central government. I mean the financial support. We also need stable strategic law on these investments. That's all from me. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo, współpraca.
Working with Polish science about developing Polish industry. If we want to think about growing our own industry and not buying everything from abroad, we need to wait for the progress. We scientists will catch up. We'll get there, but we also want to show that we can. Our center at Jabłonna for conversion of renewable energy sources is a living proof of that. my mentor, Professor Kiciński, built this lab that has been fully fueled for energy resources. We want to show the demonstrator of hydrogen processor as we're here in the panel. So it's all about education, it's about building the social awareness. So the example comes from the top. If we have engaged parties, entrepreneurial people, enthusiasts who show you that yes, they can. This is how we set up hydrogen valleys, anchor companies. We have Mazovian hydrogen valleys, Subcarpathian hydrogen valleys. So this is the example of a living organism with ecosystems of people and values that will transform Poland into a country of pure air. Jarosław Stańczyk, perhaps you could join us in this debate. Following up on this question on the public and private partnership, and that financial offer for single-family housing. So there was this meeting with representatives of municipalities. This program called renovation with guaranteed savings and cost efficiencies was offered, addressed as local government and housing cooperatives. So we should have this thermal modernization of buildings based on the ESCO concept. So we respond to the demands of largest local self-governments. And when speaking about local governments, from what we see is that the role of local governments is huge when it comes to education and promoting these concepts among the local communities and by serving as the model. And my colleagues from local governments, Marek Ziemiakowski, perhaps you could offer some closing remarks and wishes for the future. So as for the 3 Ps, PPPs, perhaps my colleague would love to tell us more about wind farms. Clusters are opportunities, and the local self-government is an entity of special trust that offers trust in every single measure. And and academia should also attract other entities. So we've set up such a center. We have a company, one of the entities presenting a special technically advanced solution. And when we put together certain elements and connect local government and businesses, we should also appreciate the role of science and of the academia. We fill the gaps. We go towards, owing to that project, we can set up a joint system for small communities. It's about mobile energy solutions. So the local residents have this education. And I think the cost effectiveness is the right argument. Local governments appreciate it too, because we have local governments, rural governments. There are certain topics, certain campaigns that should be solved. If there are academic centers, certain ideas can be promoted and certain issues can be solved, like the problem of waste. I might be saying. So I think we should debate it during the next meeting. Just a very short wrap-up. I know a municipality where the local community was protesting against wind farms, and the local municipality couldn't find a location for the wind farm, and the legislator introduced certain limits. And in Potęgowa municipality, there are 30 wind turbines, and they will have 79 wind turbines in 2 years. And if the municipal council is competent here, they will be deciding on the distance between turbines. Local municipalities are aware that wind farms generate a lot of revenue for the local budget. So, 80,000 zloty times one turbine, we can multiply it and we can allocate the funding. We're wrapping up.
Proszę, pan Marcin Skierawski. Tak, dosłownie pół minuty.
Bardzo krótko.
So very briefly, it's about education. It's about, well, but first, I must say that this is a great conference. We appreciate it very much. You're doing great things, and I appreciate the fact that there are so many good things done for the local community. We do not have any experience as for the PPP, wind farms, etc. But the population, the Silesian agglomeration, Lower Silesian agglomeration is so dense that, well, we have local government, local entrepreneurs who put up and install the systems. They work together with schools in our municipalities. And here we are opening new courses at our vocational schools. Ladies and gentlemen, let me wrap it up. Now is the time to decentralize, to have decentralized energy transformation with a stable legislative system. Ladies and gentlemen, panelists, let me just inform you that the best panelist is Anna Shostakiewicz. Well, she is the best panelist according to our students and according to our local self-government of students. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for bearing with us. And again, congratulations to all laureates of our competition, and looking forward to seeing you all next year.